think I got the sound playing at the wrong thing. No, yeah, you might hear an echo. I was gonna use the sound thing. Yeah. For like. All right, hold on. Welcome to the Detractor Alley. Ladies and gentlemen, we got an action-packed night tonight. This was a long time coming, the relaunch of the Detractor Alley. If you're seeing this video for the first time or someone new that might be coming across this video, the original episodes of the Detractor Alley are not on my channel. They were actually had to be taken down and privated, of course. So this is technically episode 9. Now, tonight is the DSP edition Detractor Alley. Now, like I was telling people before, it was about maybe a year ago or a little bit longer is when I found out who DSP was for the first time. Barkley showed me who he was. And I thought it was funny originally when I saw DSP that some of the things he did was similar to the Louisville Werewolf, who was the original guy we detracted, but we did such a good job that they had to come full force at us and try to shut us down. So you guys know how that story took place. But when I first found out who DSP was, I didn't know what detractors were. I didn't know what locales were. I didn't know anything like that. And what was funny is when I first started watching him, I'd get a kick out of sometimes how arrogant he was about asking for money and some of the just dumb shit he would say. And then you watch some of the documentaries, like one of them we're going to be checking out tonight to get people kind of caught up to speed with DSP. But this is one of the first things I ever saw on him that kind of got me into the whole vortex. Because what was interesting about DSP when I first came across him was the video I originally watched of his that Barkley showed me was a This Is How You Don't Play. It's not even a DSP video. What was crazy was maybe the first 30, 40 DSP videos I ever saw were videos not even made by him. When you type up his name on YouTube, the detractors own the algorithm when it comes to DSP. I was almost baffled how many different people make music songs about the guy. They'll cover his streams. They'll cover how much money he spends in WWE champions. They'll keep track of how much money he makes. They have a search engine. I never even knew what a search engine was. It's called Pig Pig Go because they refer to him as, the Snort King because he always snorts because he says he has post-nasal drip.
The pig roach.
Yeah. Yeah, so they call him the pig roach. Where was I saying before? I just lost my train of thought like an idiot.
You were talking about how the first 30 videos you saw were not movies made by him.
So the detractors on algorithm, that's why. All right. So all the videos I saw on him had nothing to do with him. Now, what was funny is DSP would tell you the detractors ruined his life and they make it hard for him to do business or whatever. See, I don't agree with that at all because the amount of stuff he's been able to do and talk shit about and still make a good income. The reason why the guy seems broke, and it's because of the mobile game addiction. And what's funny is it's bigger than just WWE champions because even he said, "You guys don't even know what I spent on Doku." You know what I mean? And when he says things like that, this guy has literally spent maybe 6 figures plus on a mobile game to where there were segments of his era where he was begging for money and saying he might have to eat turkey sandwiches. Meanwhile, he was making a couple thousand a month begging from his dents. But he wasn't able to catch up because all the money was being spent on the mobile game. And he lied about it for a long time. He eventually came clean, and he didn't even come fully clean. Now, this thing that the doctor we're watching tonight, this is before he even came clean on the WWE Champions. And the reason why Phil's a piece of shit is because when he did come clean, he immediately lied. He said he sold the account to a guy who sold it to a guy. It's like, Phil, we already thought you were lying when you said you sold the account to one guy. You're going to say that guy sold it? He bought it to sell it to a guy? Those accounts are really that interesting where someone's going to buy it from you? Meanwhile, WWE Champions gets you no money, nothing. It's a straight mobile game. No different than Candy Crush. Oh, is my shit not even coming out of the... Hold on, I don't even think my shit was coming out of the stream.
It is. I mean, I got you on.
Oh, it was? Okay. My bad. I thought it wasn't coming out of the stream. Because I got my headphones in because of that thing, so it's a little bit different. But anyway, what was I before I start? So, I thought it was interesting. Now, when I first started watching Phil, he had anywhere, the most interesting thing was he would have about 400 people that would come watch him in his stream, anywhere from 4 to 5 to 3 on any given day. He's blocked so many people in the last year after the casino arc that his numbers have dropped, but his detractor numbers have literally doubled. I was baffled that a channel like Raw Phil, and that's only one of them. You know what I mean? Shout out to the detractors, because what's funny is when I first started watching DSP detractor content, that's pretty much all I watched for a whole fucking year. That's why when I started doing this show, I'm ready to do it. I'm fully caught up on the lore. My hopes is to one day get on one of those panels, you know, with other detractors. We'll see when that time comes, but that would be the ultimate goal. But I thought it was funny that all those people that cover a show get to double the numbers. That's why when we originally did Raw Bowling, I got the idea from Raw Phil. Obviously, it's a little bit different because we were doing commentary. Raw Phil does not. But there's probably... That's why when other content creators will try to shit on DSP and say, he only has a couple hundred people watching him, why should we listen to you? Well, to be honest, come on, let's be real. There's a few thousand people watching him whenever that motherfucker goes live. It's only some of them are in his own channel. And that's done by his own bidding. Especially when Twitch. When he got kicked off of Twitch, that was the end of the... Because he used to get a lot of viewers and a lot of money from Twitch that he screwed up. And though, speaking of the money, I always said I don't hate DSP. The one thing I want to see, and I've wanted to see for the longest time, is I want to see him just go 1 7-day week, right? Where he makes under his goal of $150. What's funny was he was in such shitty money states when I first started watching him because he was coming off of some bad swings that... Wait a minute. What date was that? Yeah, he was... Oh, yeah, 50. Yeah, 50 was the goal. I was making sure it wasn't another goal. So $50 at one time in tips, not super chats. $50 in tips when I first started watching him was considered a successful show. That's how low the totem pole was. He hooked up with Kino Casino. He had the most profitable day, he said, ever on a stream. The casino made him like $3-4 grand. Something crazy, and Phil never showed appreciation for that. But ever since he hooked up with the Kino Casino, and I know this only because I've literally watched Detractor content every day since I found out who DSP was. So there's not much that goes by in the vortex that I don't know about. There's a lot of old shit I don't know. But the one thing Phil was a master at last year, and who knows how much of the money he already spent, and I'm pretty sure he spent it all, but he was killing it on money last year. He was killing it on money to where he raised his goal to $150. He had streaks of like 150 and more, and this is before he counted. He kept changing it up. This is before he counted individual goals, meaning you could get 300 a stream, and it would only be one goal. Now it's 2 goals. The other day he celebrated the 100 goal, whatever. They didn't do the marathon or whatever, but here's what's funny. So 100 goals, that means at least 150. Some of them could be more. So he's hit 100 goals in the last, whatever, like month. Like, because he does a marathon a month. So he hit those 100 in almost a damn near a month, or at least 50. So he's making, if you add all that money up, that's sick money right there. He'd make you think he's fucked up or whatever. Some say he's still spending it on the mobile game. Hello, Nicole. Thank you, sweetheart.
He's still spending money on the mobile game.
You think
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Jay Walks and Alvin, the thing I'm going to show you tonight, feel free to shout out during it if something catches your attention in this video, because you guys are new to DSP. So sometimes it's interesting to see people's reactions when they're new to the snort fort.
Yeah, those are the best reactions when people are first being introduced to Darkside Phil and they just see what a twisted, demented piece of shit human he is. Those are
Phil
the best
in the last month has gone viral, no joke, twice because of a game he was playing. Here's what's funny about that.
Wait, did he actually go viral because of Night Rain?
Oh, yeah. It wasn't his clip. Yeah, 4, 6, 8 million? That's viral to me.
I didn't actually see. I thought Duty just.
But he didn't put no clip. He didn't put the clip up. So
of course.
Here's what's funny. The game that went viral is a game that obviously it is what it is, Doom. But it's a game where he could be entertaining because it's a game that will frustrate him. Meanwhile, Phil said Doom overstayed its welcome. He's playing Blueprints. What did I say about Claire Obscure? Get rid of it. What happened today? And we'll watch the memeology video in a little bit, but he had the worst supported stream ever. And it was one couple days later after I just got done saying, get rid of Claire of Obscure. No one's watching you play it. You have 140 in there. One person was supporting it. He never wants to admit that. So when one person is donating, he'll make a comment along the lines, well, the person that supports this game wasn't around, those couple people or whatever. Bro, if you're surviving off that, you're fucked, bro. The fact that you played that fucking Blueprints or whatever it was for a few months, bro, you said Baldur's Gate killed your fucking shit. No, that shit killed your shit, bro. Those kind of games. And you want to stop playing Assassin's Creed? That makes no sense. There would have been a lot more content with you playing Assassin's Creed than you playing Blueprints. Even I'm smart enough to see that. You're not. It's like when you played Elden Ring Night Ring the other day and you were the most boring character. Yeah, way to sell the game the other day. I was like watching that shit with the bow and arrow. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, his logic is retarded. From what I gathered, is like he has the self confidence that, like, his shit doesn't stink. Meanwhile, he's god awful and everything. Like every game that he plays, like I thought like it was a gimmick that like he sucks at it. No, he really does suck at it. Like Rev is actually better than him.
And some of the comical shit is when he acts like it's the game's fault, not his fault. Mm-hmm. You could get some interesting things. That's why the first thing Barkley ever showed me was this is how you don't play. Those are entertaining because what somebody did was they sat through his stream, which can be boring at times. They can be. But they would take out the good parts where he fucked up and he was complaining or he tried to shit on somebody, and they turned that into a series, a very popular series that Darkside Phil used to shit on, but now he kind of sends it to praise.
He quietly allows it to exist because he thinks that and the way he justifies it is my favorite this is how you don't player would be the Outsider, and that's with a Y. It would be OUTSYDER. But Phil says that the difference between this is how you don't play and a common like Detractor channel is that Detractor channel is just restreaming his raw content without his permission, putting up clips of his stream before his stream even goes offline. This is how you don't play is what Phil would call an original work.
Here's the other thing that Phil doesn't get credit for. And like I said, I'm not a guy that hates I'm not a guy that hates DSP. I know he's a fucking piece of shit. I'm well
I
aware
am.
of that. I root against him. But here's the one thing I'll give Phil credit, because no other locale has this going on. To where, for instance, if Boogie2998 were to go live off of Locale Live when he not on Keemstar shit, on his normal shit, there wouldn't be fucking thousands of people watching him from another channel. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
crazy all the coverage on Dark Side Phil. It doesn't stop. It's like, imagine a world where if you're Dark Side Phil, you wake up and there's just at least 100 to maybe 200 new Detractor videos a day on you. Some of them are reaches. Like, do they say, is the Detractors unfair? I don't think they're unfair, because I watch a lot of them and I'm like, yeah, it's not like they're making the guy look bad. It's easy to, Phil makes himself look bad. That's why you'll hear Duty say Phil's his biggest detractor, because he always finds something to spark up something or get people talking. I heard a comment the other day, and I agree fully with this, because here I am doing a show. They said he breeds detractors, meaning guys that weren't detractors, like me, just normal guys. And then eventually they're here doing shows about him. That's where he drives people. Now, do people make a boatload covering him? Yeah, that's the craziest part. Because, see, Phil doesn't get paid off of his views anymore, because he doesn't have many. The detractors own the algorithm. So whenever they release videos on Darkside Phil, those guys are making big money. Duty Streams, one of his biggest distractors, shout out to Duty Streams, he'll put out a video even if there shouldn't be a video, and the bitch will get anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 views. But he's downloading like 10 videos a day. Are some of the titles stretches or a little bit reachy or whatever? You know, a little bit try to make something big that ain't? Yeah, you'll get that. But that's what you got to learn in the Detractorverse, how to determine what shit isn't clickbait. And Phil will give them enough, though. Right when you think Phil won't fucking do anything, he'll defend a guy that was being accused of being a pedo. Remember when he defended Derek on the fucking... He looks like an idiot. He goes, why would I block him? Then the detractors win. What do you mean if you block him, the detractors win? He's a fucking sicko. You fucking block a sicko. The detractors were trying to give you a freebie with Derek.
The shows that went viral, weren't even, they were his, but weren't his. There were other shows depicting it.
And that's why he gets upset. And I don't blame him, because here's Phil, right? Struggling to get a couple, like 1,000 on a video. And you go on his Snort Hogan, Duty Streams, anybody else, Memeology, and it's thousands of views, to where Phil wouldn't have to beg for money as much if he was getting paid real nice. He would beg anyway, but he wouldn't have to beg as much if he was getting paid the revenue that the detractors get. The other problem does, Phil has shit that's unrecorded, meaning sometimes he'll be begging for 10, 15 minutes, all the shit we want to hear. That doesn't show up on his channel. I learned that very early on. That's why it's like, damn, Phil, you put yourself in this circle, the vortex, to where the detractors are the ones that videos are going to get the recognition. No one wants to see you do shit because it's usually lying or you're hiding shit or the gameplay part's boring. They want the detractor side where they're showing you, boom, this, they got it quick out, the unrecorded begs, the shit that you won't put on there. But yeah, we'll start this this doc. And like I said, if anyone has something to say, just let me know. I'll pause it or whatever.
So, question: do you think that those unrecorded?
Oh, the tip was
segments
real,
of
by the
him
way.
begging-
Detractors found the guy. This is how crazy. I'll admit, these detractors are crazy. They're on it. But I don't know how to think of it. Some people could say, is it obsessive? Yeah, I guess. But, dude, there's just so many people that are making videos on Darkside Phil. It's like a never-ending sewer. But what I said earlier is no other locale could go live, and there'll just be thousands of people watching them somewhere, talking shit about them, making videos on them. Because they saw them try to do that with, like, Wings and Boogie. Like, Wings and Boogie have their own detractors. But they can't spit out as many videos as Darkside Phil, because A, Wings is boring. He'll give you maybe a clip here and there. Darkside Phil daily feeds the detractors to where you would almost think he was working with them for half a second. And I had always said to myself, I like when the detractors say, oh, they wouldn't give Phil money. Well, if you were in danger of losing thousands of dollars from covering Phil, you wouldn't throw him no money on the DL. You'd probably be an anonymous tipper. Think about Duty, who leaked how much he makes covering Phil. The detractors didn't like when Duty showed how much he makes, because now you get an idea of what everybody else makes, and they're making fucking sick money. Okay? I'm talking about sick money. Doing
You would
just...
say like thousands?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
More than that.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Like,
And
think about
six
this.
figures.
It's a Gundam did a video on him, and it probably, I don't know what the views has now, but It's a Gundam usually gets 200, 300,000 views. And if you're a YouTuber that averages that on a video, and Duty will put up 10 videos a day. Sometimes they overdo it. Like he'll put out too many DSP videos, but they all get the same amount of views. Now,
Okay.
yep, it works both ways. Like, you know, people are going to milk Phil. Phil don't like it. And he
Yeah.
always says, you know, they're doing shit illegal or whatever. But my thing is, Phil, you could actually strike back. Like, when he doesn't read those tips, when he goes, oh, that's a $2 tip I'm not reading, it's from a troll. Read it. Because when you defend yourself, Phil, it usually is so stupid, it's very entertaining. Like him defending himself is so bad, it's great. It's like when he goes, I'm good at games. You know what I mean? But let's get, hold on, let me pull the video up. I'm going to start this. So this is the Turkey Tom doc on Phil. And like I said, we're definitely going to pull up the memeology video soon. We'll watch a little bit of this, take a break, and then talk about some shit. And because he only made $28. So the best shows are the shows when he comes off of making no money. Because he's not going to be able to ignore it, and he's going to start talking about it. And then that's where all the good shit comes in. I mean, for detractors. They feed off all that shit. You know what I mean? It was like when Phil said he snaked the casino. It was so embarrassing, Phil. I almost wish you would have snaked them. When he goes, I was snaking them the whole time. And he goes, look, I was lying to them. And then you see all the lies he was telling them about sick wife and shit. And you're like, Phil, that's not really like you got him lie saying your wife's sick. Like, congratulations, I guess.
That's why you explain what snake means to everybody. How you snaking somebody.
And what Kino Casino admitted, like PPP admitted, he goes, Phil, I was doing charity for you when I was doing that wrestling show. We weren't making no money. At times I would tell you to keep the money because the times were low. They did one show against DSP. He said it was one of the most profitable shows they ever did at Kino Casino when they did that show on Phil. Like, you know, when they broke up or whatever. Phil couldn't do that. That's his problem. Phil doesn't know how to profit off himself, where everybody else is profiting thousands. I mean, crazy amount. Now, I'm not doing this for those reasons. I actually just like fucking following the guy and talking shit about him. I mean, we did the Detractor Alley before, and we had fun with it. It was a different target. But Phil will draw in new people. I got to learn how to tag my videos to where I could tag his name like Duty and them do, so I will enter the DSP algorithm. Because if you go under his name, you'll see the smallest channels, biggest channels. There's so many videos on him. It's a never-ending supply of Detractor videos on Phil. Thank you, Ann. Here we go.
Story of the self-proclaimed king of hate.
Are you sharing it in Discord?
Oh, you guys can't hear it, can you? Oh, yeah, I got to share it in Discord. That's right. Hold on.
Because there'll be hella latency if we watch it on the stream.
Let me take out these headphones, actually, and play it on the thing so I know you're getting all the sound. Give me 1 second.
That means we'll be making so much money, I could retire.
Give me 1 second,
But-
guys. I'm going to switch. I'm going to take these headphones off so I know you guys can hear it.
We're about to
Exactly.
retire off of DSP.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to explain. I tried to help Pesci. Money. Explain to somebody what snaking means. Some of the lingo that some of the lingo people might not understand.
It's like stabbing somebody in the back. It's like
what Shawn Michaels did to Jannetty.
Okay.
All right. So I know Alvin's going to be seeing this for the first. Whoop, whoop. Whoops, whoops. Hold on. Yeah, I'm putting it in Discord. Yeah, I'm setting everything up. My bad. I was a little bit behind.
Yeah, no worries. Fine, it's fine.
Okay, so there's that. Let me make sure you guys can hear it. Let me make sure the sound is going out.
Considered Hazmat Crew said you should watch our videos on Phil. They're hilarious. Referring to June got him so big a little bit ago.
All right, brother. Wow, that's what I said. If I can learn how to tag DSP, I know I'll get new people in here.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
They're about to retire early.
All right, well, Elvin's seeing this for the first time. The name of this is called A Decade of Failure. This will at least, everybody that doesn't know this shithead will have a good idea of what this guy's about after this. Here we go.
After becoming an online
is it in
personality,
Discord? Did I
very
share
little
it?
of his early
Yep,
years have
yep.
been documented. One of the very few stories that has stood the test of time is that of a young Phil going to a comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare
the action
$25
figure.
Wolverine toy for his birthday, claiming that he never asked them for stuff, which, given the behavior pattern we later come to know as Phil's MO, it's very unlikely this is the case. When they take too long to buy it and the store runs out of stock for that particular toy, he berates them, and seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents them for this.
So my birthday came and passed, and guess what?
I told
My parents
you
go,
to
"We're very
get
sorry,
the
Philip,
action
but we
figure.
couldn't find the action figure." I said, "I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?"
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield
Valedictorian.
University. But before studying business,
Yeah,
DSP
that's
was already
crazy.
getting busy in the competitive fighting game scene, with a
Must have been a
particular
class full
interest
of
in
retards.
Capcom's Street Fighter series. In the 90s,
That's
he
not
actually
most
traveled
handsome,
across
right?
the United States to attend tournaments. Mind you, this is at a
What'd you say, J-Walks?
No, I was making a joke. That's not most handsome.
Nah,
Oh, let me find
I'll
my
never win that
soundbar real
award.
quick. Oh, no, I was playing that real quick. All right, here we go.
time when gaming was still seen as somewhat of a loser thing to be engaged in. So to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in exclusively positive ways. Phil often lost his temper and was a generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now, when I go to these tournaments, I say, hey,
Get
guess
the fuck
what?
out of the way.
Such and such. I've known you for 10 years. Get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game. And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them want to fight. None of them want to step outside
Like
and get their ass beat.
So
What's
real
worse
quick,
is
hold
that
on.
for many years, despite
It's
his
funny
dedication,
that he says that because they're about to tell a story soon to where Phil used to be an internet troll and he would talk shit to these guys in Street Fighter, these Asian guys, and these Asian guys rolled up on him. Like up at the fucking where you play the video games at. And they said like he dropped to all fours, he was crying, don't hurt me, I'm an alcoholic, I didn't mean it.
Remember in Fast and the Furious when the Chinese guys pull up on Dom and Paul Walker and they say follow us? That's what happened to Phil in a parking garage.
Yeah.
to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a while, that was true. I was one of the biggest shit talkers in the Street Fighter community. And I would go to tournaments and I would lose. And that's embarrassing.
As he tells the story, when he finally turned this around and started winning, it was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hate, because everyone hated him. The competitive fighting game community by 2005 had largely made the transition from the use of arcade cabinets to console ports. EVO 2005, however, proved to be a bump in the middle of that transition. A PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was particularly divisive
The
in the fighting
highest
game
ranking
community, with
American
various
player.
bugs and
This is
technical
what got Phil
details
on the
and
map.
Mara's reputation.
The
port
highest
fell so
ranking
far short of
American.
minimum expectations due to the differences in this particular port that, as a result, various high-level players would end up boycotting the event in protest to its use. While they went high, however, Phil
Dark
went
side
low.
Survey.
On his credit score, to be more specific, in perhaps the earliest manifestation of his ability to handle his finances in anything resembling a mature way, a 23-year-old Phil was living in a 3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move out of within half a year. In the meantime, he had no
3-bedroom?
idea how
What
he was
the
going to pay his
fuck?
bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of buckling up and being frugal, hoping to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards, which ended up being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend EVO. This decision mangled him financially so bad.
He maxed out his credit card so he could attend a tournament that he make no money.
Was it worth it?
winning.
Well, he placed not third, not second, not first, but fourth
Insane.
in the tournament. However, since the top 3 players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the best American player, exclusively because it has a nicer ring to it, since there's no real reason to separate players based on their nationality. This gets even sillier when you consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which instantly falls on its face when you take into account the fact that many American players didn't participate due to their issues with the port. Other people in the community picked up on DSP, and they didn't take his comments about this event very kindly.
Everybody
That's
hated
the
him.
answer I was looking for. You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
He's
I like
total
to-
piece
I like
of
to get
shit,
that
by the
on
way. I
YouTube.
love it.
But,
Back then, saying that.
but this guy thought he was hot shit
Damn.
because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap.
This may seem like
That's
a
a bunch of
minor
hoe
issue,
shit.
but it's less about the tournament itself and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
Instead of bitching about it, which is what it seemed all the OGs were doing, we'll just play the game and learn the differences so we know for the tournament.
Being a sore loser is bad, but not content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner, because even after he started winning tournaments here and there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing things like loudly and obnoxiously talking over people he was playing with, it seems he was self-conscious enough to keep the more egregious displays of his lack of self-control and respect for others to behind the scenes. In one instance, in 2002, he pushed the limits so much that, while he was leaving the place he was playing at, him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he'd recently lost to, who proceeded to compel him to pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance. According to Justin Wong, another avid Street Fighter player whom DSP had beat before, he had the tendency of being nice to him in person and saying terrible things about him when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscant. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either EVO 2005 or EVO 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks/months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged him to a money match and knew he wasn't going to accept and was going to be like, lol, fight me IRL at EVO, and I accepted. From here, it turns into what sounds like a total farce, except I can assure you that it was 100% serious, which makes us both look like total, complete idiots. So first, Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. Finally, it was agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a referee, and we'd sign waivers. I was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed upon this early in the year, and from here on is where the story gets weird. So apparently Phil was under the impression that this wasn't going to happen and that this was just internet shit talk, but a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and told him that I was taking this seriously and was going to fight him. And
So
had
Phil
probably
kept
been in more
talking
gym
shit to
fights
this
in
guy
past
on the
2
internet,
months than he'd
thinking
been
he'd
in
never
his
see him.
life. So one day, Phil instant messages
this
me
is
on
early
AIM
internet.
and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross chops to the crowd. It'll be
DX
such a
cross
This
chops.
really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the
He
whole thing.
bitched
I
out.
actually wanted to fight
Phil
him. I
completely
told him I
pussied
wasn't
out.
going to do any of that trolling, but if you want to drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot or get in his face and threaten him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I. In fact, the next year when EVO West was in San Diego, I let him stay at my place that year. And when Mike Watson and Jaha were about to kill him in a parking garage, I
Jaha's
stepped between
huge,
them and defused that
this huge
situation.
fucking
He
Asian.
later would go on to
Yeah.
have more serious problems with Watson and Jaha, but I made sure it wasn't going to happen. when
Jaha
he was
wanted to
staying with
kill
me.
Phil.
I generally don't hold grudges, so even though I remember being really pissed off at the time. By the time the parking garage thing happened a year later, I was over it. The parking garage situation Viskin is referring to is the aforementioned shakedown. But enemies weren't the only thing Phil made in his time as a competitive Street Fighter player. He also made some friends, however unlikely that may seem, and they went on to collaborate with him in the future. One such acquaintance was Mr. John Rambo, who sought Phil out after his victory at EVO because he wanted to
we'll
get
watch
better
that
at Super
video
Street
one
Fighter
day, the
Turbo.
John
He'll come up
Rambo,
again
why
later,
John
so
Rambo's
keep that
not
guy
being
in your
friends
mind.
with Phil.
Despite his
Him and
infamy in
Howard.
localized gaming communities IRL, Phil found a way to circumvent this by tapping into the realm of online gaming. Even if word got around about his excesses at the competitions, it wouldn't be enough to prevent him from making a name for himself based exclusively on what he chose to put up online. He created a YouTube channel in 2007 where he uploaded random vlogs related to his interest in competitive gaming. But in 2008, he slowly transitioned the channel into a rudimentary proto Let's Play channel.
Keep in mind, his quality was awful. He didn't use a capture card. He actually used a normal video camera. Now, it was cool because it was a little bit ahead of its time, but the quality was awful. And he never changed the quality. So when he first started YouTube, he was getting high six figures. And then what happened is more YouTubers started to enter and release their own gaming videos that had much more better quality. He would blame it on other shit and trolls and detractors and all that. But the reality was his gaming videos that would get the millions of views in the beginning were because you were a pioneer, Phil. You were one of the first to do it. But then when shit started to evolve, you didn't evolve. You didn't get new shit. You were still using your old shit, expecting people to watch you. You know what I mean?
So,
it would have.
so you would say he's like a founding father of YouTube, of gaming?
Yeah, he was like, basically, he got into YouTube gaming where if you were involved like he was, you had a chance to make some serious cash. And he would call it risque. So one of the things that would bring people to Phil is Phil would make a lot of weird comments when he played video games. Some borderline racist comments and shit that we would probably laugh at. I get it. But there's too many people in the internet that have a soft heart and they got to go like, I thought some of the shit they turned Phil in was a little bit, a little bit harsh or whatever. The guy, he makes some comments. He sees a Chinese guy. He talks like a Chinese guy. Now, most of the shit Phil would do was more stupid than funny at times. Because Kino Casino would tell you, whenever this guy tries to have his own take on something or clown on somebody, he can't do it. It's awful. It's like, it's embarrassing that he doesn't have like a take. Like when they were shitting on Review Tech and they were doing that Detractor shit, him and Kino was like, dude, the guy was sitting there at times not saying anything. You know what I mean?
So
Phil would be looking like he was checked out.
So he's a white version of Mima, of Raz Mima.
He's not that bad. I don't think Phil's a
Not that bad.
racist. I don't think Phil's a racist. I just believe he's the type of guy to say, like, borderline shit that you would pinpoint back. You know what I mean?
He's like a shot.
I've heard people say way worse things at DFB.
Yeah, and ironically, Alvin, he credits a lot of his improv comedy and the way he interacts to growing up listening to Howard Stern. And he knows the whole whack pack. He knows the whole whack pack. He knows all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of having the screen captured directly while he played it, he recorded it with a separate device, meaning he pointed
So
the
this is
camera
what he
at
would do.
the
He would
TV,
record it with a
basically.
video
At the
camera.
time, Phil lived with his parents and saw content creation as a pastime rather than a job. Not that content creation was much of a job option in the Jurassic period, which was YouTube prior to the 2010s, but even still, he was somewhat realistic about his expectations. Still, that didn't stop Phil from taking inspiration from one of the early internet's most adored legends, Angry Video Game Nerd.
Now, as I was a
Pesci's
Street
boy.
Fighter player, I used to travel with groups of
I'm a
friends.
big fan of the
And it
Angry
was
Video Game
actually
Nerd. That's the
in a
first guy
hotel room
I watched on
at a
YouTube
Street Fighter
when I
tournament.
first came to
We were
YouTube.
just hanging out and having fun. And one of my friends said, "Did you
And
ever
he's great.
see this guy called?"
He's
the
also a
Angry
good guy.
Video
He's
Game
nothing
Nerd?"
like Phil.
I was like, "No, I don't know who that is." And they showed me a video.
Can you
of
pause
this
it for a
guy,
second,
and he looked
Pesci?
like
Yeah.
very much dressed up like a nerd.
I love how Phil is about to describe how he was inspired by the nerd. And Phil is going to proceed to tell you that basically he uses the same recipe that the nerd uses, except that there's probably an entire galaxy
Nowhere close. I've
between their production value.
I've
of
watched
their
almost
shows.
every nerd video, the video game ones. You got to keep in mind, if the nerd does stuff that's not nerd related, his videos aren't as good. When he does the nerd, the character, that's when it's really interesting. And I watched every one of his things. He was the original pioneer of playing shitty games and fucking making it entertaining. And he didn't have to do much to where he's still making money to this day. The nerd. Whenever he releases a video, it gets 1 million views. You know, if you could release a video once a month that gets 1 million views, you'll get nice money. And he has a fan base that when he goes to conventions, like Squiggle said, his line's the longest. You know what I mean? Think of all the YouTubers you have. His shit is always the longest, they say. So shout out to the nerd, James Rolfe. He gets a lot of hate because he's still doing it. They're like, oh, why does he still make videos? It's like, dude, just go watch the old shit if you don't like the new shit.
Right? He had a button-down white kind of shirt, thick glasses.
Any
right?
reason why he wears
Even
the cowboy
talked a
hat
little bit high
during
pitched
this
or
era?
whatever. And here he is.
It's a hat reward.
No,
You
the
would have
true
to
thing
use-
is behind the cowboy hat is if you looked at him when he was younger, he used to wear it in his Ask the King videos. So Phil used to
yeah, that's
actually
right.
put effort in to his YouTube. That's what's funny. At one time, he used to put the effort in because he used to get a shitload of views. When those views started to drop, that's when Phil's lazy quality stopped, meaning he didn't pursue making videos to bring people in. Instead, a new universe was created. The Detractor universe against Phil. At one time, Phil called them trolls. In time, they became, detractors this, detractors that. They ruined me. And I don't think they've ruined him. Because here's the thing. I think they keep him more relevant now than he realizes. Like, hey, bro, there's times where Raw Phil will have 1,000 in his chat when you don't have the goal, and you'll have like 200, 250. You know what I mean? That's nuts that there's that many people, interested. That's why when people are like, why do you watch this guy so much? I'm like, well, I'm not alone. There's fucking millions of people making videos. Once you're in the fucking vortex, you don't feel bad about it because there's fucking people doing shit all around. They make songs about them. They make and some of the songs are great. You know what I mean? They have a search engine called Pig Go where you could type in a word and it'll tell you where he said it or something like that. It tells you what he said, when he said it.
I'll tell you,
you know what I mean?
If you type a word into Pig Go, it'll tell you every single time it was mentioned on Phil's stream.
Now they did hack they did hack his bank account, but not to steal money, to show the fans he was buying WWE champions on his thing. Now Phil would say, "Look, the detractors, they hurt my family. They come after me." No, he's afraid to go in public. Like Phil won't go to a convention because he thinks a detractor will come up to him and fucking fuck him up. Meanwhile, Phil, people aren't breaking the law and shit. You can't just go up to people at a convention and start fucking with you. He's just afraid of everything. You know what I mean? It was like when the DoorDash driver didn't put his food out, wanted to hand it to him, he fucking had a conniption. So what we're rooting for is we are rooting for Phil to have 1 week of under $150, and I promise you, we will be laughing.
Straight to the bank.
Making funny lines, talking over the top, swearing like a sailor. Hilarious. No production values, no budget to it. Just him and a camera making fun of
Internet Hazmat
Though I
says
get what
AV
he's
Jam
saying,
bought
there is
games
a
from
kind
my
of
store
purity and
last week.
earnestness to early YouTube
Nice,
keto,
brother.
and I use that word loosely because I'm pretty sure
Make sure you got a
AVGN was
wrench.
on another site before he was on YouTube, but I digress. I think Phil took the no production value part a little too seriously. He took pride in posting playthroughs in bulk, with several hours of video dedicated to each game with absolutely no editing involved. On this
got a
decrepit,
wrench.
old, and abandoned channel, there are over 7,000 videos because because back then, you couldn't upload very long videos, compelling Phil to split them up into dozens, if not
And that's
hundreds
another
of
problem Phil had,
individual
is he would
10-minute clips.
oversaturate
Again,
his
I should
videos
remind you, we're
because
not
he was
talking
so
about
greedy
Bandicam
because he was
or
making
unregistered
money.
Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, the channel didn't exactly blow up overnight. Somewhat surprisingly, Phil is proud that he spent 3 years of his life doing this for no money and actively derided other content creators who only started doing gaming videos after they began being monetized on the platform.
So he did it for
Mind
3
you,
years
this man is
without
28
money.
years old and living with his parents, and somehow he thinks it's a merit that he makes no money out of playing video games alone with no one watching. On top of that, he brags about the passion and effort he put into the videos and his larger upload volume compared to these other, much more successful creators, when in reality, he just has the most videos precisely because of how
Internet
awesome
has
his
him at cruises
efforts are.
80,000
It's the
videos
perfect
more than
example
any one
of
person can ever
quantity
watch.
over quality. Once again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's that he brags about it in a really grating way while putting others down. Oddly enough,
Right.
Phil's first conflict with someone else to be documented online wasn't a result of him disrespecting other YouTubers for trying to make money off of their content. Instead, it was during a recording of his playthrough of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions when he was making too much of a racket, and his neighbor decided to interject.
Hey, shut up!
Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his neighbor's advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil. The running joke surrounding DSP's online presence actually had a running
His neighbor
start,
was
as
a
they were already going on
detractor.
before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing
Right.
his content in order to pick up on it. Though if you are to go back and look at these older uploads, you can catch them in the wild. For example, Phil claimed he suffered from a chronic nasal drip, and because of this, he also chronically
That's why he
snorted loudly
snorts.
into the microphone. Later
Or
on,
came
in
in.
part due to his tendency to ask for
I
money,
always thought he
this
did
take of
Adderall.
Phil's got him compared to pigs many times.
He definitely doesn't
Another
do
focal
coke.
point for his haters was his loudness, which his
No.
neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier exquisite
Yeah, his
sound
ack
design.
laugh. Here's his ack laugh.
But let's be fair here, regardless of how entertaining or irritating these may be, they're most likely done unconsciously by Phil. This is just how he is. He had no choice. However, what he has chosen is to be the real-life incarnation of a character from South Park, as he made a series of videos dedicated exclusively to cataloging his funniest racist remarks.
DSP's
while
fan
gaming.
voted
Many
10
people's
racist
careers get
remarks.
decimated when they have
See,
one
that's
racist
why
remark revealed
I
to
don't
their
want to say
audience,
they
but
were
Phil is
funny,
such an absolute
but there was
based
more
unit that he
entertainment
himself
watching him play
compiles and
games
posts his
then
own
than
expose
now.
material.
'Cause
Around the
he's
same time,
afraid
he
to
started
do
putting
this
more
kind of
effort into
stuff.
uploading to his
He
YouTube
refers to
channel.
it as
He was also
risque.
hired into a job as a customer service phone operator for a company called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters. Though sometimes
His
he
dad
refers
got
to it
him the
as
job.
HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly worked extra hours and was paid less than other people who did the same job as him, despite the company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training for a promotion into what sounds like a general managerial role. He supposedly did all of this training while remaining a customer service employee, which he described as equivalent to working 2 jobs simultaneously. After 2 years of this, he was temporarily taken out of his customer service position and placed into that managerial position. And if his word is to be trusted, he revamped the entire company and started
If his
saving
word
them a
is to
lot
be
of money.
trusted.
And his work was so excellent that they gave him an award. The only problem was his work was so excellent, in fact, they no longer had any use for him. And within 2 months of giving him this award, they laid him off. Does this sound fishy to you at all?
Here you
Because it
go,
sounds like the
retard.
Pacific Ocean to me, and to many other people as well. Well, though we only have Phil's side of the story, it's not that difficult to glean a very different one from simply
Phil's
looking into it.
side.
For starters, his last job was at Best Buy, and the story with it is also very interesting. Phil claims that he was the leader of a business team and was paid better than everyone
Business
else, and that the
team.
leadership at Best Buy hated him because he made too much money. Again, this
Wow.
story is basically that he was so good at his job, there was no reason
There's
for
3
the
lies
business
right
team,
there.
which he was the leader of, to exist, and because they couldn't just fire him, they framed him for violating Best Buy's discount policy. That, or he did indeed get fired for violating Best Buy's discount policy, but I'll let you decide which is more likely. If only they reduced his pay instead of framing him, they would have found out that Phil is willing to be underpaid and work multiple jobs at the same time. Anyway, this is just a segue to the question, how did he get a job at a helicopter support company? The answer is
Dad.
deceptively simple. His
Dad's got a
dad,
job.
as a former logistics coordinator for HSI put it, there was a significant culture of being rewarded in accordance to who you know rather than what your work affects.
Who you know.
Presumably, Phil heard these kinds of complaints from his more blue-collar workers and decided to pretend he was one of them, but the truth was precisely the
Phil
opposite.
says
His
he's a
father, David, worked at
blue-collar
the company as
streamer.
a customer support manager from 2005 to
He's also,
2007, later being
he's a
promoted to
small
logistics
businesswoman,
manager
too.
and finally continuous improvement leader, which is noteworthy since this
Okay, so that is what got me originally, where Phil caught my attention when I first started watching him, is when I heard him say This is when I was like, oh, okay, this shit's great. He referred to what he does as a business. And he was, yeah, and he would say certain games would kill the business or whatever. My whole thing is this. It's one thing if Dr. Disrespect calls his shit a business when he's got a team of people that are working and fucking cameras and all this other shit set up. That's one thing if those guys want to call it business, which I don't even think they do. Phil, you calling it a business is almost like an immediate fucking probably rub a lot of people the wrong way. I was able to kind of laugh at it and go, we got fucking Ken Bolin right here. The business. That what I like about Phil, though, is the money's at least going to him. We're not raising money for fucking the Twisted Sisters, Evil Knievel, Jim Crick. No, he's raising money for himself, which he has the same problem as Kenny, in which they both don't know how not to beg. Meaning, me and Schmidt used to always tell what's his name, look, dude, you don't even have to mention donations. I bet you we make blah, 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 which we always would. But he would always still bring them up. It's almost more like Bill Bones said. He said DSP is addicted to begging, meaning there's just got to be a beg or something has to be for me. Like when he was doing the Keto Casino, when he was being so ungrateful, they did all that shit for him. And they made a good point. People were like, oh, they were snaking him. Hey, at the end of the day, they got Phil $4,000 that first show they did. How many people do that for anybody ever? Get somebody $4,000 and they didn't even want anything. They went on Phil's show to do the review tech. They took a L. You know, probably some people would have threw them money, but they just wanted to get on the good side of DSP to where they were hoping they were going to get better content from him, but he refused to do Detractor shit. And he said, my people don't like that. Your people. Who's your people real quick? Let me hear your A-team real quick. DSP? What, Jade, Copium? Fucking, you got rid of DJ Trump Real. All the good people, Fanucci, and all the fucking, I don't even see Sarah Barkley over there. You blocked David Barkley.
Don Fanucci.
You blocked Jay Walks after he gave you money.
My feelings are pretty hurt too. My mom's also.
Is the exact phrase Phil uses when describing his job and training at the company. It instantly becomes clear that David, having achieved a reputable position in the company, had his son hired as the position he used to occupy. The highest likelihood is that Phil simply transplanted his dad's achievements onto himself. Unlike Phil, his dad is an extremely experienced and highly skilled person, a former Marine with GPAs north of 3.7, along with a bachelor's, 2 masters, and 1 PhD, all related to
dad's
quality management.
legit.
His stint managing HSI was just an extension of his already decades-long business relationship with its parent company, Sikorsky Aircraft, having begun as a mere shop technician and being promoted all the way up to an elite position before becoming his own boss and opening a company of his own. The job he passed down to his son wasn't an entry position, it was something he worked up to for 3 decades. So it's no wonder Phil couldn't fill his shoes even a little bit. All of this becomes particularly egregious when later on in his career, Phil punctuates this story with his complaints and grievances about how corporate America is mean and exploitative to poor little blue-collar workers like him, when he was literally a nepotism hire. The whole being thoroughly trained for an elite position story also disintegrates once Phil makes the mistake of showing the award he got during a stream. As it turns out, the award for his amazing work was in fact simply a certificate that he had completed something called ACE certification program, which by doing cursory research into the company is something that tens of thousands of people go through at HSI and not a special program he was assigned to by the vice president himself. In any case,
Isn't it crazy
his job at HSI is so
detail
great that he
these
actually
people
believes
go
that him
into
being
for
laid
him?
off caused the company to go out of business.
At that helicopter company I worked for, within a few years of me getting laid off, they went out of business.
Another very conveniently
went out
underexplained
of
wrinkle
business.
in this story is the detail about him buying a condo so that he could live closer to the job. And I paraphrase, be the guy that shows up during a snowstorm when everyone
That's
else
a lie.
doesn't. The problem with his Hustlers University tier motivational grind begins with the fact that he bought a condo while being supposedly severely underpaid. However, the real crux of the condo story comes when you find out that based on the intentional self-dox Phil gave out in a video tour of his condo. And the
So all
public
those
records of his
statues you
dad's
see,
address, which are not
the
going to be specified for
detractors
privacy
pointed out
reasons, it
that
was
how
less
much
than a
those things
10-minute
cost.
drive from his
They were like
parents' house.
thousands of
He already
dollars.
lived near his job. All
Phil
his
was
move
spending
did was shave
thousands
off
of
a mere
dollars on
5
those
minutes from the
statues.
total commute, meaning he bought a $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. More avid followers of DSP have added to the in-depth analysis of his condo shenanigans, saying that part of Phil's motivations for buying property so close to his parents was so he could just go back to their house to get meals and his clothes washed, due to him being too much of a man-child to do those things himself. And to be honest, I actually agree with that lifestyle choice because
And
I am a
his
man
first
baby and I
girlfriend
refuse
was
to do
actually
anything.
hot.
Last but not
Panda Lee.
least, it's claimed he at one point admitted to buying the condo from a girl he worked with in hopes of getting with her, only to be notified she had a boyfriend after the deal was closed. However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil uploads have been privated or otherwise unavailable through regular means, so these footnotes have yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts,
not
Phil
even
once
his
again
channel
found himself
anymore.
unemployed, and it was during this period that he decided to pursue content creation full-time, and his hobby turned into his profession. There was only one pesky little issue with this plan. Phil had his AdSense account preemptively disabled for directly begging for his audience to click on the ads that appeared on his videos, something that went
He
against
begged
the
on
terms and
people to
conditions
click
of the
on
standard
ads
AdSense contract.
so he'd get
Please
money,
go to
and
my partner channel,
they
the
penalized him.
HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed.
Phil would
Early
later try
begging
and
before you
distract
could ask
from this
people for
fact by
money.
saying that the real
Click on the
reason his
ads.
AdSense was suspended was due to a video of his being so successful, YouTube thought he was cheating.
I made this video of me in the shower topless, scrubbing my body, basically slurring my words because I had drank so much.
Yeah, he did a shower
It
video.
went viral. Within a day, the thing had something like 30,000 views, if not more.
That's not viral,
And
Phil.
honestly, because I
30,000,
was
by the
making
way.
so much, there were ads on it, and people were going crazy for the ads. I made like $1,000 in a day on that video, which is out of control.
He said people were
right?
going crazy
But
for
that
the
video
ads.
got so much attention. Guess what? That was the video that triggered YouTube 7+ years ago to think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they contacted me and said, "We're kicking you out of the AdSense program on this channel because we suspect that you're sitting there clicking on the video to
You
get ad
were.
revenue because you made so much in one day." And I was like, "I didn't. It was the viewers. The viewers went nuts for this crazy video and probably went over and went, oh, I want to support Phil, the underdog. He just lost his job. Let's all
The
click on
underdog!
ads," which you're not supposed to do.
And
You're
he
not supposed
just
to do that
lost
on
his
YouTube.
job. This is
No, you're
early
not supposed
Phil,
to ever
folks.
try to
This is
ask-
before the money.
Have someone click on ads or anything. It's supposed to be of their own free will. So YouTube falsely accused me of doing this myself.
That sounds very, very real. In the very same breath, he let us
Yeah.
know that he asked for people to click on the ads, confirming
Turkey
that
Tom
this
said
was the
that sounds
violation in
very
question
real and
before
laughed.
proceeding to haphazardly justify it. This wasn't the only blow Phil suffered, as the series of playthroughs he was in the process of completing were being uploaded to his channel for the game Splinter Cell Conviction. He got copyright strikes.
So basically,
which made the
Alvin,
original Dark
he was making
Yeah.
6 figures. All he had to do was get a video game, play it to the end, and put the videos up on YouTube, and boom, boom. Now, instead of getting his videos better quality or shit like that, he did not evolve, and that's why he peaked early and his views kept dropping to where he had views, but it wasn't like when he first kicked off.
Side.
Damn,
Phil
so
channel
he was
stream-
so
Go
he
on.
was making 6 figures early on.
Yeah,
like,
because they
he
have
like
the.
didn't-
They were. I don't know if it's this or June's doc, but it shows the Phil's first year of YouTube how much he got paid, and that's why you'll see that condo and there's all those trophies. And where Phil's a piece of shit was he had people doing shit for him and he wouldn't throw him money. There was Yeah, we'll show you the Howard and Rambo shit.
Cool.
He was making thousands of dollars driving BMWs, not hooking his friends up. See, that's the difference between me and DSP is I always make sure my friends are hooked up.
to
Yeah,
a halt.
you gotta.
In response to
Day
this,
ones.
he created DSP Gaming, his longest running and currently still active main channel. Even after
Out of
the
all
original
channels, he
channel
names
was
it DSP
deactivated when
Gaming.
YouTube decided
Why
that
not Dark
copyright
Side
claims
Phil?
were indeed false. Since
Fucking
his AdSense
loser.
account was still not working, the
DSP
prospect of being a
Gaming.
professional
Yay.
gaming content creator on YouTube was still squarely outside of Phil's purview. So he went to another website, which at the time was one of YouTube's
And I think
main
it's because he was
competitors, Blip.tv.
worried if he was the king
Blip
of
was
hate,
considered lax
no one
around
would donate
copyright
to him.
issues, hence why creators like nostalgia critics Doug Walker also re-uploaded their content there. However, Phil's time on Blip was very short, as the more relaxed terms of service made him a little too comfortable. How comfortable? Well, he decided to roleplay as the last remaining Nazi during a playthrough of the game Dead Space.
Now,
2,
they gave him
saying
a
that
lot of
every
shit for
enemy
this
he killed
comment.
in
I didn't
game
think it was that
Jewish.
bad.
This is what happens when you let
hilarious.
the Jews do whatever they want. You've let Because the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact.
They killed him for this comment. It's still brought up to
Despite
this
being the
day,
second
this clip.
biggest creator on it at the time,
Hello,
this probably
Jew.
lost him his partnership with Blip, leaving him bereft and upset that he wasn't given a chance to redeem himself by the platform. Just in the nick of time, however, came Machinima, who offered him a chance to bypass his AdSense troubles by having the money come into their account. For the sake of full disclosure, an often forgotten about fact is that this wasn't the first opportunity he had to partner with Machinima. The first time a contract was being negotiated was back in 2010, but Phil ruined it by first demanding his
Damn,
videos be
2010.
featured once a week on Machinima's
Unreal.
channel, and when his demands were rejected,
I just got
he made
out
a
of
video
prison.
trashing the company for unrelated, and according to Hutch, made-up reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway. On top of that, they would also protect him from any potential copyright issues he may face. Just like that, DSP was back to brute forcing his YouTube success by uploading a massive volume of videos until one of them happened to get a lot of views, much like he used to do on the original DSP account. Alongside the gameplay videos, he had other segments such as Ask the King Q&A, the Weekend Preview,
Which was
which I
good.
suppose covered
Ask the
DSP
King was
related
probably
news,
the smartest
and
shit he ever
notorious
did.
DSP Tries It, where Phil would, as the
And
name
DSP
suggests,
tries
try
it.
new
Look,
things of
look,
all
Alvin.
varieties.
It's
Eventually,
DSP
it
tries
was
it, but he
canceled,
used to
however,
do
due
it
to
in
the negative
his
effects it was having
his
on health,
condo.
due to how often
He didn't do it in his
tried
bedroom.
eating
It was
extremely
better when he
unhealthy
did it
fast
like
food.
this.
Despite the very rocky road he took to get to this point, Phil finally approached something
But I don't
resembling
think Cat
stability,
wants
and
him
even a fan
recording.
base who tolerated his attempts at
Hell
humor
no.
and the incessant burping and snorting straight into the microphone. Okay, that's a little facetious. The Dead Space thing was honestly pretty funny. If you were to scroll through the comments on his condo tours from 2011, people were genuinely happy for Phil. Many even living vicariously through him, wishing they had an entire condo to be their man cave full of gaming memorabilia. For every person annoyed by Phil, there were many more that enjoyed watching him. There was a moment in time in which it could be said the general audience wanted to like him, and there was a reason to be optimistic for the future of Darkside Phil. But nobody could predict how fast this reputation would sour.
Hate worthless humans. If you worked on this part of the game, you're a worthless human.
Joining the
In the
dark
early
side.
2010s, Google reformed its AdSense system, and now it rewarded viewer retention instead of sheer numbers of views. Essentially, the longer someone watches your video, the better. Just getting a click is not enough to make as much money as someone who gets people to stick around on their video for an hour. This was an issue for Phil since he had a penchant for splitting
So
his
they
videos
kept
up into
changing
dozens
everything.
of little tidbits, rarely cracking 10 minutes, often being as short as 2. He also refused to improve the technical aspects of his content despite how much money he had already made out of it.
He was
how
being
many of his
greedy.
actual
He was
legitimate
just
fans were
releasing
begging
a
him.
shitload
By
of videos
2011,
hoping the
PewDiePie
views
was
would add
already
up.
soaring to insane heights of popularity with relatively good quality, a decent mic, and even a face cam, setting a new standard for gaming content, while Phil was still languishing with his busted camera filming his screen with
A new
little to no
standard.
editing to speak of. The problem became more and more inflamed as time went on, and Phil's viewers let him know that if he wasn't interested in evolving his format, they would move on to
See,
newer and better
evolving. I
channels
use
than
that same
his,
word
to which
Turkey
he either
Tom did.
responded with derision, a ban from his channel comments, or both. In short, DSP made it clear he didn't want to treat YouTube like it was, his job and his only source of income.
2 years ago, it was about me, waking up, putting my camera down whenever the hell I felt like it, recording for a few hours and uploading the footage to YouTube. Now, it's about having a schedule. Every day, getting up, whether I feel good or not.
Look at him talking about the
walking down
schedule
on the
10 years
couch,
ago.
setting
Still to
up
this day,
live streaming
does the
on
schedule.
so you guys can watch live. Then trying to figure out how to schedule out uploads.
So much
Actually,
work.
I'd say this: it's actually more work at this point doing what I'm doing because it is more like having a regular job.
So he's
every
always
day I'm
been
trying to
lazy.
do 2 streams.
Okay.
So
Because
that's where
the
that's
kind of
him already
dedication
being
that I put towards
lazy.
this effort.
Like Phil, you're
So,
making money.
Sitting down, streaming for several hours, uploading videos, streaming a second stream, babysitting the videos, setting them up for uploads, putting them into playlists, tweeting, keeping you guys in the know. It's a lot
He
of work.
says all
versus
that like
what I
it's a
used to
bad
do.
thing. Meanwhile, he made 6 figures off of YouTube before. If you give me 6 figures, I'm not going to complain about spending extra time
Very rarely
editing.
do you get this clear of an admission of laziness. He often bragged about how much money he made off of his channel, but clearly it wasn't enough for him to hire an editor, get a capture card, or basically anything that would improve
Yeah,
the
won't
experience for
hire
the viewer.
editors.
The
He's
viewer being
against
the
all
reason
that.
He gets any money
'Cause
in
he
the first
spends all
place.
his
And if
money.
that weren't enough, even in hindsight, he sees nothing wrong with his attitude and actually blamed the negative responses he was getting on people being envious of how much money he was making. Due to his plummeting popularity and concomitantly his depleting AdSense revenue, Machinima sought to reevaluate his contract, renegotiating various areas of their partnership. Particularly, the amount Phil was paid for pumping out his content slop was under heavy scrutiny, since Machinima was receiving a lot less from advertisers. It seems that this renegotiation talk finally lit an ember under Phil's ass and got him to at least try and do different things than his usual stick. One of these things was a series called Project 7, which was purportedly made
Which
based
would have
on
been
suggestions
good,
from
but he
Machinima
fucked
and
those
his fan
guys
base.
over.
I know this era of
Didn't
YouTube
offer anyone
became
any money.
particularly content adjacent to AVGN and Nostalgia Critic.
At least
which
he
this
was
definitely
trying.
It's typically cringy and corny, and that's part of the appeal, but I think this was cutting it a little bit close.
That's right, and you'll never escape my clutches.
Now, he wasn't doing any of the editing. These other people were, and DSP never offered him money. We're going to cover that one day. It's actually very interesting. Those are Rambo and Howard, his two friends that eventually end up leaving him.
Because alongside with his panel at MagFest 2012, Project 7 was one of the very few instances
And look,
of
that's
genuine
Phil outside.
positivity surrounding
You'll
Phil's
never
come
see
up.
that
And for
now.
a very brief period, it was almost as if he wasn't completely phoning it in for the money. However, despite Project 7 looking good on Phil's resume and giving his channel the appearance that he was indeed putting in an effort, the stories surrounding it behind the scenes were dismal. In an hour-and-a-half long video that eventually came out in 2015, only to be taken down by Phil due to it being a PR nightmare for him, his friends John Rambo and Howard, with whom he did Project 7, told the truth about how it was made. Mind you, this wasn't initiated by John and Howard, but by Phil himself, who, when asked about the rumors of the two no longer being friends with him, said that real men discussed their problems and suggested that the only feasible explanation for their falling out is that they were jealous of him, as Phil tends to do. All of the videos of Project 7, which heavily relied on editing and storyboarding, were produced by two childhood friends of Howard's, Andre and Paul, who ran the YouTube channel Respect the Pact. As a matter of fact, they were the ones who had the idea for Project 7.
And these are the guys
only
that were
brought
doing
Phil
all the
in,
editing for
presumably
Phil.
because he
Phil
was
never
looking for ways
offered
to
him any
branch out with
money.
his content.
And then Phil
Initially,
said
Phil
when
being the face
they
of
said,
it
why
meant
don't you
their
give him
work
some
would
money?
get
He
more
goes,
eyes on it
they
than
didn't
usual,
want
which is a
money.
good thing. However, they quickly realized Phil wasn't exactly someone who
What a
exhibited
shit
big
It's the
taste.
stupidest
For starters, the
reason,
editing and
because they
special
said they
effects,
wanted
which again
recognition.
were the brunt
Phil,
of the
you give
series,
him the money
was taking
anyway.
up a lot of Andre and Paul's time, especially since Andre was
Do the
about
right
to become
thing.
a father. This
And he
prompted
did it.
John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already
Right here.
offered to do so, and they
Yeah, I
turned it
just
down.
said this.
This turned out to be a bold-faced lie, which was instantly revealed once John mentioned it to them.
Fucking liar.
Apparently,
And you know
had
what Phil
every
said?
intention of
I
keeping
got
every
sick and I had the
proceed from Project
shits all
7
day.
to himself
Why he
and
couldn't
wanted
go
to
meet
share
them
it with
one time.
absolutely no
You had the
one.
shits
And before
all
you
day?
think
You're
this is
making
because
six
of
figures?
Machinima renegotiations or what have
You
you. During
scumbag.
the production and publishing
So
of
I
the
said,
show,
this dude's
Howard
a
noticed
scumbag
that Phil
for
bought
real.
a plethora of expensive man-baby gamer toys, which he's known for decking his house out with. And if
Man
that
baby
isn't
gamer
enough to
toys
evoke
that
a
cost
sense of
anywhere from
injustice, a
500 to
BMW.
1,000.
Notwithstanding, everyone involved in the series contributed out of their own pocket to produce and sell merchandise for it, but only Phil ever saw any of the resulting revenue. The pettiness on Phil's part was so extensive that he didn't even tolerate positive comments about the other participants in Project 7. Upon seeing John Rambo's contributions to the show,
Yeah, because
being
people
considered
like John
funnier and better
Rambo.
performed than
The
his,
other guy
Phil
that did
rushed to
videos
claim
with
that
them, they were starting to
everything,
like
including their
him more than
lines,
Phil.
was his idea
And
when
Phil
they were
wasn't
not.
liking that.
They confronted him about it, and he apologized, but according to John in particular, Phil's apologies meant very little. Over the course of their friendship, Phil attended to either make a slight or tell a lie about John, apologize when confronted, only to do it again a while after. Ultimately, this is why their friendship broke down. They simply lost all faith that Phil could listen
When
and
John
care
eventually
about what
calls
actions of his
DSP
made
out,
his pretty
great
much
video.
only friends
And they didn't even go
uncomfortable
on
or
tape.
upset,
They
and
just
gave
went
up
on
on
recording.
interacting with them altogether. Eventually, in 2022, Phil claimed that the reason no
Nice.
payment was made to them for their work on the project
I
was
would do
due to the
the same thing
fact that,
too.
indeed, the project
Phil
was
was a
losing
greedy
money.
son of
Even
a
if this
bitch.
was the case, and
Beyond
who knows,
greedy.
there's a fair chance it was, he could have just communicated that to them. The fact that he didn't talk about the
He
project
would buy a
failing until
BMW
makes
in
20
front of
later
his.
is at least
He
a
bought a
little bit suspicious, I
BMW in
guess.
front of
Just a
those
little.
two
While the
guys,
seeds were
and
being
they were
sown for
getting
the
shit for
disintegration of
videos
Phil's
they were
relationship
making.
with his
Not
friends,
even a
he was
couple
beginning a
bucks.
new relationship with someone else.
Like, they weren't asking
Leanna,
for
also
thousands.
known as Panda Lee Games or just
Yeah, look,
Panda
his
Lee.
chick.
Immediately,
His chick
people
was
took
hot.
issue with the fact that Phil was 30
She was
years
18.
old while Leanna was born in 1993, meaning in 2012 she would have been 19 turning 20.
Well,
Since
she is.
Phil's
She
life
was hot, though. Panda
indistinguishable
Lee
from
was-
the content of this
I
point, since
thought
he
she
would
was
spend
sexy.
most of his waking hours doing something or other to contribute to the pumping out
Whatever
of more
happened to
content.
Panda Lee?
Leanna coming into
And
his
now
life
they-
meant
well,
that
she
was
let-
bound to
well,
show
she
us
let
that
Phil-
as
she-
well. However,
Phil's
some
crazy-
viewers
no,
took
she,
issues
like,
with this,
completely
as her
left the
presence
internet.
was sometimes considered
I
disruptive
guess she's
to the
really.
regular
I
flow
heard
of
she's really hot
content.
now. though.
Personally, I don't get this very much because, as far as I can tell, she was basically the female version of Phil and close to being.
Yeah,
as
she's
obnoxious
actually
and
funny because she
insensitive
says
as he was.
racist shit
Anyway,
on purpose.
You gotta like expose the Illuminati. They know everything, but I know more.
Viewers attempted to negotiate with Phil regarding her presence in the videos, but
Phil's-
Phil, like he always
Phil's
does, took this
dents
constructive
hated her.
criticism as abject hatred and
Detractors loved
responded
her.
exactly how
Yeah.
you'd expect him to. When a commenter said, "Don't mind her doing playthrough with you, but these type of vlogs should just be you," he replied,
Yeah,
"You're
see,
very
look, that's
gracious.
a dented
You're
comment.
fucking idiot."
We don't like
The
when your
Leanna
girlfriend's
situation went
around.
on for
Can
a
you
while,
be a
despite the
loser?
consistent grumbling of some members of the audience.
Phil was
Until
10
one
years
day,
older
Phil
than
scabbed
Panda
over
Lee.
during a stream in which
So
Phil was
it's
playing
like,
Kingdom
it
Hearts.
was never gonna
Panda
work.
Lee began provoking the chat by making a series of remarks about the game's quality.
You
Kingdom
date a
Hearts
girl
is
that's
boring.
18.
All fanboys,
They're-
please cry
they're all
into
over the
jars
place.
so I can moisturize in your sadness and rage. Due to this somewhat inflammatory comment towards a beloved franchise, people fell to her goading and began arguing with her in chat.
She was a
This is
real
hardly a
bitch, though.
shock, since
She
when
could be
people are
really
watching Phil
bitchy.
play a game, it tends to be because they like the game. This went on until the crushing majority of chat turned against her, not just because they liked Kingdom Hearts,
So,
but
yeah, some
because
of
she
the chat was
actively
starting to
drawing
turn
negative attention
against
to herself
Panda
for no
Lee.
reason. All of it culminated in her appealing to Phil to do something about people being mean to her
She
in
got a big
chat,
head, didn't
and
she?
so Phil conceded.
All right, and now
What,
I'm going to
what
tell
you
her.
say, Jay Walks?
She got a big head at some point, didn't she?
Well, yeah, she would get a big head because Phil was actually kind of like, real. I don't want to say really famous, YouTube famous. And,
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
You know what I mean? And then it was kind of a thing. So she was like looking at it like, I'm an 18-year-old with this, you know. But then she found out who he was. And eventually he probably was out of there. But this is funny is there right now you're about to hear a clip of Phil defending her because people would shit on her when they would play video games together. She would actually come in and play video games, but she would, you know, the LARPers would always fuck with her. Early LARPing.
Everyone in the chat, I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're gonna
Instead of talking about the game, he still says that today.
Since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend, now you can just have no chat. How about that? So. fuck all of
That's
you
right.
who are
See,
acting
Phil's
immature.
always
This is what you
always
get now.
killing the
We're putting it into
content,
sub-only mode.
making people
idiots.
want to
If
even
people
leave.
had found her to be a slight, even if infrequent, annoyance before, now she had been seen as a bully
Shout
and
out to
a coward
Panda
who was
Lee.
prone to instigating conflicts with her boyfriend's audience, only to run back under his umbrella of safety when people treated her how she treated others. She also took on Phil's tendencies regarding participating in flame wars in the comment sections, saying things like, "I get paid for trolls to watch
Yes,
and
we did,
whine,
BC.
so I don't see the harm in letting me get paid for them to cry more." Yeah, you clearly aren't getting any, but Phil is and has for over
Yeah,
a
she had
year
to
now.
leave
Let's
social
be
media
honest. Do you
because
think Phil and I
she
care
said you
about
just
what
get
you or
blown
anyone
up
else
by
thinks? Because
DSP,
we don't. If you were in
LARPers,
front of
trolls,
me face to
detractors
face,
on
you'd
Twitter.
get a nice helping
They
of my
just tweet
fist
you all
punching
day.
you right in the balls. Perhaps the most ironic moment out of the whole situation was that years later, Phil actually threw her under the bus and described her as someone who was confrontational and always wanted to
Yeah,
get the
Phil,
one-up
when
on
they
everyone
broke
else.
up, Phil
I
made
mentioned
her
it
seem
before,
like a
but
whore.
That's exactly the
Not a
same
whore,
trait
but
that made Phil so
an idiot.
unlikable early on. So he's not even projecting it onto her. He's accurately noticing why they got along with each other so well. They were similar people. But Leanna did serve a purpose in the larger narrative of DSP. Her presence led to much more concrete displays of disrespect from Phil to his audience. Indirectly, she was the reason many of Phil's fans noticed how comfortable he was, disregarding their opinions and just doing whatever he wanted at
Yeah.
their behest.
Meaning
Besides the
Phil didn't
beginning
give a
of Leanna's
fuck if
presence
she
in his
was
life and
shitting on him
content,
and
2012
she was
also
wrong.
marked by even more
'Cause he
examples
doesn't
of Phil
care.
being terrible
Still
at
to this
gaming,
day,
despite
same
it being
guy.
the core of his job. The most glaring instance was during a video of Half-Life Black Mesa, in which he failed to pay attention to the game's tutorial instructions, proceeded to struggle for 30 minutes in an area of the game.
So
because he
this
didn't know
clip
how to
they're
crouch
showing,
jump,
it's
and then
famous
claimed that this
because
core mechanic
there's
of the game's
wrestlers
movement was actually
that have this
bugged.
clip.
Up until this moment,
play it.
Phil's haters were disorganized and disaffected, believing that no matter how poignant their criticisms of Phil and his content were, they'd just fall on deaf ears. But as 2013 began, this was fated to change. A YouTube account called Evil AJ 2010
Beginning of
uploaded
the
very
Detractors.
first entry to a sprawling series of videos
Evil
that would
AJ.
ultimately spell Phil's downfall as a
One of the
content
first
creator.
ever.
This series was called This
Detractors.
Is How You Don't Play, and it compiled DSP's playthroughs while highlighting the funniest examples of him being awful at a game. The first one contained clips of Phil
beginning
playing
of
Metal Gear, a stealth
Detractorism.
game, like it was a
Right
regular
there,
action
just like
game,
that.
and dying a lot in the process. Phil addressed this during one of his long-winded rant videos, and though he made an effort to claim that they were the dumb ones for bringing attention to DSP's
His best
playthroughs
videos
and
are the
indirectly
long-winded
making him
rant
money, it was
videos.
clear that for
And you don't
whatever
do 'em
reason,
anymore.
being called bad at a game bugged him, even if just a little. At face value, it's just a video highlighting how much he sucks at Metal Gear Solid. It's not that big of a deal, right? Like, somebody could make a whole channel on how bad I am at video games. They could make billions. But for Phil, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. The dam was cracking, and many of Phil's detractors, as he came to notoriously
Phil
call
was
them,
not a
saw it as
fan
a sign that they could
of
also
the This
speak
Is
about
How
their
You Don't Play,
grievances
and he
with
should have
DSP in
been.
general. Slowly,
This is
the
when the
spark
war
created
of
by
the
this video
detractors
turned into
started.
a wildfire, and to an extent, it was more popular than Phil himself. Due to Phil's focus on quantity over quality, the views his videos got weren't really attached to him or his brand, nor on how good the videos were. Hence why they oscillated so much depending on what game he played or what the video's topic was. Meanwhile, the How You Don't Play video catered to a very specific audience, people who didn't like Phil, and there was definitely an audience
Bingo.
for that. It seemed like Phil felt the shift
And
to
there
his
was
public
definitely
image
an
happen in
audience
real
for
time,
that
prompting him
back
to
then.
make 2 videos to address the negativity, though he acted as if people actually hated him just because he
'Cause
was
you
bad
couldn't
at the
go
games.
live at
the
one
thing is,
point.
many people have marketed
He
their
eventually
gaming
started
videos
going
on them
live.
sucking at it and dying a lot. But DSP was the opposite. He had a history of branding himself as a pro player and of blaming the game whenever he sucked. Part of his ego, part of his persona, was that he was good at games. Furthermore, he also had a history of putting other people down for not being good at games. Case in point, Tobuscus. Back in mid-2012, he made a video called Get Competitors' Ads Off My Videos that supposedly was just him being upset that other
Like, how
channels were being
greedy.
advertised for
Like,
in
you-
his
you
videos.
noticed
Putting
that,
aside
Phil?
the issue that he was still pocketing the money for these ads, in actuality, the video was a lot more malicious than Phil let on. For a
Sure,
significant
yeah.
portion of it, he did nothing
He
but
knows what he's
bash
doing.
Tobuscus gratuitously.
That being said, please understand, disclaimer.
That being said is the name of a Detractor podcast today. It's the one I watch.
A few moments later.
Your videos suck.
And they
you're
take
not
it 'cause
funny,
Phil
and you're
always
not
says
good
that
at
being
games.
said.
Watch your own f***ing videos. You're horrible. When it comes to gaming, he's not funny. He's not funny.
For starters, this was a straight up stupid move, since if you were into one gaming YouTuber back then, likelihood is you were into a lot of the other ones. So all Phil was doing was angering the parts of his audience that he shared with Toby. But Phil also specifically and seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which are DSP's whole brand, whether he knew it or
Whole
not.
brand.
Additionally, he suggested that Tobuscus, along with other gaming channels he chose not to name here, have found different ways to abuse the YouTube system to get big. This is coming from the man who purposely split his playthroughs into hundreds of different parts so that his total view count would go up, and asked for people to click on his ads so that he made more money from a video. Anyone with a cursory knowledge of DSP recognized he was throwing giant rocks from a extremely thin glass house. Last but not least, he says other gaming YouTubers don't put as much effort into their gameplays as he does. Despite
That's
the
a lie.
fact that as of May 2012, he was still refusing to buy a capture card to properly record
Yeah,
his
the guy wasn't
playthroughs
buying a
instead of
capture
pointing a
card.
camera at his screen. In his mind, his decision
So
to
lazy.
not pay anyone to edit and improve his SEO
Not
by making
spending the
decent
money
thumbnails
on
for him
smart
is
shit.
justified due to how
Now he
stellar
has
his
13
commentary
capture
is.
cards.
So much so that he describes it as non-stop improv comedy.
Jesus
I'm not going to
Christ.
sit here and act like popular early 2010s gaming content was all comedy gold, but Phil's brand of comedy
Yeah, he's
definitely
known for
managed
buying
to
items
be
he don't
even
need.
more
He'll buy
obnoxious.
two-
All in all, it
two
was
of
very
one
clear
thing
that Phil was
and
simply
only use
seething
one of them.
because there was someone being more professional than he was and making more money than he did because
Wasting
of it.
fucking
Yeah.
money.
And then they hired Toby Turner to be the guy backstage. He's acting like an asshole. He acts like he's a goofball. He's self-deprecating. Complete, utter flop.
This entire commotion was particularly rich due to how many times Phil accused other people of disliking him out of jealousy, including the creator of the How You Don't Play series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into
Kojima
a
World
decentralized
Order.
group
That was
called
the name of the
Kojima World
Detractor
Order,
group
whose intro
against
can
Phil.
be seen in many of the
Because
Detractor's
Kojima
videos
was a
at the time.
video game
Unfortunately,
guy
there was
that
also
Phil
a
shitted
downside
on,
to Phil being faced
and they
with
never
all of these
forgave him,
criticisms. It gave
so they
him
went
the
after
opportunity
him.
to play the victim. Despite his decline in viewership having begun all the way back when YouTube's ad
Yeah,
revenue system
Kojima's the
switched
name
to
of a
retention, he
famous
swiftly
guy
shifted
that
the blame
made Metal
to
Gear.
Evil AJ and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said.
But
as a
he's, like,
side to do.
loved.
Finally,
Like,
in early to mid
really
2013,
loved.
DSP did the unthinkable and bought a capture card, presumably his way of caving to the negativity. Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been giving you for years as to what they want to see, or maybe just like what the industry standard is. However, it was a little too late, and the tide had already turned against him.
People
for
were
good.
saying that they
Undeterred,
thought John
Phil went on to
Rambo was
cause even
funnier,
greater controversy
and
within
Phil
his
was not
audience when
liking
he
that.
started the hardcore gaming season giveaway of 2013. When rather
And
than
he was
giving away
funny.
actual
John
games,
Rambo was
he
funny.
instead gave away empty boxes.
This is Deus Ex Human Revolution Collector's Edition. Comes with this very nifty collector's box.
So what Phil's doing
On the
here
inside,
is he used to
comes with a
give
few
away
things. First of
video
all,
game
collector's
cases,
edition packaging.
not the game.
As you open
He
that
give
up,
away the case. Because what it is, it's a special edition
game's gone
case,
to trade it in
and
years
he's
ago.
selling to
The
someone that
Sodom
probably has
lambasted
the game,
unsubscribed
and
from
they use
even
that
by
case
many of his
instead.
diehard fans. Besides his fans,
Instead
he
of
was also
giving a
being
fan
ridiculed
a
by his
game,
peers.
he was making
Other
6
YouTubers and
figures.
gaming adjacent celebrities anywhere from
Fucking
2013 to
insane.
mid-2014 were finding out who DSP was from the clips of him floating around online. PewDiePie and Minecraft's creator
Look,
Nosh were roped
PewDiePie,
into
big
the DSP
creators,
phenomenon.
knew
Even
who
fellow
Phil was.
Blip.tv
Well
adjacent
known.
lolcow Spoonie
He was just
roped
too
in.
stupid
Perhaps the most
to learn
notable
how to make
instance of
money
another
with these
YouTuber
people.
chiming in with
He
their
wanted
2
to
cents
be
about
the
DSP's
enemy,
situation was total
even though he
biscuit,
says
but
he's the
not
underdog.
because it was the most aggressive takedown. As a matter of fact, it was
Look,
quite
Jim
the opposite.
Sterling
Yeah,
before
one
he
of
was
the
a
most
tranny.
scathing pieces
That
of
guy's a
criticism
tranny now.
DSP ever
That Jim
received,
Sterling,
precisely because of how
he has a
generous and
wig.
understanding
He's full
it was,
tran.
as far as trying to see it from
That's
Phil's
crazy.
point of view. After being mentioned a few
No,
times
Jim
by DSP,
Sterling
Total
shit used
Biscuit
to be
made a
good.
comment saying, "If DSP is name dropping me a lot, I don't know why. It's really weird that he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's content and his attitude. I've done some terrible things on the internet that I regret, but nothing close to the stuff he does on a very regular basis. He is a really,
You hear
really
this?
bad Let's Player, constantly blaming the game for his own mistakes, and I find that really
Yeah,
distasteful.
blames the
If you make
game
your
to
living
this
playing
day.
someone else's work,
Still
then the
does
least you can
this.
do is respect the work that went into it.
Never
in the first
says it's
place.
him.
I don't like to see someone harassed online daily. I've experienced it myself, and it's put me in some really dark places. But to say DSP brings it on himself is a massive understatement. His persona is the king of hate. He does it on purpose, and there's a lot of baggage that comes with being super negative. That's like his only defining characteristic. He's not good at the games he plays. He's a controversy machine, and that feeds his channel. Nothing I've seen him do has caused anything positive to happen. Here's the thing. Insulting your fans is often blown out of proportion. DSP is terrible for this, and most of what he says to his viewers is inexcusable, but let's not pretend that viewers are immune to criticism themselves. They often act like assholes, they're entitled, whiny, and provide a lot of subjective criticism with no constructive use. It can drain you emotionally and mentally to be subject to that kind of stuff all the time, and I really feel like part of that is why DSP acts the way he does now. Sometimes viewers do shitty things and should be called out, but let's be frank, DSP has a long history of calling viewers out for no reason. Rather than try to move away from that, he has embraced it. I'd like to see DSP get some help. Therapy. DSP in his current form doesn't help anyone, least of all himself, and incidents like the "I'm giving away boxes" thing make me believe he has some problems that he needs to deal with and get past, because regular people would not consider that a normal, sensible
documentary's
thing to
got
do.
4
I kinda
million
pity him,
views.
but there's no smoke without fire, and DSP is a metaphorical arsonist obsessed with burning his house down. Kojima World Order is still hilarious. Phil,
It's
upon
the
reading
it's the
that
DSP
comment,
vortex.
didn't take kindly to it. The entire comment is incredibly flawed. It's obvious he doesn't watch my content at all, and has only formed an idea of who I am and what I produce from the KWO montages. Because watching any playthrough for more than 5 minutes outside of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, you'd know that my content isn't constantly bashing games, game devs, and blaming the game
And
exclusively.
it is.
Yes, complaining about the games are part of what I do, but not nearly 100% of the content I put out. The fact he
Most.
thinks that the king of hate means that I've embraced being negative about everything, and that's my hook, just proves he has no idea whatsoever what he's talking about. Total Biscuit thinks that his videos are some kind of godsend because he's informing people about new games that you might not have heard of, and frequently he rips the sucky ones a new asshole. He thinks his content is better than mine because people don't buy bad games when they see his stuff. Only I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews. Just because he puts out one highly edited video and I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him better than me. And honestly, one edited video versus playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do. Seeking therapy because I sometimes get upset over / baited by trolls, if I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be in a nut house by now. Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo and only had one inmate, himself. Besides him pretending like Total Biscuit was saying DSP's content was exclusively negative, Phil completely sidesteps the treating fans like shit accusation and the empty box giveaway so that he doesn't have to acknowledge
The empty box giveaway.
to TB's comment. Despite the fast approaching instability due to his plummeting in popularity and YouTube's ad revenue policies not treating his content kindly whatsoever, the financial mastermind that is Phil Burnell decided it was time to once again buy a new condo, this time in Washington. Supposedly he
Stupid
had no
move.
outstanding debt besides his condo, which he was still paying the mortgage for, and decided
He
that
should've
Connecticut
stayed
was
with
too
his parents.
expensive to live in due to its
He goes,
very
"There's
high
nothing to
taxes.
do
So
out
much
there.
so that it was
You
worth
don't
it
even
getting
go
a house
outside.
in
What
another
do you mean there's
state,
nothing
despite
to
his
do?
outright
What does
admission
it
that he
matter?
had no prospects of selling
There's
or
nothing
renting
to do
Connecticut
out there.
condo.
You
In
don't go
2014,
anywhere.
Phil and Leanna move in together. Phil made it clear from the get-go that he was going to need his audience's money.
PC
a
has
lot
to
of
be
it.
reached the
Again,
golden
the issue
age.
isn't necessarily that he's
Hear
asking
that?
for
Phil made
support.
it
It's that the
obvious
reason
to
he
his
needs support in
audience
the
he's
first
gonna need
place
your
is that he
money.
decided
This
to
is
do a
before
very
live
expensive
streams.
move at the same time his channel was dying. To make matters worse, he tried implying that his lack of money wasn't his fault, but that the slow months he was
Wasn't it? It's not my
experiencing
fault,
was due to
guys.
the games being released at the time not being good. It even
It's
got
the
to the point
game's
that he
fault.
suggested he was going to upgrade
was
his
his
videos
fault. He
quality
had
to
bad
1080p.
quality
You know
videos.
the situation is bad when Dark
He-
Side
he's
Phil
not
is
even really a
considering
good
doing the bare
gamer. There
minimum,
was a
but
lot
the
more
trolls didn't
people
fall
on
for
the
the pity
rise.
party. If anything, his pivot to e-begging after his
That were
AdSense
doing
brute force
edits that
strategy
he
was no longer
couldn't do.
functional only earned him even more distaste, since instead of doing the smart thing by admitting this
Because he
format was
refuses to
outdated
pay an
and
editor, and
obsolete
the
and
people that
changing it
do edit
radically,
for him
he would
for
rather
free,
beg for his
the
fans to give
super
him money
dense,
directly.
he treats
Before,
them like
Phil was
idiots.
just ignoring the requests
Look at all
of
those
people who watched
statues.
him. But
So
now
this
he's
is when
setting
Phil
himself
would
up to
say
inevitably
the
ignore the
detractors
requests of people
use
directly
shit
putting money in
against
his
me
pocket. But
in my
tensions weren't
apartment to
rising
hurt me.
exclusively on the
They,
YouTube
all they would
front.
do is
Over at
tell
his
us how
fan
much
forum,
the
because
the
yes, he has a
statues
fan
cost,
forum, the
so we
users
knew
were
how much
beginning to
money he
become
was
upset
spending.
over DSP's tyrannical method of management. Without due justification or warnings, Phil tended to ban users and lock threads without any concern. One infamous quote to come out of this situation was Phil
Blocking
saying,
people
"I can't break the rules.
instead of
I
just
am
letting
the
them be a
rules."
LARP.
I believe he's actually unknowingly quoting Louis XIV, King of France, who said, "I am the law. I am the state."
Phil was
His own
building
fan base got so
Detractor
sick of it
channels
that
and he
even
didn't
the
even
mods
know
of the
it.
forum, who were appointed
You
by
were
Phil
built-
himself,
you
took issue
built
with
this
it and
city,
tried to
Phil.
strike an agreement with Phil so
That's
that
what's
by
crazy.
establishing clearer
You
rules,
built
he would
this.
no longer act as
Phil's
an
like, I don't
administrator
want
and let
nothing
them
to
do
do
their
with the
job.
vortex.
Consequently,
I
he
stay
made a
out of
post
it.
announcing it.
You are the
Effective
whole
immediately,
fucking
all
thing.
account names, avatars, signatures, etc. related to known internet memes dedicated to negativity regarding myself or my work are considered trolling, and per forum rules are a permanently bannable offense. This includes the Kojima World Order in particular, but is not limited to it. I'm already seeing
Kojima
accounts
World
that,
Order
no
was one of the
surprise, are
first
popping up on
Detractor,
the site
well-known
and doing nothing
Detractor
but spreading
groups
unfair and
after
unwarranted
DSP.
negativity about me. I'm all for legit criticism, but these anti-DSP movements are not that. They're one-sided bullying campaigns and will not be tolerated on my site in place of business.
One-sided
If you have a
bullying.
problem with that, contact an admin for immediate
Yeah, this is the
deactivation
guy
of
that
your
says
account. Thanks all
they
for
can suck his
understanding and
ass.
moving forward positively. Despite this agreement, Phil proceeded to not uphold his end of the bargain by permabanning a user for what he deemed was unwarranted and unproven slander. The mods of the forum, along with many of the Twitch mods, resigned en masse, saying, "For those who read the settled agreement, this was not allowed. It was in direct violation of our agreement. We tried our best to stay, and unfortunately we failed in that regard. All the best, the departing staff." Noticing that even his own mods had left him, or in his eyes, betrayed him, a la Julius Caesar, Phil decided to respond.
Early
on the
mods
forum.
going
Mods
rogue
did not
because they
uphold
learn
their
he's
end
an
of the bargain
idiot.
first, which is why we've come to this. I refuse to pay thousands of dollars for a website where I get personally attacked with slander on a daily basis by the same
With
people. Getting
slander.
slaps on the wrist, such as warning points, haven't done anything to change the fact that the forums are a shooting gallery for my head. In the future, I'll either be seeking new forum staff who actually have the time and willingness to properly moderate, or I'll be downgrading the forum altogether to something more manageable for less people. I guess I didn't
How'd
really
that
need a
work out for you,
$3,000
Phil?
website, and I set myself up for failure when I got it. Thanks for those leaving, and I wish you all well in the future. For those wishing to stay, let me know so we can talk stuff out. I actually don't know what the hell he's talking about here. There are free
Right.
forum template websites you can use for free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a really bad liar. As a matter of fact, there's no
Yes,
reason to
but
even
he's
bring up
both.
$3,000 in the first place, so I suspect he just said it to brag. Unless he's trying to suggest he was paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation continued to escalate as an administrator
Well, everyone,
ousted
unfortunately,
Phil and
in a
would continue to
childish
take
act-
over the site, who in turn canceled the giveaway he was doing at the time due to it relying on
The
fan art that was
giveaway.
being published on the site. After the site was flooded with not safe for work images and completely wrecked, it went down and stayed down for good. At least until Phil revived it sometime later with a new, less inflammatory name. Just the DSP forums. When someone entered DSP
Yeah, he was trying to
stream as
get
he
rid
played
of the
Mortal
King of
Kombat
Hate
10,
moniker.
they successfully got him to lose his temper by bringing up the Leanna Kingdom Hearts incident, prompting Phil to spend the next few minutes just airing out his rage.
He's talking about something that happened 2 fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. He really, the reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right?
Early
You have to
trolls.
listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet.
The tirade alienated vast swaths of his audience, and he apologized the very next day in a video on his YouTube channel. For once, this was an appropriate response, even if he was pressured into doing it. Every once in a while, Phil does seem to exhibit a sense of clarity. For example, some of his trolls doxed his new location back in the summer of 2014, which wasn't a very difficult task to do considering how careless DSP was about it. It took a long time for someone to do something with that information, but after 5 consecutive days of being DDoS attacked, someone tried to swat Phil, saying he either had or was in the process of murdering his girlfriend and her family. I don't have to explain how absolutely
Now that's fucked up.
unjustified and dangerous
I don't
this
agree
was,
with the
but
SWAT.
Thankfully, Phil had already been in contact with the police because he predicted
But Phil
something
was
like that
on.
would
Yeah,
happen.
you gotta give
Perhaps
Phil
because
credit.
something similar
He knew
already
that
had happened
swatting
at
was
some
becoming
point,
a
but that's
thing.
just speculation.
So
However,
he
Phil took this
called
as an
the police
opportunity
like,
to
"Hey,
conflate
they're
the
gonna
people who
get me."
tried to swat him and falsely accuse him with anyone and everyone who had ever made a "this is how you don't play" video or mocked him on the internet, saying that it was the negative vibe people created around him that almost cost him
He
his
cut
life.
a legendary
As bad as swatting
promo on
is,
the
that's
Detractor,
just a
too,
silly thing for him
after
to do,
he got
especially
swatted.
in the relatively serious situation he found himself in at the time. Obviously, not every hater is responsible for the one nut job that decided to swat him. The noise surrounding his name was getting a tad too loud for Phil's liking, but since he was too proud to start paying an editor and putting out decent content to
Yeah,
quell
could
the
never pay
mutiny
an
that
editor.
the Kojima World Order had created, his strategy to deal with his detractors was to abuse the copyright privileges he had, in part due to being a member of Machinima, to strike the channel of whoever was bad-mouthing him. Once again, Total Biscuit, this time along with
So
Slowbeat,
Phil
popped
early
up on
on
Twitter
used to
address
go
what
after
Phil was
channels.
up to with the abusive
He
copyright
did the
claims.
bowling.
Ironically, DSP was soon going to suffer the same fate he put many people through at this time, when DSP Gaming began facing various copyright ID takedown notices due to his use of fan art in his pre-streams. The threat that this post to Phil's livelihood
And then
would
they
so
went
immense
after
that
him.
drastic
And I
action
think
would be
that's why
taken.
Phil
Hundreds of
ultimately just
playthroughs that
backed
featured
off.
fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine. Not only was his personality pushing people away from his videos and streams, now his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away, and the house of cards was very quickly collapsing. Again, this is not something I wish on anyone, not even someone as annoying as Phil. Having your livelihood ravaged is a terrible thing. However,
Phil
the crux
hates
of the
Turkey
issue
Tom,
is
too, the
despite
guy who
having
made this
actively
documentary.
participated in bringing all of this upon himself,
It's
he
because of
simply
the
wouldn't
title.
stop in blaming exclusively other people for the damage done to his channel. Additionally, he returned to directly asking his viewers for money, this time with a Patreon already set up, which, around this period of mid to late 2015,
Which
was
all
making
the
a little
rewards
over
they hit, he
$1,000
didn't
a
give.
month. Like he always did when
He
it came to
fucked
asking
them
for
on
money,
rewards.
he brought up the topics of his taxes and bills, saying he had to pay off his house. But it was clear to anyone with half a brain that Phil was not exactly living frugally. He had nothing resembling savings to subsist on, and actually
Exactly.
depended on things like the hike in revenue in the latter half of the year to keep himself afloat through all of the debt he had incurred. None of which is explained to the viewer, of course, because that would reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was. Due to the declining ad revenue, Machinima
Phil
once
is.
again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of looking inward to where he could improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watch his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves, among other things. Though he'd previously pledged to never
Phil
again
calling
ask for money
people a
online,
thief 'cause
saying
they got
he would
ad
rather
block.
get a different job than be an e-beggar, he presumably
back.
reconsidered this when he realized how good he actually had it in comparison to a real job, and he didn't want to lose his YouTube gig. He'd actually ridiculed the mere concept of asking people for money, saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Everything is a tax write-off. I don't need money, I don't want that. That's ridiculous. I would have people be sending me money and stuff, and I'm still not asking for that. And I would actually morally
I'm
feel
still not
bad if
asking
that
for
were
that.
the case if I were to have to do stuff like that. And I really
This
hope
is still
that I never
before,
will.
like,
Of course, there's nothing
YouTube
wrong
being
with
your
opening up
job
a
was still
Patreon
like,
per se, but when you
all
try
right.
to guilt trip people into paying for debts that you chose to incur, there's definitely a problem at hand. This wasn't the only instance of Phil eating his own words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was
Now
free.
he does
The
money.
reason that people are playing Minecraft is because it is free. Guess what, Notch? You're a f***ing idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he
See,
changed his tune
those-
to simply having
that
missed
was
the
when he
game
was
and
funny.
set it as one of the tiers.
I know
However,
people
much
hated
like
him
any
for
of the
that
other
shit, but that
obligations
shit was
Phil made
funny
to his
when he
patrons
tells-
during this
when he
time,
calls
he would
out
fail to
someone.
fulfill the extent of what was promised, with him only playing 1 of 4 prospective Minecraft sessions due to low viewership. Another incident came when users voted Persona 3 to be that month's Patreon game. After a 4-month playthrough, he reached the final boss,
Persona
only to
3.
rage quit it and not
This is
finish,
great.
saying it was the worst designed boss fight he'd ever done. He only returned to Persona 3 later, though we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Another tier on the DSP Patreon was yet another reboot of Project 7, which he promised
Yeah,
to
another
do if he
reboot
hit
of Project 7. They got there,
$1,250 a month.
and he
The
never
goal was
rebooted
met,
it 'cause
and he took
Rambo
some
and them
time
didn't
off of
like him.
streaming to work on it.
They weren't-
Just
they
2
were
weeks
done with the
later, he
fucker.
indefinitely postponed production, saying to do Project 7 at that time would not make sense, all while refusing to
Liar.
refund the money donated for that specific purpose. It was also around this time that Phil decided he would only fulfill his pledge obligations if the pledges surpassed the set goals by several $100s, supposedly to counteract the abundance of false pledges he was receiving on Patreon. In addition to this controversy, the prospect of another Project 7 reboot reignited whatever was left of Phil's deteriorating relationship with Howard and John, who at this point were very mad at Phil for a variety of reasons, including the fact he monetized a video he made talking about their mutual acquaintance, Scott. The entirety of their back and forth adds up to several hours, but the short of it was that ever since his move to Washington, there was no longer a real friendship between Phil, John, and Howard. Since this time, Phil has made clear on multiple
Phil's
occasions how
only
he simply
friends
doesn't
ever,
have the
and
time
he
to
lost
invest in
them.
friendships, instead sinking his time into his business, something that apparently continues to this day. Much later
His
on,
business.
Phil recognized that during this time period, it wasn't just his professional life that was tumbling down, but also his personal life. His relationship with Leanna was deteriorating, and he'd completely lost touch with his best friends from his peak era, both of which are cited as some of the most negatively impactful moments of his life. He also recalls doing nothing but eating fast food and drinking to such an extreme point
Apparently
that he
he was hot.
describes himself as being an alcoholic at the time. Pretty sad, and despite
still does
everything, you
that.
can't help but feel pretty bad for the guy. DSP began
times
2016
don't
with a
change.
three-pronged plan. On his main account, DSP Gaming, he'd continue posting playthroughs like he always did, while his vlogs went to the King of Hate Vlog DSP, and his edited videos and montages were uploaded to a third account called KO Gaming. After a rough 2015 that introduced Phil to the consequences of behaving the way he did, he was angling to outwork his lack of manners.
So
and
his
the audience
views
of
were
Phil's
dropping
Detractor.
from the
It was supposed to
millions
be
and
his
tens of
year.
millions
Phil
used
would
to get
finally
to,
become
like,
him
reality
until one
views.
foolish mistake sapped his momentum right at the very beginning. One of the ways he found to make up for his past shortcomings as a
So
content
now he's
creator was
streaming.
to return to
So now
Persona
the
3 to
streaming
beat it,
era
as he was
begins.
supposed to do a long time before. However, just as
This
his
is when
live
he
stream
kind of
for it
got
was about to
lazy
begin
and
the
stopped
screen was
making
set by a
videos
message
and claimed he
informing
doesn't
people they
make
would start
videos
shortly, he
outside of
mistakenly
the
left
room
his
because of
webcam on,
Detractor.
invisible to the viewers. In doing
Get the
so,
fuck outta
he
here,
exposed his
Phil.
audience to what appears to be
That was
his
where he just got
pre-stream
caught jerking
preparation
off.
ritual, if we can call it that. I'm pretty sure I can't really show it on screen,
May
even though
1st
it's not
first.
explicit per
Yes.
se, since you can't see any of it happening, but it's fairly obvious based on the fast-paced jerking motions and his facial expressions that DSP is cranking one out
Weirdest
immediately
face in the
prior to
world,
beginning
too,
his
while he's
stream.
doing that.
As soon as he's very visibly done, the live stream starts, and he says,
Oh, the camera's on.
Oh, the camera's on. He
Camera's on the whole
realized he
time,
just got
almost
caught.
as
Imagine
if
how
he was
embarrassing.
knowingly
Hello.
nodding to those who had the displeasure of witnessing the whole thing.
He
As
goes,
far as live
"Hello."
streams go, this comes close to the mother of all of them. It was covered by Keemstar of Drama Alert, and potentially
this is where
it's the
I found out who
single most
Keemstar
well-known
was.
moment of DSP's
I didn't know who
career
Keem
to
was
this day.
until I
However,
saw this
ironic
doc.
and depressing that may seem. Phil's first response to the situation
Really?
was to simply ban
Yeah.
anyone in stream chat that questioned
Bro, I
him on what
wasn't a
exactly he
deep
was up to
YouTuber.
during that pre-stream. Due to the stream only having 20 to 30 people on it at a time, and
Well,
since a
he had
lot
no
of
life
people
back
watch
then.
live streams in the background while doing something else, like gaming, he probably thought this moment would simply sink into obscurity and be quickly forgotten about by those who had witnessed it. I wonder, in the hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of DSP live streaming and unedited videos leading up to this, if that or something equivalent has happened before, and it just got lost, like tears in the rain. His next move was to berate those who suggested he was such a degenerate as to masturbate in front of his YouTube viewers publicly, before proceeding to claim he was simply scratching his leg. I don't
Yeah,
know
he lied
one
about it at
single
first and
human
then
on
came
Earth
clean.
that enjoys scratching their leg that much. And honestly, I feel like if he had just
I was
acknowledged
scratching
what
my
happened
leg.
and made a joke out of it, it probably would have been pretty funny. He just couldn't do that. The hit to his ego was too big. After the immediate shock and embarrassment wore him down to the point where Phil felt comfortable in ceasing his reflexive lying, about a day later, he embraced it and admitted that he was, in fact, not just scratching his leg. Due to how thoroughly he welcomed the mockery this time around, some people thought that Phil either faked it or did it on purpose in order to get attention to his floundering career. However, as misdirected a person as Phil is, I doubt this is the case, not only because it falls outside of the purview of the typical shenanigans he gets up to, but I honestly also think he lacks the imagination one needs to have that sort of move. It's too Andy Kaufman for good old Phil. There are way simpler and less risky ways to boost engagement besides public humiliation, and if we've learned anything, Phil loves to self-aggrandize, not the opposite. To be fair, despite how bad the incident in and of itself is, this is one of Phil's most competent bouts of dealing with backlash, as he just very quickly owned up to it within like a day or two. However, despite dealing with this flub minimally well, Phil couldn't look very optimistically towards the future of his career and was very much past his prime. On the 1st of May 2016, while streaming the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Moon, on Twitch, his fans would incur Phil's wrath as he lashed out at them.
Quite honestly, let me take a look, because I have not looked at stream numbers all day. My God, the stream numbers were terrible. Wow, what happened? Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary.
No,
and
who's
Phil's
gonna watch you
commentary
play
is boring, and
Pokemon
that's why
Moon,
people
Phil?
don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams.
Back then?
I'm loving this game. I'm
Hell
voice
no.
acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit.
I'm engaged.
I call
Fuck
massive
you.
bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing
He's working
recently and
so
really
hard.
liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete
Watch
and utter
Dogs 2,
bullshit on
epic
anyone who's
flop
saying that
game.
I'm not engaged and I sound like
I
I'm
was in the
bored.
Bay
I'm
Area.
not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out.
People
to the
are
stream.
lazy coming
I
from
don't know
him.
what else to say. You know.
There are few mistakes as easy to
Man, that's
avoid
horrible.
as openly complaining you don't get more viewers.
That's back
While it's not a
then.
particularly grave one, it shines a light on Phil's perennial state of mind. He isn't open to consider that his lack of popularity is due to the lack of
That's
quality
Liza
of his
P.
content, or better yet, the consequences of his behavior as an online personality. Phil received backlash from his fan base, which was then compounded by other creators like Review Tech USA, who covered his little tantrum on livestream. Phil apologized for calling his viewers lazy, but remained steadfast in his belief
I'm
that the
sorry for
viewership
calling you
drop-off
lazy.
has nothing to do with the content itself. At this point in time, the How You Don't Play videos made with clips from Phil's content had completely eclipsed Phil's actual content as far as views and engagement, and Phil
So what-
thought to capitalize
So
on the
basically,
community
what
source
they just said is detractor content, videos that were pointing out Phil's bullshit or this bad play in video games were already starting to get more views than he was. So this guy who was just a normal guy, now he's starting to see all these videos and people start to make shit on him. It probably had to have scared the shit out of him, to be honest. Imagine that. You're just fucking one day, you got hundreds of people against you, thousands.
content.
Yeah,
He allowed
and
other
he's
people to
losing money,
submit
too.
videos to be uploaded to the KO Gaming channel and promised to pay them with, you guessed it, exposure by having their channel's name in the description. I have to make a small
is
note
this,
here by saying
Respect
that
the
he
Pack
still
right here?
hasn't tried
Yeah,
hiring
Phil
an
said,
editor to
"Oh,
work for
I'll
him to
promote
help
your
make his
channel
Let's
by
Play
putting
content
your
watchable."
channel in
It's
my
actually
title."
mesmerizing.
Fuck
anyway,
you, Phil.
the success
You
of
should have
posting
paid them
community-sourced
for that.
content on KO
They were doing.
Gaming was
It was hard to
short-lived,
edit
as in
back
2016,
then.
the
It
channel
wasn't
was
like it is
demonetized
today.
for reasons unclear. His situation was already dire as far as channel growth
Phil
was
goes, "They didn't
concerned,
want
but
money."
soon things
Fuck
took a
you,
turn
Phil.
for the worse. As the adpocalypse hit in early 2017, much of Phil's backlog on his other two channels got demonetized, meaning he could no longer profit off of them and depended even more on his immediate income. However, the potential for AdSense revenue was stripped away from Phil when his content was deemed advertiser unfriendly, mostly because of the years of
Right.
content on each channel loaded with every offensive expletive known to man. Because of this quick succession of unfortunate events, Phil found himself unable to pay for the immense amounts of credit card debt he had accrued, the mortgage
And
for
that's
his new
where
home,
Phil
potentially
stopped with,
even
like,
the
all
mortgage
the
for his old
Chinese
home as well,
talking,
since it's
the
not
shit
clear
that
he stopped
kinda was
paying it,
funny.
and last but not least, the medication he needed for his chronic back pain. This panic over his
So he
future
got
led to
really
even
boring.
greater tensions with Machinima, who advised DSP to start uploading shorter edited content to try and
Yeah.
amend the declining rates of viewership. However, at this point, DSP is almost a decade into phoning it in, and especially now that he's tight on money, there's no way he's paying for someone competent to edit his slop. Incapable of understanding how the business model of his
His
own
slop.
business operates, Phil thinks that
should've gotten
Machinima,
Jake.
along with Google, is shafting him out of money after years of his loyal servitude. In his mind, they owe him something, even if the content simply is not working out. Strangely, he seems to believe that the changes in algorithm were somehow malicious in nature, and that they owed him an explanation as to why he
Malicious
was
in
being
nature.
treated unfairly.
Early
They
blaming
released a video
detractors.
airing out his grievances and basically saying that he'll get to the bottom of it, as if there was something to get to the bottom of. There's no deeper explanation to
Right.
it, other than his low quality standards put his channel in a bad situation, and once the
Right.
apocalypse hit, he was too exposed and got the worst of it. Phil obviously didn't see it that way and wanted to get a satisfactory answer as to why he was making so little money.
And he wasn't
primarily
giving back to
wanted
the
an answer
content.
to
He
why
was
it wasn't
becoming
his
a
fault.
hermit.
His tirade heightened the friction between him and Machinima, and finally their partnership came to an end as Phil was fired from the network. Probably one of the only people to ever be fired from the Machinima network. By March
Only guy to get
2017,
fired
views
from
had never
Machinima.
been lower, despite how frequently content was being pumped out.
The
Phil's
first of
merch
many
on Teespring
drops
wasn't
in the
bringing in
news.
enough revenue to keep things afloat, so he went on the search for a new MCN to be a part of so that he could continue his work. Keep in mind, by 2017, MCNs were basically phased out from YouTube. Most people saw them as scams, or, in other words, companies that take all of your money, give you a portion of it, and don't really do anything for you as a result. But here, Phil was still looking for an MCN. Eventually, he found one called Curse, which was willing to take him in. This was a bit foolish on their part, I should say, since he promptly abandoned them to sign with another MCN, Laveria Media, who offered him content ID protection, with the bonus of allowing him to copyright claim the derivative videos of his detractors. Soon after, Phil noticed Laveria's inability to commit to any of their
Interesting.
promises to him on writing, and sussed out that they probably weren't going to be able to meet his expectations. So he returned
Yeah,
to
the
Curse,
detractors
which,
were
while less
double-
lucrative,
doubling
allowed
by
Phil to
the
continue
day.
his work. However, just as one negative feedback loop is looking like it might stop, another one begins. Phil's domestic life with
Vandally.
Leanna became turbulent. Leanna, by this time, had recently gotten herself a job, and as the breadwinner of the family, was often out working. Probably because of the life experience she was accruing while at work, surrounded by adults
she
with
realized he's
expectations
a
of
loser.
responsibility and maturity, she began maturing herself. herself, and naturally,
Yeah,
heated
maturing,
tensions rose
exactly.
between her and Phil. In early 2017, she tweeted a photo of a fake engagement ring saying, "My co-workers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged. Gotta fake it." While seemingly small, it communicated a lot about how their relationship was going. She wanted more out of it. She wanted commitment, expecting Phil to take it to the
You
next
really
level,
wanted to get
while he
married
was
to him,
comfortably
Panda?
inert. While he acted very confused on stream when it was brought up, it appears he quickly took
He's
the hint and got
retarded.
engaged to her, though
He
he
is.
admitted there was no hope of having an actual marriage take
Put a ring
place
on
due to
that
Phil's
PSP.
unstable finances. Despite the proposal, there were various signs that they were adrift and on a fast track to separation. A little
This
while
guy
later,
used to go
Leanna
when they
suffered
would
an
go on
anxiety
vacation
attack that was so
somewhere.
intense it
Their
landed her in the
version of a
hospital. This
vacation
flare-up
was
of her
go to a
condition
hotel
compounded on top of
and
their
get
already bad
movies
situation,
and
since they had to
popcorn,
pay for her
which you could
3-hour
do
stay
at
in
your
the
house.
emergency room,
Yeah,
despite her
they would
receiving
do what
nothing
we call
resembling treatment besides a
staycations,
pill, according to
meaning they
Phil.
would go to,
The
like,
reason
get
for
a
her
hotel
anxiety
in
attack
downtown
is
Seattle,
unknown. It could just be from the stress of having a job, but
Basically,
many
when
people
you go on
speculated it had to do
vacation
with her
where you
relationship
live.
with Phil. Soon enough, Leanna did break up with Phil and moved
Damn,
out. While he
Leanna,
denied
we
it for a
miss
brief
you.
period, he eventually did speak out on it, saying the
I
following.
miss her.
Since there's been tons of speculation and it makes sense to clear it up, yes, it's true that Leanna and I have broken up. We actually broke up a while
He
ago
said,
and
yes,
she moved
it's
out
true.
2 weeks ago.
Fuck
We
you, Phil,
purposefully
you
agreed
liar.
to keep quiet to
Fucking
prevent
Kurt
any
Angle over
unnecessary
here.
drama on either side, being that we both have public personas and social media presence, and we're
Public
still on good speaking
personas.
terms. This is a personal matter between us dealing with behind-the-scenes occurrences and feelings that, quite frankly, are nobody's
weren't
businesses
fucking
but
her.
our own. I wish Leanna the best. I still talk with her regularly, and we'd both appreciate it if you'd respect our privacy on this matter. As in, don't bother asking for details because you won't get them. In fact, this is probably the
That's
only
gonna
time
spring
I'll
the
really address
detractors,
it, as
Phil.
I'd prefer to move on positively and focus on the future. There will not be any videos made on this subject. Thanks for understanding. Meanwhile,
Liar.
the trolls took this opportunity to make a phone call to the radio station 897
Trolls, look what they did here. I like
KACC
this.
and requested the song "Baby Come Back" on Phil's
Watch
behalf.
this. This is true.
89.7 KACC. We got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving hit Phil like a ton of bricks, perhaps even worse than his financial issues. He began sleeping poorly and began struggling to eat as well, as he used to eat after Leanna made him dinner. Along with the ending of his friendship with John and Howard, Phil has described his breakup with Leanna as one of the most negatively impactful things to have happened to him in his life.
Hey,
At this
Pesci?
point, he was more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber since he was getting
I just sent you a
increasingly
few
less
things
results
to
from his
share on
uploads.
Facebook
And still,
after
the requests
this,
for
after
donations
this
to his
video's
Patreon
over.
kept becoming more frequent. His
Couple of
trolls
things.
found themselves at a crossroads, like a dog chasing a car. They didn't know whether to celebrate Phil finally approaching rock bottom or to mourn how low he'd come. By November 2017, Phil got into another relationship, one that he publicly announced in early 2018 by posting a picture of a red-haired
So
woman
look how
tending to
skinny
his
she
Christmas
is.
tree, though her identity was concealed. The
And
trolls'
then she got
response to this
fat.
was to quickly start a
Yeah, this
thread
is
on
Cat.
Kiwi Farms, claiming to be a lady
that
of the
Cat
night who
ever?
was hired to pretend to be DSP's girlfriend.
this is
And
Skinny
what is
Cat.
perhaps the
And
strangest
they wonder
twist
why
to this
Cat
entire
never
story,
comes on
it turns
camera
out the
anymore.
people behind this particular
You wonder
troll
why,
campaign
Phil.
were Patrick and Brenda Bronsgeist, a pair of professional scammers who used pictures of young women without their consent to
Yeah, so
swindle
some
victims of their
scammers
money.
tried to
After a
set
decade of their
DSP up,
grift,
too.
It was their attempt at defaming Phil that caused their undoing. The woman whose picture they used to pretend to be Phil's fake girlfriend was contacted and promptly refuted their story, and just like
The
that, thread was
detractors
gone. The account
contacted her,
that made
meaning
this thread
even
was
the
soon linked to another
detractors
pseudonym,
were
Angelina
doing
Capri,
work
who had
for
registered
Phil
a
in a way.
domain in the
They
name
were
of
finding
none
out
other
that this
than
girl was
Patrick
legit.
Bronsgeist. By the time
Phil
they
would've
changed the
never
registry
knew.
information to the domain
He would've
providers,
never
it was
knew.
too late. Kiwi
The
Farms had
detractors
already
did all
gotten to
this.
them. Scouring the internet for any information they could find about them, they came up with various indecent images of Brenda, among other things. Another account linked to Patrick was recorded attempting to provoke Phil during Twitch streams, claiming to be a patron who would rescind his pledge if Phil didn't address the rumors directly. Whether
Rescind
this
his
was a
pledge,
planned
that
attempt
means
to
they're
extort
giving him
Phil,
money
or
once
just
a
a way to
month.
kick him when he was already down for entertainment is still unknown. Owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, would personally email Phil seeking to clear the air around the situation. I love
Eventually,
drama.
Phil does
I
an
also
interview
really
with
hate
the
being lied to.
Josh
The
Moon.
escort story had steam to it because the escort identity had tweets mentioning you going back 4 years before the first "This is how you don't play." The escort profile itself had its identity verified by a third party. Every single thing they said was impossible to disprove, but it fell apart in January when she claimed, and no one believed, you had raped someone. That threw her entire story off balance, and people began looking for what was going on. The truth? They were professional catfishers, a Dutch couple using random girls' pics to get money and Amazon wishlist items. They were genuine been fans of yours in 2014 but turned Detractor, then decided to use their extensive catfishing profile against you. I know you don't want to visit my site, so this is an archive of the full details on a third-party site. It totally exonerates you. Cheers, big ears. Following this fiasco, Phil introduced his new girlfriend, Kat. Compared to Leanna, who was outgoing and often
there she is,
outspoken
and
to
she
the
was
point of being
skinny.
Jarring for Phil's following, Kat was more shy, refusing to
And
participate
then he brought her
in
back
Phil's playthroughs
like
and
1
seemingly
year
being
later,
averse to having her
and
photo
it's an
shared.
epic
She
stream
appeared
when she
so
comes
uncomfortable
back,
in front of a
Four
camera,
years,
she
4
quickly
years.
became a
fat.
gag that
4
Phil
years,
kidnapped her
4
as a
years.
hostage. Regardless
Was it
of what was
4
being
years,
said by the
wasn't it?
Detractors,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
was a
it was
good
4
sign
years.
for the relationship, since Kat
did the
wanted
Halloween
nothing to do
stream
with
and then
Phil's
she
online
disappeared.
presence and what it came packaged with. In 2018, Phil tried to replicate the virality
Phil
of his
used to do
original
shower
DSP
streams.
Tries It Axe body detailer
At least he was
video, but it
trying.
quickly overshadowed by another controversy he involved
God,
himself
no one
in. At the
fucking
time,
slut.
prominent streamers
Yeah,
and
he used to
influencers
do
received
shower
copies
streams.
of the newly
But at
released
least I'll
State of Decay
say
2.
he was
Common
trying
practice for
shit.
companies who want to promote their products. Upon realizing he
Well,
was
this is the
simply too
second time he did
irrelevant
the
to be
shower
viable
stream.
as a recipient of a free copy, Phil took to Twitter to rant.
Don't wanna see
Those
him
playing
in the
State of
shower at
Decay
all.
2 a full week early are paid shares.
I think
They are
it's
walking
because people
advertisements,
were saying
not true
he
gamers,
doesn't
and are doing so
shower, so he
solely
did
for a
shower
paycheck.
stream.
I'll be paying
Oh,
for
the
the
paid
game and playing it
chills
this
who get the
Friday,
game
just like
early.
so
This
many
is
of
great.
you. And my reactions will be legit, as
Yeah,
always.
Phil calls
Within a
people
day,
that
Phil
take
retracted the
vid-
statement
money
once he
for video
realized
game
he himself had
shills,
received
even though
free
he would
copies
do
of
it if he
games
could.
such as Fallout 4 and
Well, he
Dark Souls
takes money
3,
for
and
video
that would
games.
obviously
He's
make him
a
look like a
good
hypocrite. So he
people.
retracted the statement, presumably because he himself had received free copies. Not only did he acknowledge the hypocrisy, he also suggested using Twitter for business purposes exclusively to prevent similar situations in the future. Despite his promising relationship with Kat at this point in time, Phil opened up to his audience about his struggles with depression, pointing to the times when he acted extremely stupid and self-destructive as times that he had
deal with,
underlying issues.
depression.
Years later, it seems
Meanwhile,
he was at least
all of his
partially
money's
admitting that
going
Total
to
Biscuit was
Mobile.
right in assessing him as someone, quote-unquote, obsessed with burning his own house down. In July 2018, YouTube guidelines for MCNs changed, and now every report on a client of theirs had to be manually reviewed. This proved a very big problem for Curse, since for every stream Phil did, there were dozens of trolls willing to mass report him, creating a massive backlog of reports that someone at Curse had to be burdened with. Because of this, along with Phil's low numbers, they decided to drop him, meaning Phil was once again a free agent.
Later,
this
Phil.
was particularly
Detractors
impactful on
are
his
taking
finances,
over.
since
We
the
don't
month
want you.
prior, he maxed out his credit cards to pay off the total sum of state taxes he owed, and without an MCN, his main channel, DSP Gaming, apparently couldn't be monetized. He did find a brief period of relief thanks to one troll who spent a hefty sum on donations to him,
One
planning
troll.
to eventually charge Phil back for all of it, but ultimately the chargeback didn't work and Phil got to keep the money. Since he no longer had the
King Tut?
MCN's AdSense linked to his main
Yeah,
account,
people started
Phil had to
sending him
appeal his
tips and then
original ban
charging
on
it back.
DSP Gaming from 2010 in order to make a living. He started uploading his new content into
Yeah,
his long
chargebacks
dormant
became a
KO
thing to
gaming
where
account,
Phil-
but that wasn't much of a
Phil
fix
made
considering
a
the channel
speech
was
once and
dead
goes,
from the lack
guys,
of uploads and engagement.
if you come
Phil
in and
truly
it
was
looks
between
like
a
I
rock
made
and
a lot
hard
of
place
money,
here. On
you
Twitch,
never
he aired out his
know.
frustration
They
in
might
regards to his
charge it
dwindling
back.
income and a lack of financial support from his YouTube
So please
viewers,
support.
saying, I'm going to make a video about it tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge on Patreon for real this
Pledge
time.
on
If people
Patreon
watch on
means give
YouTube,
money.
That's no excuse anymore. You guys on stream, I cannot really ask for more. You guys give me so much already. But those YouTube viewers at this point are just taking shit for granted, and it has to stop. Those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my video and having less than 200 patrons? In the video, he announces that from now on KO Gaming, he will be heeding to people's requests and uploading long-form content, almost as an archive to his streams, instead of hundreds of 10-minute or shorter clips that he used to do. Though this is a concession, it's done very begrudgingly, and it's not timely whatsoever. It would have been
Yeah,
significant
Phil, you
had he
already
done this
burned
5
your-
years prior,
your
but
credibility
now it's just
out.
too little, too late.
That this
I
is
should
how
make
you
a note
don't
here that
plays
he's
and
more
the
than
other
willing to
videos
press his YouTube
ran the
viewers who are
algorithm at
wanting
this
to
point.
watch something without paying for it. Meanwhile, he's not very eager to press himself to get a real job if his financial situation is as dire as he claims it is. It's almost like he's completely sidestepping his monetary
That's why
burdens and
losing
placing
Twitch
them
hurt
squarely
him,
on his viewers,
'cause
like
he had
they're
a
the
lot of
ones in
fuckers
debt
on
to
Twitch.
him. Luckily for Phil, DSP Gaming did eventually regain
she's
monetization. During that year's Halloween stream, after participating on
That's
the
like
stream
the
for a
only
couple of
normal
games,
picture of
Kat
cat you
abruptly
may
left
ever
the
see
stream to
right
go out
there.
with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she
has
left
bad
was because of the
tooth-to-gum
excess of
ratio.
trolls in chat that were upsetting her. One troll in
Big
particular got
forehead.
the brunt of Phil's ire, the almighty Tevin.
Why
Kevin,
does everyone want me to
another
give Kevin a
famous
birthday
troll.
shout out? You guys are
Or
fucking lame
Detractor now.
trolls.
The
Who
Detractor.
cares if I say happy birthday
I watch
to Kevin or
Tevin.
not? Happy birthday
He's not
to
my
number one
favorite.
fucking thief
ALT's my
who
favorite.
deserves jail time for the amount of fucking stuff that he steals illegally.
And that
except
being said,
YouTube won't do anything
podcast,
about it, and he
Meerkat
knows that I
Mob.
can't afford to stop
Shout out
him.
to them.
Happy birthday, shithead.
Tevin's claim to fame, besides beating Phil in Street Fighter on one occasion, is having tried out the Wings of Redemption playbook on DSP.
So what Tevin
deliberately
does
calling
is he's
him
a
Dave instead
restreamer of
Phil
Phil's
to get a rise
content.
out of him.
How
Although
he
it
used to
didn't
do
catch
bowling.
on as much as Wings' Richard
okay.
Samuel routine. It was
He's
an
like the guy
admirable
that
effort.
started
Besides
it.
being
He'll
responsible
comment.
for restreaming
Some
many of Phil's
people
streams, Kevin has
comment
been around
on the
for quite some
restreams
time, knowing of
Raw
DSP
Phil
since
does
before
not.
2010. What's interesting is that many of Phil's most prominent detractors at one point were actually fans of
I'm
him.
surprised
What a
Raw
Batman
Phil's able
dynamic
to
he
stay
has going
around.
on. Due to all the DSP derivative content Tevin had uploaded, Phil began frequently accusing Tevin of stealing his content, comparing
Shout out
him
to
to a
Raw
bank
Phil.
robber,
That's
among
where I
other
watched
things.
it.
Bank
For a brief
robber.
period,
Bank
he was the
robber.
primary recipient of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase "It's Tevin's fault" became one of the rallying
So
cries.
So yes,
of
this is him
detractors,
blaming
especially during that
detractors
period.
early.
But no matter how much Phil accused others, ultimately he was his own worst enemy. Despite being a very
Right,
meek
Duty
person
says that
in
all
real
the
life,
time.
according to
He's his
everyone
worst
who's actually
detractor.
encountered him online, Phil just had conflict in his nature. Some were less personal, such as his brief friction
Low
with
tier God, the black
as the two were
DSP.
often compared
That's
to
who
each
that
other due
is.
to both being very toxic Street Fighter players. As a matter of fact, they even fought a match in game once.
A little bit different than Phil, but it's, they do have a low tier God is a interesting guy.
Oh, he's like Phil.
Another fighting game adjacent
He's the
beef,
black
Phil
Phil.
was unable to stop himself.
Now
from
that's a
entering
guy that
rings when
Squiggles
Alpha
knows
Omega
in the
Sin
Game
used him as
Chasers.
an
The guys
example
we
of
know,
people who
that
rage
guy,
quit matches,
he's
to which
he's
Phil
a
replied
very
by
popular
qualifying
dude
that when he
in the
purposefully throws a
game
match. It's not
collecting.
rage
See all
quitting
those
because he
games
doesn't
behind him?
actually quit.
This
A
dude's
highlight
well
of Phil's
respected
response
in
is
the
when his
gaming
audience
community.
outright tells him that to make a response and address
Squiggles
it is just
knows
going to
him.
create more negativity and he should let it go. To which he responds that he's been the bigger man for a very long time, meaning it's okay for him to engage with someone saying something bad about him just this once. I guess that's sort of Phil's general sin as a content creator. He's unwilling to not engage with negativity, which makes
Thank
for
you,
a
man.
very depreciated viewing experience for people who actually want to watch his streams. He also got in some trouble in 2019 when talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While he does express sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many people to claim he was making what
Meaning
happened
feel
about
bad
himself.
for me, but
the
she
video
died.
also attracted some negative
bowling
attention due to
shit.
it briefly being
Straight up.
monetized after it being uploaded, with the first line in
Straight
the
up.
description being a Streamlabs link to give Phil a tip. Honestly, I think this one's not that big of a deal, but obviously someone was mad. In a similar instance, about a year later, Phil got himself in hot water again, this time regarding Kobe Bryant's passing.
Today's just
Oh,
a bad
man.
day. Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash.
No
My
way.
slaves get corrupted and deleted from friggin' Knights. What else could happen? I hope nothing else. I hope that's it.
DSP had a history of conflating other people's circumstances
What
with
a
relevant or petty things.
Well,
For
you're right.
example, when Toby Turner was facing some very serious allegations in April 2016, Phil posted a video covering his personal story with Toby. The only problem was his gripes with Toby were over
Phil
things
just
like
would post
Phil's
a
opinion
video.
on his content or Toby having
I'll
been
post a
disruptive
video.
and cringy during E3 2011, when the topic at hand was Toby potentially being a sex offender. Another example of Phil's pettiness knowing no boundaries involved fellow YouTuber Pro Jared. In 2016, Jared made an innocuous tweet saying, "I took a wrong turn on in the internet and ended up
Jontron
reading
shit.
DSP hilarity, haha, whoops." A whole 3 years later, when Jared was faced with accusations
Jared
that
doesn't
he
have
cheated
shit
on
on
his wife
Jontron.
and was exchanging salacious DMs with minors, Phil
Jared
actually
came from,
remembered this
Screw Attack.
microscopic
John-
tweet and
Jontron's
spoofed
more
it, saying,
just
"Took
as
a day
popular
off
as
from the
DSP."
entire internet, but hashtag pro Jared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops." In an unrelated video, he outright brags about biding his time and keeping his eye on the bigger YouTuber who had punched down on him, but he made no comment when Jared addressed the accusations himself and largely disproved them. This tweet went viral and got positive reactions from a few other prominent content creators, and Phil had a mind to
DSP going
capitalize on
viral.
the first morsel of positive online attention he got in the entire decade. How did he do this? Not by pushing out some content to capture people's attention and keep them coming back for more. No, of course not, okay? Instead, Phil deferred back to his standard operating procedure, going over every negative thing ever said about him for the 1,000th time in an
Yeah.
almost 2 hour
Still
long
does it.
video. One of the claims he makes in this very long video is that he had less haters now than he used to in proportion to how many genuine
That's a
viewers
lie.
he has. Phil was right, but he had no idea why this was and presumably chalked it up to
It was
trolls
so.
getting tired of his
He had
shtick and moving
quadrupled
on to
the
something
fucking
else.
detractors by
Unbeknownst to
then.
him and many
What do
of
you
the
mean I got less
casual
haters
followers
now?
of the DSP phenomenon, the main group of DSP detractors was about to implode. Wings had Sean Ranklin.
Yeah,
Chris
meaning
Chan had
one of the
Liquid Chris,
detractor
and Darkside
units
Phil had the
actually
Sons
fell
of
apart.
Kojima. Sons of Kojima was a group dedicated to discussing, reacting
Here
to,
we
and
go.
memeing on
Here's the
DSP. Their
Kojima
name
part.
being an
Yeah,
intentionally
these guys
purposeful
are
nod
fucking
to Phil's
insane.
complaints
That's the
about
guy who
Hideo
Phil
Kojima's
shitted
game
on,
design
and
decisions in the Metal
they
Gear game
Kojima
he was
started
playing in
the
the
biggest
first This Is How
detractor
You
group
Don't
at the
Play
time.
episode. The first proper group with this purpose was the aforementioned Kojima World Order, who focused primarily on troll compilations. However, Sons of Kojima took it to the next level and added their own commentary and
Oh,
spins
so
on the
there was
content
two of
to
them.
the DSP
Kojima
moments
World
that they
Order and
compiled.
Sons of
Even the
Kojima,
original
wow.
creator of the This Is How You Don't Play series, Evil AJ 2010, was a member. Quickly, the Sons of Kojima became the largest group of detractors online, with one man at its helm, Fred Fox.
Wait,
Fred Fox, who the nerd used to reference. That's the nerd right there.
Fred Fox.
Deriving his name from the AVGN clip you just
So that's
saw,
one of the
Fred sought to keep
legendary
his real
YouTube
identity
guys
a
right
close
there.
kept
That's the
secret,
angry
and
video
tried to
game nerd.
establish a strict
Fred
code of
Fox
conduct
was one of the
among
most
members of the
famous
SOC, and
because
even the general
China would
DSP trolling
fuck
community
up
at
spelling,
large. Many
so they
former
would put
members
Fred
cited
Fox.
the group as an enjoyable pastime that was gradually ruined by Fred, who took it significantly more serious than everybody else.
Yeah, the
His number
nerds
one
that
rule
go.
was that no one under any circumstance could profit off of DSP, supposedly because it would affect their capability of neutral and fair judgment of his actions. Anyone who attempted to monetize their DSP trolling begat a campaign of intimidation and sabotage from the Sons of Kojima, the most notorious example being with the then up-and-coming YouTuber Ardnas. Ardnas was a rising
So these
star on the
detractors
DSP
started going
detractor
after
scene,
everyone.
uploading daily
They
summaries of
wanted to
Phil's
be the only
shenanigans.
ones to
The one
cover
mistake she made was making money
DSP.
off of her work, something Fred and the SOK were quick to confront her with on Twitter when their
SOK,
content was used.
Sons
the
of
content in question
Kojima.
was screenshots taken by Fred and images of
All
DSP's
created
content
'cause of
with
Dark
an
Side
SOK
Phil.
watermark plastered on it. Ardnas claimed that her videos had ads placed on them by YouTube's copyright
He
system
is
against
the-
her will.
he's a
since they were
breeder of
DSP
detractors.
re-uploads. The incident split the detractor community, as people were either subscribed to Fred's ethos or casuals who thought it was stupid to treat it with much more importance.
It's
And I would
crazy.
probably
They had
agree with the
detractors
casuals.
fighting each
Ultimately,
other.
Ardnas
They all
got her
started
account
turning on
copyright
each
struck
other.
into oblivion after her intro song, which was in multiple videos, was claimed in all of them. Ardnas and another former SOK member had a few exchanges about how Fred was worse than DSP. The
Because
particulars
detractors
around who
used
was
to try to
responsible
put
for the claims
rules
are
and
very
shit back
murky,
then,
but what matters
and then
was that
before
this
you know it,
marked
they
a
all
tide
broke 'em.
change against Fred. For the roughly 3 years that the Sons of Kojima was around, it was involved in more internal drama than DSP himself. In 2015, Phil's main gaming channel, DSP Gaming, had been plagued by various copyright strikes over the use of fan art and pre-streams. Leaks from a former Sons of Kojima member, Kaz, revealed that it was an associate of the SOC, Be Awesome One, who had not only created the fan art for Phil, but revoked permission for its use in his pre-streams, with the Sons of Kojima giving him the authorization. The Sons
Damn.
of Kojima had gone from idly compiling and reviewing Phil's content for fame and ridicule to actively seeking to destroy his career. One user, the King of Divas,
Yeah, some of
saw
these
Fred
detractors
leading the
wanted to
group as
kill
the
him.
direct cause of everyone in it becoming distrustful of each other, but he was pushed out of the community and punished for his betrayal after the fact with a feature-length expose. His private messages, recorded calls, and personal information leaked, all for his non-adherence to the cult of Fred. Another user, Doper, made probably the best assessment of what the group was becoming in a twit longer. Let's be real here. Phil is not Hitler. He's an overweight, careerless
Yeah, saying the
35-year-old man who
detractors were
spends
starting to
his days
lose their
walking from one
minds,
end of his house to
or at
another,
least those
complaining
ones.
about how hard his life is. I've
Oh,
seen
Fox
way too
went
many people
fucking
act as if
crazy.
they're on some kind of mission to defeat DSP. Why? What's the end goal here? Get him off YouTube? Get his Patreon shut down? Why is this something that people would want? What exactly has Phil done to you personally that would justify that in your eyes? He blocked you? He banned you from his shitty-ass forum? He called you names on the internet? Take a second look and think about how little that matters in the grand scheme of things. If he wants to run the forums into his own little safe space bubble with extreme hostility to newcomers or folks that don't kiss his ass, well, he has the right to do that since he's footing the bill for its costs. He has no career future, no friends, no stable income. He spends whatever free time he has going to hotels in his own area instead of actually seeing the world and gaining new experiences. His health and lifestyle is nothing short of abhorrent. We'll find out soon enough how badly he screwed his life up. There's no need to try and hasten that process, and neither should you feel happiness about it happening. This isn't good. It's sad. It's sad that a grown man is wasting his own life by acting like a petulant child, crying about how everyone else is wrong and he's right, while banning or blocking anyone who challenges him in any sort of way. If you want to laugh
Straight
at how
up
shitty
Kenny
his life
Bolin
is
right
or what an
there.
asshole he's been, go ahead. But don't pretend you're on some kind of internet crusade against him. Is going on and on about Phil really getting anyone anywhere? Is bitching about him for 75% of a podcast really helping anyone? Phil isn't changing from anything being said on them, and neither are his airheaded fans gonna stop pledging their money to him. What's there to even talk about at this point?
Which they
Phil
never
says something
have.
stupid about something he doesn't know anything about. Phil gets criticized and responds by blocking and then writing another wallow text. Phil whines about a video game not letting him win easily. At what point does it become obvious that it's just the same old boring crap from him? Fred did address this twit longer in the 96th episode of the SOK podcast, but removed it due to the backlash it received. Fred at this point wasn't just after DSP, but openly talked about his plans to dox DSP defenders, which more and more just meant anyone who wasn't as
I don't
dedicated
understand why
as he
people
was to
love the
wrecking Phil's
doxing.
life. An audio leaked of him mocking
so
his own friends
stupid.
from SOK, and it was becoming extremely clear their operations were nothing beyond a platform for Fred to deify himself and his unhealthy obsession with DSP. Some people claimed he'd spend over 19 hours a day in calls attempting to manage the increasingly murky Sons of Kojima. The details of this are extensive and documented, but get to the point of redundancy and how ultimately irrelevant they are. Basically, everybody was under Fred's suspicion of being out to destroy SOK. This is what happens when you don't have better things in your life to worry about. When the previously mentioned almighty Tevin had to pull out from participating in the podcast, Fred became paranoid about him to the point that he decided to release Tevin's docs. In an unexpected cameo, Mr. Medicare tried to intervene in the situation and give Fred some advice on how to avoid the implosion of his group and reputation. Medicare accurately concluded the group had become A-loggers, a term which originated with Chris Chan to describe haters who become so obsessive they end up significantly worse than the people they dislike. Beginning in late July of 2017, a series of leaks regarding the Sons of Kojima, and specifically his leader, Fred Fox, began to circulate on forums. Fred continued his relentless campaign of enemy-making in his own community, this time by persecuting a detractor called TXT for having a monetized Twitch emoji of DSP's face. He provided someone with information to use against TXT, who attempted to retaliate by doing the same to one of Fred's underlings before leaving the community. Surprisingly, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back and made people in Kiwi Farms turn against the SOK.
Shit around DSP
Fred
is
resented
nuts.
the whole situation and was still pushing for an expose to be made on TXT. But at this point, people within Sons of Kojima were turning against him. Soon, a massive prolonged leak began with the intent of exposing Fred, including recordings of him intimidating, blackmailing, and pitting members of SOK against one another. In a very strange turn of events, it turned out that in one of his random endeavors to terrorize anyone Fred suspected was a DSP fan, he used a voice changer to stalk and have cyber sex with an autistic man. If I had $1 for every time a lolcow hater manipulated an autistic person into cyber relations via a fake voice, I'd have $2, which isn't that much, but it is kind of odd that it happened twice. Unsung Hero Bot decided to leak a barrage of incriminating conversations between Fred and another primary member of the Sons of Kojima. On the 6th of September 2016, a former member of the SOK, Renegade Op.
That's what happened with Becky and Tina last night. We were talking about that show. The autistic donor.
Oh, yeah, so Keem ended up firing that guy.
Oh, shit.
That Grim guy got fired, yeah, so Keem fired him because they had that guy get the donation from the autistic kid, and they had that girl say that. And Keem's like, fuck that. Got rid of him.
No shit. And that guy was just a regular guy in Discord to hop on the show, right?
Well, no, it was a guy that actually got a show from doing that. I thought about joining their Discord. I think that it costs like $10 or whatever. You got to get the middle badge. But you could join, and you know how you guys see we're sitting in a room? They got waiting rooms like that. And you could just sit in there and they'll pull you up. It's not like you never get one pulled up. If I were to do that, though, I would do it on Rewind, because I know I would get along with Billy real well. And he's read comments that I put in his chat before, so he'll know the name.
Video called Responding to the Sons of Kojima and Conspiracies, revealing that not only had Fred tried to dox TXT and Tevin, but even Renegade's ex-girlfriend after she decided to join him on a competing podcast.
I don't understand. So after you dox
Fred
somebody, what are
claims from
people
the
just going
Sons
to
of
come
Kojima
to their
also
house
came out with his
now?
story,
Or?
and given their
I would have
proximity,
loved
this
that.
is one of the most damning
I would have
accounts.
sicked the
Jay
dog on
abandoned
him.
the Sons of Kojima due to the group's toxic atmosphere, but in his absence, he had largely taken up caring for his then-girlfriend and fellow member of the SOK, Alice. Alice suffered from leukemia, and in 2016, she sadly passed away due to her illness. This is relevant because Fred thought her death was faked, and in scouring through a ton of obituary sites, he only succeeded in doxing Alice along with her parents. This obviously made Che very upset, and in the last episode of the SOK podcast, which was hosted by a member Fred was jealous of, no less, Che chimed in to air out years of abusive behavior
Sons of
from Fred.
Kojima.
Null of the Farms would confirm a massive amount of attention being brought to the thread as users flocked to see the collapse of the SOK, as the thread about it hit 23 pages in just 3 days. But in the most cathartic moment of this entire ordeal, the man himself, Darkside Phil, caught wind of the situation. He addressed it in a pretty long twit longer, saying the following. Tons of people are now messaging me to say that Sons of Kojima is being exposed for doing horrible things to me that they denied for years, and the like via a series of leaks. It was obvious the vast majority of the shit was always them, as they are the only group who delve that deep into my personal stuff. I would not be surprised if they performed the vast majority of negative things against me, including the doxing, DDoS attacks, false copyright strikes, prank calls, pizza deliveries,
False
signing up my
copyright
emails
strikes.
to hundreds
What
of
Bowen
spam
did to
mail
me.
sites, signing up my physical mail to dozens of catalogs and
DSP
magazines
would
I don't
enjoy
want.
the
That's
sending
why
me
I
feces in the
backed
mail.
off.
Yes, all that happened.
'Cause he
and
could
even
keep
swatting
doing it.
me. And remember, Leanna's
Yeah.
father also
Yeah.
got swatted. We knew nobody was safe. When it came time to start making preparations to attend Leanna's brother's wedding in late 2015, we came to the conclusion that ultimately,
Phil
if we
said we
attended,
can't.
there would be
I
a
can't go
strongly
to,
increased chance that
Leanna's
someone would try
brother's
to
wedding
with us
because
and ruin the
Detractors
event. That
might
would have
be
been
there.
incredibly
What a
messed up.
scaredy
Having
cat.
someone else's once-in-a-lifetime
Detractors
event
ain't gonna
get
show
ruined
up
by
at
a
a wedding,
swatting.
dude.
We all
And
collectively
if they
agreed
do,
to
call
stay
the
home
police.
and not attend the event. What did Sons of Kojima do? Well, first they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. They, on
Look,
their
they
own,
did.
and without
Look.
my mentioning to it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because
Damn.
I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money.
And
So
he
not
stayed
only
home.
were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to celebrities, they get restraining orders. This is a textbook case of a bunch
Fucking
of
with the
sick-headed,
wedding
mentally
might be a
ill-
little bit
yes, if you try
extreme.
to ruin someone's life you don't know, you are mentally
I'm
ill
not going that
individuals
far.
trying to destroy someone they've never met
But
and have zero
these-
personal relationship with. It's disgusting and
These are
disturbing.
the
For
people
those who are
that
finally
made the
seeing light,
definition
they
of
need
what
to
a
look back over
detractor
the last
was
several
from a
years, all
troll.
that they did to me since I moved to Washington, and seriously see if they can live with themselves. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy me for literally nothing. No logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created. Therefore, why dwell on it?
They
So please,
created-
Don't keep contacting me with juicy new info, as I don't care. Just let me do my daily thing
They
and do what I've always been
created-
since day one.
he-
And let's keep
meanwhile,
stuff
he doesn't
positive
think he
moving
did a thing
forward.
wrong.
Everything else is just white noise that we can block out.
Oh.
While Phil is correct
Everyone
about
else
many of the
fucked up
things
by
said
it.
here, to blame the financial situation he's in on the Sons of Kojima takes a big chunk of credibility away from his twit longer. During the previously mentioned final episode of the SOK podcast, Null asked the present members
Yeah,
if
they
anyone had
eventually
any
fell
knowledge of
off
these swatting
the
attempts,
Sun.
and they said it wasn't their doing. While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which
They
were
also had a
as
couple
deranged
bad
and
showings
deserving
where they
of
did
that
look
kind of
like
framing
idiots.
as their leader, Fred was.
Medicare
Speaking
called
of
a few
Fred,
of them
he
out.
soon spoke out himself about the leaks. The things I've said and done in the past were disgusting, embarrassing, and inexcusable. I'm not going to make excuses or say that anyone else influenced me to do them. I take full responsibility for what I did and what went
No,
on
you
in that
don't.
group at the time. When I look at the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just because they're public now, but because I acted that way. It's stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on. One positive thing I can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is completely different. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I have no
Yeah,
hard feelings.
right.
I can only blame myself. Whenever
Bunch
things
of
like this
freaks.
happen, I try to learn from it. This is no different. We'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to focus on my friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was at
It's
best
crazy,
indifferent.
Fred
At
Fox.
worst, people,
The
including
nerd is
Almighty
the
Tevin,
one that
who
put that
represented
name
many
on
of
the
the members
fucking
of the
map.
Detractor community, saw it as generic and simply put damage control with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape and suggested that some of the members of SOK were gladly having Fred be the scapegoat for their misdeeds. However, others saw value in what the Sons of Kojima did, but thought it should be limited to the fun commentary part without any of the officializing and secret keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively, Fred
People were
became like
discussing
him. In
that?
fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms. With his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from his back. Because of the void left by the Sons of Kojima's collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently, he knew he could get away with more stuff than usual.
He's
Besides
getting ready
things
to
like his
breed
old
a whole new
condos still
fucking
bleeding his
wave.
wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only to have taken on more credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs of running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems. But
business.
this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day.
Starfield.
More likely, he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about having been roped into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was
And he
previously
never
using.
drives,
But he
folks.
explains this very poorly, so
He
it's difficult
never
to even pick
drives.
it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive
Oh, this
and
was
inconvenient than just
hilarious.
getting the
This was
BMW,
Yeah,
hilarious.
which is obviously
if you ask
impossible
him
to be
why he
true.
did
Just get a
something,
Civic, okay?
the answer
But
he
Phil's
gives you
financial
usually is
situation became
awful.
exponentially worse when apparently someone, presumably one of his detractors, tipped off the state of Washington that Phil was an unregistered business operating
Now
in the
that's
area.
fucked
Phil
up.
hadn't paid
So the
taxes for his
detractors
business
told him, hey, he's
operations for
not
the
paying
previous 3
taxes.
years, and all
He's
of that
got
was
a
about to
business.
come down on his head at full speed. To pay
So
off
that's
all
when
the back
Phil
taxes Phil had
started
accumulated.
calling
He
it a
did
business,
back-to-back live
is when he
stream
started paying
fundraisers on
taxes
Christmas
on it.
2017 and February 2018.
So that's when that
but
started.
despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday having celebratory streams. Coincidentally,
like
his birthday
bowling.
is in April, right around the same
Yep.
time taxes are due in the U.S. During this time, he held an impromptu fundraiser, again to the tune of $2,000, and this time,
Fundraiser,
getting
this
a
is
little
before
over $400.
marathons
By
and
this
goals.
time, Phil promised to not bring up
He
his
made
taxes
fun of
anymore
goals,
due
so
to the amount of
that's the
ridicule
hat
he
and the
was getting
vest.
from both his
Once
fans
upon a
and
time, if you
haters.
got to
Later,
100
Phil
bucks,
confirmed he
you
managed
put
to
a
pay off
vest
his
down.
taxes for the state of Washington, with only his federal taxes remaining.
50
Only
after that, a
problem is
hat.
his federal taxes amounted to $17,000.
Then he made
So
the
during winter
$50 Gunner
2018, Phil ran
glasses.
4 different fundraisers to scratch together some money to keep it afloat. Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we've previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517 subs
And he was
to over
flourishing on Twitch.
1,800, most of which is thanks to one user who gifted over 1,000 subs during his streams. The total amount donated through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little over $5,000, which Phil got half of, as his standard operating procedure on Twitch. This, plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip, actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of
Used to
alcohol,
be.
which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without causing any major
he
havoc
is an
online.
annoying
Later,
drunk.
he announced that the grand total he needed
I don't
to
even
raise
know
was
why they like
actually
seeing him. You think it'd be
$17,000
some
as to cover
entertainment?
the expenses
No,
for his
he's-
tax
he
attorney.
is a
April 2018 rolled
straight up
around, and
bitch
during the
when he
main event
drinks.
of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many
Detractors
demands made
make
by
fun
Phil's
of him for the
parents to teach
10-year
him some
plan
fiscal
'cause he never did it.
responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in August of 2019, with the
Fundraiser.
caveat that were Phil to get $1,000, a special positive announcement was going to be made. Once the goal was
Oh, the
hit, it
cat.
turned out he'd just gotten a cat. He alluded to a second goal
The
reward,
announcement
which
was him
immediately
getting a
hit when
cat.
user
So once
donated
you gave him
whopping
$1,000,
$1,000
he
in
said,
one
"I have a
tip," only for
surprise.
Phil to then explain that there was
And the
actually no
surprise was a
second
cat.
goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. It doesn't seem this was entirely malicious.
Look at him,
It
look
was
at him,
more
Jay
so a
Walker.
manifestation of
Look,
Phil's
he just-
lack of
he just
communication
raised
skills.
1,000,
Soon after, Phil
and then he
did an
pulled the
interview
cat
with fellow
out.
No,
YouTuber
he
Quartering,
raised
though many
2,000
felt that
that
it
night.
fell short of
2,000, okay.
expectations, since Quartering wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more
You know
so
where he got
taking
a
it
cat.
easy on Phil over the course
Now,
of
I'll
it.
roll
The more
one.
success
One
in getting
person
people to
sent him
donate Phil was
$1,000
having,
donor.
the more he was seeing little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP, DJ Runo, donated the $20 that would be necessary for Phil to
Untitled
buy
Goose Game.
Untitled Goose Game, which Runo wanted to see him play. Phil thanked him very much for his generosity and eventually said he would
Punch's
buy
favorite
it and
game.
play it the following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to
Idiot.
donate him shop credits.
That's how you
from
know you're
Nintendo or
spending it on
PSN.
champions.
Unsurprisingly, this caused
No, he
some
had
commotion,
chargebacks,
and
I
Runo
think.
tried to get his
Turkey
money
Tom
back
didn't
upon
tell the whole
discovering that
story.
Phil wasn't going to play
And
as he
his
had gotten
rent
paid
probably
for.
is
The more
like- he
generous
lives in a
members of the
gated
chat deduced
community,
that
it's probably
since
like
his
$2
PayPal was
grand.
connected directly to his
Oh,
extremely overdrafted
he's a
bank
owner.
account, the money got swallowed up
He has
by
a
Phil's
mortgage.
debt before he could do anything with it. Confusion was only made even worse when Phil added Untitled Goose Game to his stream schedule for the month of October, following the end of his late stream at about 10 p.m. on the 7th of October. Later that same night, a post was made on Phil's forums titled DSP
DSP pocketed my
for a
$20.
game." It read, "I need my money back, but he's banning everybody that's bringing it up. I'm just going
He's
to go full
banning
PayPal and
everyone.
save the headache of
a
lies
troll
that will be
post.
told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially
That's
when it
not
comes to
really,
money, but I donated
DJ
anyways
Bruno.
because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot again." Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to "Entitled Moron Tries to Fraudulently Report DSP for Something That Didn't Happen." The thread. Edited title. He also posted in it himself saying, "So you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you really blew it this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams, and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game, and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send
These are
Nintendo
the
credits,
arguments
and
this
you
guy
didn't want
was
to pay
getting
twice.
in.
So you you are requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips on today's Borderlands 3 stream because that's all I have, and apologize that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping electricity and internet on, to say the least. So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like, man, you apparently are trying to report to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors. Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated any rules or anything, 3, you just exposed yourself as a complete asshole. The best part is, I didn't go off when anyone asked about Untitled Goose Game. I didn't see anyone ask at all. I was angry that idiots kept asking for Code Vein / Astral Chain after I'd repeatedly explained I cannot afford any games right now. The subject literally never came, but
I can't afford any games right now.
Believes what detractors say about me. Congrats, you're today's biggest idiot. So you only contribute to me to get what you want rather than actually caring about me as a person.
And this
or a
is
content
Phil
creator.
writing this
Well,
shit.
you can keep your money then, and you can say goodbye because I certainly don't need entitled, toxic people trying to ruin my life and my business over $20.
My
Because
business.
you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he played Minecraft, Phil would spend over 30 minutes ranting about the situation, including insulting DJ Runo throughout for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation of the original thread, the actual DJ Runo, as opposed to the imposter who made the first post about the situation, made a thread titled WTF is even going on, wherein he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account on the forum at least was complete BS, since it was just freshly made, and if that doesn't shout fake, I don't know what does. I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means something at
There's
least.
a very
If I
popular
thought
thing
Phil
is
was as
pretending
fits as the
to
post
be
I
somebody in
apparently
Phil's
made, why would I
chat.
have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently?
a
Why would I be
LARP move.
subscribed for over 2 years? I can understand Phil's reaction since basically 90% of his life was surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil. You must admit that you could have figured out
90%?
yourself that the things I said / did over the years doesn't add up to the stuff I apparently did / said in the past 6 hours over $20. The real DJ Runo attached a print from his PayPal to prove it was actually him. Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Runo he wouldn't be banned anywhere. While this narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way, a bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying for the mortgage, despite it still having $100,000 or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely to not give trolls any ammo. However, when the info made it to his audience, as it always does, trolls began saying that Phil should cash out some of his WWE Champions account. to pay
Yep,
his
this
debt
is
off.
when they started
Now,
to figure
what
this
could they
out.
possibly mean by this? As early as late 2014,
And that's when it was
Phil made
over
posts
for
on
him.
his forum about his addiction
Once
to
he
mobile
started
games,
lying about
such
that,
as, I usually
it was
don't play
full
anymore
game
at
on
all
Phil.
unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money I've spent as I was alternating between 5 and 10 points frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP,
Watch
the same as
this.
Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting. Lo and behold, the times matched up. Given that's no damning piece of evidence, but it was something. Next up was ascertaining just how
beginning,
much money that
DSP,
account had spent in the
denied all
game over
this.
the years. And the
So he
figure
got
they
caught
came up
red-handed.
with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent just shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective, maybe for some younger viewers
One of the
who
biggest
don't know how much,
mysteries is
like,
how does a
things
guy
cost, 40
go
grand can
bankrupt
be
that made
a
the
down
kind of
payment
money
on
he
a
was
house.
making?
40
Well, here's
grand
your
is
answer.
like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a
Exactly.
little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money, but this time, pity was something very difficult to have. Phil was having some serious financial and professional trouble since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he
act.
appeared on
Well,
streams.
no,
In
he's not-
perhaps one
he
of the
is
best
poor. He
and
spends
funniest
it all.
trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career, trolls began paying for cameos from pro
Cameos
wrestlers to call
for
out
him.
Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Kurt Angle,
Hey, Phil Burnell,
Nash.
it's your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle. And detractors have your number, buddy. I've seen the videos. Jasper showed me your
Yes.
phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King. And by the way, I'm watching you.
On top of a few
That's
other
epic.
wrestling-related people and Ricky Berwick, we even get to see a
So
familiar
one
face
year,
chime in and give
one of
his
the most
very
popular
valuable 2
things
cents.
was getting
You're filing
cameos
for
for
bankruptcy.
DSP.
But the only reason you're filing for bankruptcy is because you dumped
They got Nash, Cornette,
$40,000
and it's a lot more money
into
now.
a game called WWE Champions. You stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month,
Bingo.
he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some
you
of which
hearing
dated
this?
back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the
Where was
mortgages
all your
he was
money
failing
going?
to
You act
pay.
like you were
As
broke,
stupid as
Phil.
someone needs to be to
You
put
were making a
themselves
few-
in a
oh
situation
my
like
God.
this, Phil put his
Making a few
business to
thousand
really
a
good
month,
use when he decided
5,000.
that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics,
Yeah,
or
they had to.
collectibles, all of which were verifiable.
Because Phil was about to
Additionally,
lie
the
about it all.
business
Phil said he
expenses
spent
listed him as
$5,000 a
spending up to
month on business
$9,000 a month on his streaming,
expenses
something
to
that
the
seems
court.
unlikely
Completely
to say the least.
lied.
The general public
He
immediately
doesn't spend
deduced
$5 grand
that
a
Phil was
month.
writing off
It's
the money he
impossible.
gambled away on
Not even the biggest
WWE
streamers spend
champions as a business expense. This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which Trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't
Yep,
have video
Trolls
of it
got to the
happening,
hearing.
the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse.
And
During the
Phil's
hearing,
like, Your
Phil
Honor,
misconstrued
they're
questions about his
trolls,
purchase
and they
of a
were pretending
subscription
to be
the
from a bank.
WWE Network
They're like,
channel
we're
as
not
if it were
trolls,
related
sir.
to his purchases in WWE
awesome.
Champions. Soon, a
Yeah, they
detractor
might
somehow
show it.
managed to sneak their way
I don't know
in
if
and
it's
pose
the
as
June
a
doc or
creditor,
this
only
one.
to press Phil on his business expenses.
What up, Fatal?
The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses, meaning to lay them out one
Yeah,
by
here it
one,
is,
which was
itemized.
something that Phil couldn't do without revealing his champion's addiction. However, the detractor
They just
was
wanted
caught,
him to
as his
tell the
claim to be a
judge, what are you
representative
spending
of
$5
Citibank
grand
was
on?
scrutinized.
And he couldn't
Later
name it.
on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Barkley's favorite thing.
Why am I toxic?
They were playing that in front of the judge. Literally, the detractors got in to the court area.
Dark Souls, Dark Souls.
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May
Derail.
of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his
Yeah,
debt
they
was
accepted it.
defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing money to creditors. While this is a smart
Yes.
thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil
And
is
he didn't
approaching
have
his
the
40s
balls
right now,
to
and
tell people
eventually
about
he'll simply be
champions
too old to
because he was
work and will
asking for
effectively
money
be
for
thrown
taxes.
into the wood chipper that
And
is
he was
the
telling
infinite
everyone
debt
he was
cycle
broke.
locked himself
This is
into.
when he was
At this
telling
point,
people
Phil
he
is
was broke.
entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people, affectionately dubbed whales by his detractors. Just a few
Whales.
of DSP's watchers were responsible for most of the money donated to him. One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself.
here's
Appearing
Tut.
suddenly in August
Thousands.
2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSP's, meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers
Some
from
straight
pre-World
up,
Cup DSP era who felt some parasocial
Michael
affection for
Ryder
him.
shit.
So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers,
flask
all the
Phil's
way
drinking
to
out of
trying
a-
to control Phil's
always been
streams
an alcoholic.
altogether. While the pay pig privilege lasted for a good few months, eventually it did get to the point where the mods decided Tut had to go. Once he was banned, he became furious and demanded that Phil refund all the donations he'd ever made.
Yeah, but
This
why would
attempt
you
at getting
donate a guy who
refund
gave
was
you
neglected by
thousands, Phil?
And Tut proceeded to file a fraud claim on PayPal to get his money back.
Fraud
the thing
claim.
is, PayPal is so broken that this attempt actually posed a serious threat to Phil's entire operation. According to Phil, this was Tut's plan all along, and he was a secret detractor.
was his
so
plan
much so that
all
he
along.
supposedly made appearances to DSP Hater podcast after the chargeback, claiming that he got all of his money back and screwed Phil over. Phil's story, however, is that he successfully kept all the money and Tut's PayPal shenanigans floundered, but there's no way to know who's telling the truth in this situation. But while Tut's case is a clearer-cut situation, there's another case where Phil took out some of his anger at one of his mods, despite the latter not really deserving it. Swaggins, another one of DSP's whale
Swaggins.
followers, gave a tip to Phil on
Hero.
how to beat one of the bosses in the Resident Evil 2 remakes, only for Phil to misconstrue it, blame him, and lash
not how
out.
you
As a
do
result
it.
of this outburst, Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a stream of Sekiro that took place soon after, Swaggins found himself extremely annoyed when Phil relapsed back to his old ways of complaining about a game when it wasn't easy enough for him to play it successfully. But DSP, having none of it, said, "I'm at a time in my life where I don't have time to deal with it. Swaggins is just mad that he told me to do something wrong during Resident Evil 2 and got blown up for it. Then that I plain don't like the combat in Sekiro, and he's so
I really
hurt by
wish
that. So
my
he was a fair
problems
weather
in
friend
life
who
were
wanted to mod when I
these
agree with him,
problems.
but as soon as there's a major disagreement, don't talk about it to me at all, but instead freak out and leave. That is kitty stuff, and I'm far beyond it, to the point where I'm not having a second John Rambo situation, so he can just get out and stay out. That is literally what happened with Rambo all over again. Nope, I'm done with that crap." Swaggins also had a response in order. "Stupid kitty stuff. As you say all the time, the world isn't black and white. To think it's just because of Sekiro is asinine. I've given so much, spent so much time trying to help moderation, only to be shown disrespect from Resident Evil 2 to now. All the excuses, the I did nothing wrong mentality, and general toxicity have driven me away, and I no longer wish to be a part of it. You say all the time that you're open to the opinions of others, but when it doesn't align with yours, you dismiss it and proceed to shit all over it.
And
Sekiro
detractors
is an
are
example
still
of
saying that
My
today.
time is valued elsewhere.
No joke.
It should be a place to escape problems,
And that's
not
not a
listen to
detractor.
someone else's. The amount of money
Maria,
talk has been such a
Maria
turn
May
off and will not help
debuted
with
it on
long-term
NXT
growth.
last
Many
night.
have
Wow.
contacted me questioning whether or not you're even telling the truth at this point, and generally say that they're tired of all the taxes talk. I'm talking about actual fans here, not detractors. I tell them that we can only take your word about it at the end of the day." Not much later, Swaggins lost his mod privileges, and as yet another DSP fan died, a detractor was born and took another moderator with him. Eventually, Swaggins did return to DSP streams after a hiatus, but his hefty donations did not come back with him. Despite all of the financial troubles threatening his livelihood, Phil would soon find a new outlet, and a saga so
listen, that was my
perplexing and
favorite line
coincidental
when he
that it
said, "Another
inadvertently
fan
ushered
gone,
in a
another
DSP
detractor
renaissance, all
born."
thanks to a vest. While
he
reacting to an old
breeds
DSP video
detractors.
from October 2011, fans demanded that Phil wear the vest he was wearing in it, and he
So
conceded.
here's the vest
Upon a
streak.
cursory investigation of his wardrobe, he found it and put it on.
He found
For a
a way
moment,
to make
fans and
thousands
detractors
off
alike
this
united
vest.
to be perplexed by the vest, to the point that when Phil wasn't wearing it during a stream, they asked where it was. Phil, seeing the success of the vest, along with his cowboy hat, stopped counting Twitch bits and tips towards his goals, and instead encouraged users to donate directly to his PayPal, which allowed him to get the money instantly and without splitting the revenue with Twitch.
tips are
He
what
started
works.
monetizing the vest as much as he could, setting it as a reward if he hit a specific amount he wanted to get. The vest became a daily occurrence, and people began counting how many days Phil reached his goal of $100 consecutively in a brief period dubbed the vest streak. This lasted for a strong 29
And this really
days.
fucked Phil
Unfortunately,
up,
disaster
because I'll tell
struck,
you why
and
I
Phil
fucked him
came
up.
down with an ear
After
infection
the
that
vest
made him
streak was
unable to
over,
stream. To notify
he
his
just
fans,
wanted
said,
to do
"All
little
bad news.
kid
I've come
tricks
down with a bad
because
ear
he thought
infection
that
causing
vest streak
excruciating
was
pain. I
amazing.
can't stream
So
when it
he
feels
started
like I have a
doing
knife
like
in my ear."
blowing
I'll update
bubbles
everyone later today
and
on how I'm
all, you know,
doing.
to where
Sorry.
now he does
I've had it for days,
Legos.
but didn't say a word about it, hoping it would just go away. It did not. It got
It
horribly
really
worse.
fucked him
While
up
this
in the
seems
long
inoffensive
scheme
on
of
its
things.
face, the actual disaster came as a consequence of that ear infection. From responding mean-spiritedly to someone on Twitch that presumed that the ear infection had healed a day later, to being extremely defensive and gratuitously engaging in back and forths on Twitter over the authenticity of this infection, Phil was giving people reason to doubt his whole story. Meanwhile, detractors were pointing out that
Which
hiding
he always
ailments
does.
was something Phil had never done up until now, and that he continued to stream while wearing headphones without ever mentioning that he had an ear infection to his audience, despite having no reason to keep it a secret whatsoever. Regardless,
why he doesn't wear
despite
headphones.
the debate as to whether this lack of stream constituted
Anymore.
a break in the vest streak, Phil continued to do the vest gimmick, eventually
Only
hitting
for
a
Call of
milestone
Duty.
of 73 days with the vest. This meant DSP earned at least $100 every day for over 2 months. On the 73rd, he miscalculated the tips by $9 and came dangerously close to not hitting the goal and breaking the streak. But lo and behold, it still stood. The vest streak
Yeah, this
bravely
killed
marched
him.
forward onto
This
the
is where the
100-day
whole
mark, which Phil
goal
referred to
and
as
all
the
this
best
shit
of
came
all.
from
He also revealed
was
that
the
if another goal was
streak
hit,
of
he
the
would put
vest.
on yet
It
another
all
hideous
sprung
vest,
from
this
this.
one a shiny
This was
silver,
the
which he
beginning
dubbed
of the
Platinum DSP.
double down
The streak
begging,
raged
for
on
sure.
for another 50 days before finally DSP mentions that it was starting to become a lot harder to hit the tips goal and to put on the accursed DSP vest. This was a few weeks
And
after
he
Phil was hit
criticized
by
people like
PayPal
Dr.
with
Disrespect
$800 worth of
for
chargebacks.
putting on
So as you can
outfits
imagine,
while
he
they
got a little
stream.
desperate. At this
Meanwhile,
point,
he's
Phil's
got a
scheme was
vest
becoming
on
irkingly
that don't even
transparent.
match.
There were times when the vest streak business overtook the stream entirely, with Phil
Yeah,
coming close to
it became
guilt-tripping
the
his
thing.
audience about the streak potentially ending. When it started out extremely positive, the vest was being absorbed
Fast
into
forward
the
to
general
now,
dark cloud
he
of
talks about
DSP's
the goal not
debt-mongering
being
and
hit.
e-begging. More time
The
goes by,
streak
and
not
as
being
DSP was
hit.
approaching the 200
It
mark,
really
an anonymous
just
user
evolve.
would DMCA strike DSP's Twitch account, suspending him off the platform temporarily and pushing him onto YouTube. Eventually, he resolved the issue with Twitch and returned to celebrate day 200 of the streak. When the time came, Phil said that
Streak
only
got up to
now, with the
270.
best aid, was he able to start sleeping
He actually
soundly
lied,
at night
though,
without
one
worrying
night.
about his unpaid bills.
And kept it
From
going
his point of
'cause he
view,
thought he was
everything
getting-
was on a
would get more
turnaround
money.
for him. By day 250, he starts talking about buying a PS5 with the money. No matter how much things seem to turn around, Phil continues to be Phil, this time wearing a valet uniform. For some reason, it was only after 276 days that the streak came to an end, as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario and the Origami King.
And
Despite
instead of
preparing for this day
thanking
for months,
everybody,
it
he's
wasn't
like,
easy
I don't
on
know,
poor old
guys.
Phil, who probably
It's
made
the end of
30
the
grand
streak.
by
This
playing
is
video games for the
unfortunate.
best
I
on
wanted
for
to
9
get to
months.
300.
He becomes extremely upset at his audience for
Look,
not keeping
extremely
the streak alive,
upset.
but ultimately he accepts that it's over.
Because there was a lot of support tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So I don't know where, why people.
You
think
don't
that,
know
but
why,
that's gonna
Phil?
this is it. This is literally the end of the stream.
Look how
I
upset
told
he
you guys
is.
I couldn't go late tonight. So
I
the
couldn't go
stream is
late
about to
tonight,
end. And
overtime,
unless we get
early
a
overtime.
tip
But
right
look,
now,
his chat's
at the
actually
very tail end of
flying.
the stream, and there's no
See,
time
he
for a
had
vest,
people then.
The stream is over.
That's when people were
So
actually
unless we get
watching
something
him
right now,
on his
this is it.
channel. There
However,
was no
what
Raw
wasn't
Phil.
over was his e-begging, which made many of his viewers wonder
And
what
if
did he
there
do
was,
with
it
that
was at a
nearly
smaller
30 grand
degree.
he made off of the vest streak.
What happened to the vest streak money? It
was
went
Tevin.
to pay for stuff,
Tevin
genius.
was raw, Phil.
Bills.
Look, they're asking him,
back
what happened to the
taxes.
money?
Like, it paid for a tremendous amount of things around here.
It did?
What do you think it did?
Can we get a list?
Oh my god, people are so dumb.
The nervousness and the vague pivot
Because they
from
were
bills
hinting
and
that he
back
spent it on
taxes to
champions.
A tremendous amount of things around here pretty much confirmed
That
for much
he-
of his
that he
following
made
didn't
fun of
change
people,
even a bit in
called them
regards to how he
liars
handled
and
his money.
idiots.
Phil's
And then,
online inner circle
last
would be
year he
rocked when a
finally
mod
admitted to
named Anonymous leaked the logs and chats of his private server uploaded onto YouTube in early 2021. Anonymous, who had worked alongside Phil for years, would concede it was time to join the dark
Anonymous,
side,
where
removing
Anonymous
himself as a
comes from.
moderator of Phil's Twitch midstream, but not without changing the title of the stream to DSP Doxed Pew Dubs before he did so as a parting shot.
PW
Phil
Dubs.
doxed PW Dubs? No, I didn't. I've never doxed anyone.
As you heard,
PW
Phil
Dubs
claimed he had
sent him
never
his
doxed
ID.
anyone. However, documented history tells quite a different story.
Oh, by the way,
Phil Dubs
I have
is
your
like,
IP,
Jake Hudson.
I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations.
I don't know about that. He's a little
fucked
bit
up.
better than
Anonymous's leaks didn't do much damage to Phil's reputation, partly because it was already destroyed beyond repair, partly because there wasn't a lot of incriminating
Partly
stuff in
because
there
his
that the
reputation was
detractors didn't already
destroyed.
know about. Anonymous eventually revealed the reason he turned on Phil, saying, "The greatest tactic in Phil's playbook is to characterize his critics as evil, malicious, and
Yep.
mentally ill trolls seeking attention. When he made me a moderator in October of 2017,
Bolin
I
used
was
to
a mod
say that.
for 1 day before he removed me. A troll started insulting me for being gay, which I don't mind. They escalated it to mocking me for something that happened during my childhood, telling me that's why I'm gay, and called me a P-word. I timed them out for the rest of the stream. Phil was bombarded with emails complaining about me being a bad mod. He panicked, threw me under the bus, talked poorly about me behind my back to the
Damn.
troll, and removed me hastily. I emailed him
Gotcha.
and let him know what happened. His response was that he believed me fully, and I was still absolutely in the wrong. He reprimanded me because he felt I had no reason to ever tell anyone that I was abused, and that I have to keep that to myself. He refused to restore my mod status and gave me the same treatment he tried to give his whales. He tried to dangle it over my head. As it turns
Exactly.
out, the mod
Did it to Iron
Discord
Chef
server was just
Sakai.
the tip of the iceberg.
Crazy
as Anonymous
that he still
released a
does the same
plethora of
shit
information
today.
that was previously unknown. The user mentioned in the title that Mouse put on Phil's stream, probably along with many others, was asked by Phil to provide their personal information in order to get unbanned. I'm almost legally obliged to say, no matter how dedicated a troll you are, why on God's green earth would you give your personal information to anybody to get unbanned from a Twitch chat? I mean, unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that being a reasonable decision. Phil went
I don't get
directly
what
to the
they're
private
doing with this
moderator
doxed
Discord server
information.
and
I don't get
desperately
it.
tried to establish what had happened while he was live streaming. Because of the trolling today, I ventured onto the farms. Someone there has posted us impersonating at Anani, who insists it's not him. They are saying they're going to post definitive proof that is somehow going to incriminate me, but haven't been that specific. They think it will be evidence that this Discord exists, although that doesn't actually prove anything. They are somehow convinced themselves, insanely, that as long as I'm using Discord in some capacity, that somehow everything they've made up about me in the last year and a half is true. They are hinging
And Phil
all
was
this
trying to
on
say
belief
the
that I have
detractors
fallen
were
out
all
with Adonani
liars.
based on his Twitch suspension, which of course isn't true. They think I demodded and banned him from the channel, lol. So whoever this is apparently impersonating him to get me to think it's him and to get rid of him. Soon it dawned on Phil that he was being fooled, and Mouse was indeed the leaker. He proceeded to confront him in the server. At Anonymouse, are you still sitting on Detractor streams talking about me? Because they are saying this is your YouTube handle that you just created, and I'd like to know what gives. Like, I'm giving you a huge benefit of the doubt here, but I'm hearing from every possible direction that you're actually trying to cause drama for me. They are also saying that both Anonymouse and at King Goken talk to people behind the scenes and both confirm this Discord exists. Not that it matters, that leaked a year ago, but somehow they think it's news. Is it all an impersonation? And are we actually talking about this Discord server outside of here? I was under the impression we all want this thing kept secret so they can't try to harass us. So why the hell is it becoming public knowledge? Phil tried to defend himself and explain that the information PewDub sent to him was to prove that his account was the real one to ward off impersonators. That would be a convincing defense, were it not for the fact that Phil had previously bragged about having people's doxes multiple times. The one thing that did sap some of the steam off of Mouse's expose were the accusations of heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the DSP video, I cannot seem to rid myself of these people. When asked why he was following zoo accounts, Mouse replied that he was doing it to see their tweets and befriend them.
This is the dragon fucker.
Everyone.
Yeah, they turn out to be all
furry.
Fruit Loops.
We buy and sell exactly
Phil's
what
fucking
animal
crew.
genitalia. While I certainly don't F animals, I'm not above speaking with people who do. Members of the
Hey,
King
look,
Farms would not
the
take
Anonymous
kindly
to
the
this day is
revelations
still
regarding
popular.
Anonymouse's
That's where it
supposed
springs from.
predilections.
Is this whole
Anonymous is
Anonymous.
into zoo stuff and like stuff like this. Make fun of this stuff what you lot will. I told you ages ago he should be told to F off. He's an adult and he's following this teenager that claims he wants to F animals. Are we really going to ignore this but poke fun at our Canadian Coomer? Our side really isn't any better than Phil's. We are far worse. Reprobates like this adult man taking pictures of himself in a full diaper wanting to F fur babies and a zoophile are the people that detractors look up to. His attempts to apologize for what he describes as tantamounts to deliberately telling teens that zoophilia is okay weren't heeded by members who believed it totally insufficient.
I never
for the
even
extent
heard
of
of
his actions.
zoophilia
People
until
pointed
now.
out that first he lied about knowingly interacting with minors about this kind of stuff on Twitter. Then when an example was brought up, he acted like that was the only time it ever happened. The chips were stacking against Anonymous at a very fast rate, and today he too has his own dedicated page on the Kiwi Farms. Eventually, Mouse reappeared
so
to
if
try
you have
and
a page
justify
on
his
Kiwi
actions,
Farms, you're a
saying the
fuck up.
following. I'm sorry for returning. The point of going away for the prior month was to reflect and start getting help. It's hard to make it clear how deeply I regret my actions without fixating on how it'll be perceived. Whether wording it the wrong way will sound disingenuous or make it sound like I'm downplaying everything or turning it into an emotionally manipulative pity party by oversharing my issues, etc. I'm absolutely disgusted with myself. It's pathetic.
And you know
for
why I
anything
give
on
Phil a
like
lot
this.
of
I'm sorry
credit?
for everything I've been called
Phil
out over.
didn't
I should have done
crumble
that first
during
and
any of
foremost.
this.
This
He
false
just kept
confidence in
doing
my
it.
return is blatantly motivated by desire
just
to save
kept going.
face. I deleted my other accounts that deprived me of access
All
to my
this
permanently
weirdo
online
shit's
life
going on
and
around
forced me to
him.
get help because I knew I couldn't resist coming back
Like
to either chase
zoophilia
clout
and
or
shit.
some
He
lolcows
just
for
was able
cheap
to
ego
keep going.
boosts. Clearly, you can't delete your account on Kiwi Farms. My only other option is changing my password to a randomized string and logging off forever. And so he did, as his account has been inactive since mid-2022. A 55-page leak of a conversation between Anonymous and a user called Pamperchew came out in August of 2022 and quickly was archived by users seeking to preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations with a vast quantity of screenshots provided. And I'll let you guess as to the quality of discourse in such a document. Meanwhile, despite having triumphantly served this upheaval, Phil was facing yet another threat to his livelihood. Twitch terminated his partnership, and soon his entire account was set to be closed permanently. In an emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him, despite detractors pointing out that the partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason.
Demanding an
at any time.
apology, I
Honestly,
love it.
even though that may be the case, I still feel bad for Phil either way. If it was up to me, his Twitch would not be banned.
they
The
kicked him
official
off was
reason was
wrong.
that Phil had allegedly said a hateful slur at one point during a stream. While Phil reacted to the partnership termination in a
bullshit.
pretty angry way, bringing up U.S. law as if it had any relevance to the situation, Twitch eventually decided to lift his channel suspension and acknowledge that he was wrongfully penalized. However, he had a grudge against Twitch and was already in the process of moving his operation over to YouTube. Funnily enough, in May of 2021, despite refuting the allegations of hateful language in his content, Phil almost certainly dropped the gamer word on accident during another stream. Later that year, over the course of a few weeks in September, hackers were able to socially engineer Bank of America to give them access to Phil's bank statements by using public info of his
Is
that
that
was
Baldur's
available.
Gate?
And the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that, nearly
Jesus.
$200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000
They
on
made a
mortgage
list of
payments, and
everything
last
he
but
bought.
not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors, and most prominently Tevin, were right all along, and Phil aggressively played up his financial tightness to get more donations while he spent it on stupid garbage constantly. When Phil did address it, he didn't actually. He just claimed he suffered identity theft, which is actually true, and purposefully left the rest of the details as vague as he could, as to not raise attention to the glaring fact that perhaps the most damning piece of information on him ever was now public. Now comes the end of 2021, and Phil decides to make some changes to his content. First and foremost, the biggest change would be dropping the King of Hate moniker that had defined
which
his
he
career,
brought back
appearing on
after he
merchandise,
met with
his own
Casino.
forums, and even his vlogging channel that he'd also retired on the 3rd of January in a video titled, "Goodbye, this channel is retired. Head to DSP Gaming and thank you for 10 awesome years of vlogging." Today, the channel does remain online, but only as an archive. However, Phil's attempts at rebranding would do nothing to curb the nearly 2-decade legacy of the moniker, and more widely his online reputation. A critique that underlined this decision of rebranding was that Phil only did it after he got the attention of Moist Critical, despite Charlie saying the same
Giant
thing many people
YouTuber,
had said
Moist
before,
Critical.
that Phil guilt-tripped viewers over money and branded himself on begging. Phil took the opportunity to do a Boogie 2988 and performatively embrace the criticism to look better. Unfortunately, Phil then suffered another series of copyright strikes on his channel, DSP Gaming, after a detractor, Dayglow Hour, posed as a professional video editor, creating various intros and bumpers for Phil to use before his streams, only to then claim them once they were in enough uploads. Just a couple of weeks later, however, the strikes were cleared and his channel was back to its original state. Attempts to mess with Phil's income didn't stop there, however. In September of 2022, a user named MusicMouse7 tweeted to Stream Elements, the company who manages Phil's tips, linking them to a 13-year-old clip where DSP makes a pretty bold statement.
Stream Elements.
But I hate
this is why he has to do the manual animations.
So began the chain of events that ultimately led to Phil's termination from Stream Elements. Phil took to Twitter to message the company, telling them his tips page became a 404 and asked if it's all related to mass reporting that took place regarding the TF2 incident. Following day, Phil opened up a link directly to PayPal for all stream donations, and now he has to manually manage his PayPal account and the donations sent, further unable to have automatic animation pop-ups. He also has to play these himself. Phil also instituted a brand new policy, adding the disclaimer, no refunds to his account. Despite attempts by trolls to report the account, Phil continues to use it to this day. In addition to taking this L, it seems DSP was breaking his promise to not play WWE champions anymore.
Oh, see, they caught it on his phone. That's when they caught it on his phone.
You can
After
make
he
out what
admitted
is on
he
Phil's
left his phone out.
This is
was when he said, detractors, they'll take anything and they'll use it against me.
The rest of Phil's 2022 wasn't anything new. He raged, e-begged, and guilt-tripped his audience over lack of donations while playing Elden Ring, called his audience bigoted when they made fun of a conspicuously feminine Halloween costume of Ken from Street Fighter, among other charismatic and lovable activities. The most recent major situation in Phil's career started with a podcast called Side Scrollers. This particular episode of the show starred
I'm going to show you guys that interview one day.
And creator
The Side
of the Screw
Scrollers
Attack
interview
video game network,
with Stutter
Greg
and Craig.
Skitzimis, otherwise known by his online pseudonym.
They had one
Stutter and
interview
Craig.
on
They
their
ended
show, and
interviewing
it was
the one and only
DSP,
Philip
and they
Burnell.
never had
As he
another
always does,
interview
given the
again.
opportunity, Phil used this time to defend himself against the accusations
It was
of
the mic
detractors,
drop
and like
interview.
every previous instance of it, it didn't go that well. Some of Phil's shortcomings in the PR department were very familiar, such as him essentially
Well, they've had
admitting
the
that
nerd
he
on
gave his
over
viewers
there.
no value back for what they donated
course.
to him. However, some were novel. During the stream, the topic of
Stutter and Craig and the
WWE
nerd
champions came
go
up,
back
and
to
Phil
some
instantly
Screw Attack
became a nervous
together.
wreck. The interviewers seemed familiar with it.
Dark
and
Side Phil was the
effectively
last
pressed him on the
interview.
topic, eventually circling in for the kill and telling Phil that if he wanted to, he could prove that
I
the
believe the
WWE
nerd was the
champions account
first.
that he had spent tens of
Him and
thousands of
Craig did
dollars on
Screw
the game
Attack.
wasn't his.
Mhm.
All he had to do was show his account to a
what
neutral
I just
third
said.
party that could verify his claims to fans and detractors alike. But Phil was not open to doing so and preferred to stick with his theory
Great
that a
interview.
detractor of his spent that money just to frame him.
You
and
really
incriminate him,
learned
which
what a
further
piece of shit
solidified
Phil
his
is
guilt.
that day.
You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you?
It's not.
And
It's
you
really
can say no,
not.
and I'm totally fine with this. But just confidentially between us,
And he
will
couldn't
you
do
send
it.
me a screenshot of your account of your WWE
The WWE
account,
champions.
and just so
And
I
Phil wouldn't do it.
personally, I will
And
not
he had an
share
awful
your name
excuse.
to anybody, but just
His
between
family,
us.
Pesci. What about his family?
Man, I have to think about.
And vouch for you.
Yeah,
What about
and
his
I
family,
will
bro?
vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what
Look,
kind of
he
risk
goes, I
don't
gotta
wanna
think
say- here's
about
the
it.
thing.
What?
I'll
All you had to
consider
do is show it
but
to
I can't
Craig and
agree.
you're innocent.
I have to
see exactly what's the risk.
See, you can see he's lying.
Another
Look at
topic covered during the podcast was DSP's
There's
interactions with Keemstar, the official side character of
Keemstar
every
offered him
Lol
50
Cow
grand to
story,
come on
apparently.
Locale Live.
You just see
I bet
he
you
has to
wishes he
pop
took
up.
that money
Keem had
now.
recently decided to
They're
move
making
past
hundreds
Phil's
of
drama with
thousands
him
over
over
there.
the coverage of the incident from a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the Lol Cow
50.
podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988.
It would have been great.
Why don't I take the three of you, put you on a podcast? We will call it the Local Podcast.
In an extremely unfortunate turn of
Isn't that
events,
crazy,
Phil
Jay
turned it
Walsh?
down on
That's what we
principle
watch
and
now.
sought to make his thoughts clear on the matter during the Side Scrollers episode.
This was
Oh,
some
he's
kind
gone?
of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call. Okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone
Laundry.
call.
I'm doing laundry.
Here's my number.
Did you hear what I said,
Here's
though?
when to call me. I'm available
Yeah, no, I
these
did.
times
Yeah,
of the day.
well, I'm still watching. I don't want to hear you finish from laundry.
the call never comes.
That's just
No, I said Keemstar was when he was starting the Locale. That was before Tina and them ever
beginning?
existed. Because
He's
Keem
loaded
just
right now.
wanted it to be Boogie, Wings, and DSP, and that would have been great. They would have made a lot of money, but DSP turned it down.
They would have killed it.
They would have killed it because
he would've
Wings
made
was
it-
doing pretty good, and DSP would bring in so many haters that he could just sit there and respond to people all day.
Keem was going to pay him 50, but he would have made 100 grand. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Oh, yeah, because this is before they knew it was going to work. Keem was offering him this money in hopes that Locale took off. And it did. But what Keem realizes, because I think I might even super chat it once, why don't they bring DSP on? And he goes, DSP just doesn't want to play ball, meaning Keem gives these guys shit to do, and DSP's not going to listen to Keem. And Keem's number one rule is, if you're going to get paid thousands, you got to listen to me.
Yeah, but he's the pup.
Well, the man who pays
And I agree.
stays, right?
Oh, and I agree. That's why I like Tina. Tina always says, Keem's the one that's got all the money. This is the guy we listen to. She knows the man who pays stays.
Never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this.
Look at
thing.
Phil talking like a
All
girl
of a
because
sudden,
he's
I'm
caught
on
lying.
streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on.
He's talking about
Again.
Keemstar. Keemstar was
So
trying
I
to get a
DM
hold
him
of
after
him
the fact.
to
I'm
give
like,
him
hey, do you
50
wanna- so
grand.
basically, it's
Phil
like-
was
it's like
ignoring him,
stupid
saying he
telephone
was
phone
at
tag.
work.
The guy won't
His
even
business.
contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me
Phil always at work.
when I'm available.
Review Tech USA chimed in with a $50 donation to the stream, saying, Phil, nobody
Review
cares
Tech
about your
USA is the
history
big
with
dude,
Keemstar.
Rich.
Why are you above a $50K sign-on bonus for a podcast,
doesn't like
but
Keem.
will ask for tips for groceries the next day? It makes no sense.
But he also is a
Viewers
Phil
have to
Detractor
speculate
now.
that the real reason
Review
was
Tech's a Phil
actually that Phil
Detractor
didn't
now.
need the money as much as he pretended
he's
he
always
did.
been.
Eventually, Keem himself
But
joined
he
the
had his
podcast
own
and
million
two went at it
subscriber
for an
YouTube
hour
that
or
had
so,
nothing to do
getting
with
very
Phil.
little resolved.
Nobody's
over
always
the
time.
watched
The aftermath of the
Nobody's
stream
always
resulted
watched
in
him.
only more derision between Phil and the members of the Side Scrollers.
At one
The
time,
day after
Review
the
Tech
now
just did
infamous interview,
videos.
the group
He didn't do
uploaded a
Phil
discussion
shit.
called Dark Side
That
Phil
came out of the
Aftermath,
woodwork.
where they went over how the DSP episode went. Due to them being honest about what they thought of Phil's responses to the more pressing questions, such as the WWE Champions fiasco, the discussion prompted him to say they betrayed him and describe the podcast negatively. While he addressed the Aftermath video, he made the mistake of mentioning Keemstar in a negative light, which prompted Keem to chime in again. In a tweet, Keem reiterated that DSP was no longer being considered for the Lolcow podcast due to his
Yeah.
inability to answer important emails in a timely manner.
He didn't
In another
answer, so
instance,
Keem said, "Fuck it."
I have set up interviews with DSP's family and friends. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Apparently, unlike him, they like money. Keep in mind, DSP totally unprovoked talks ill about me when I was retiring. I barely even knew him, and he doesn't know me. After that, he was hurting for money, so I offered him $50K for a podcast job, and he disrespected me again. After that, I had a
50K.
peaceful chat with him on Side Scrollers pod that settled the beef. 24 hours later, he was talking smack about me again. After that, he tried to steal my podcast.
Why
idea.
was he
I
so
don't wanna hear
scared
that
to
I'm
take
harassing
Keem's
him. I'm
50
simply
grand?
responding.
Was
When
he
Keemstar
making that
announced
much
he'd arranged
money?
interviews with members of Phil's family, DSP responded saying he didn't care since he had no contact with any of his family besides his parents. So Keem would get biased information from people only interested in the money. During one of his periodic lamentations, Phil mentions having developed severe trust issues and having an inability to have friends, but he blames trolls for this instead of blaming himself.
It's hard for me to trust anyone. You want to know why? Because so many people have kind of screwed me over time. People who swear to me, don't worry, we're in it for the best of intentions, and, you know, we're here to do this or that, and, you know, then what happens, right? And it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, fool me 77 times, right?
On June 24th, 2023, DSP celebrated his 15th anniversary of being a content creator on YouTube. 15 years, 64,000 videos on the DSP gaming channel alone, countless hours of live streaming, half a lifetime's worth of subpar content. It's hard to even believe it got to this point. Unlike other lolcows who have one or two gigantic character flaws that are like genuinely just making them unfit for society in general, DSP is kind of a different beast. He has no particularly grievous offense towards other people. Instead, he has an unending series of small offenses he has no interest in taking accountability for. He's not extraordinary whatsoever.
This is the end of the video,
and that's precisely the appeal. Disliking him isn't a race, it's a fucking marathon. His detractors will willingly sit through his content slop just to bask in how underwhelming it is. Every little self-serving lie, every e-beg, every insult to the audience. It adds up to the phenomenon known as pignosis. The inability to fully stop following what
Pignosis, that's what he
DSP
says
is like
he has on
McDonald's,
his fans.
where you know you're getting a bland, kind of soggy experience, but every once in a while you just find yourself coming back, okay? He's a low-skill, menial job worker who stumbled into being a professional content creator and got addicted to it.
I love when the guy who's talking right now, Turkey Tom. I love the promo.
He keeps on going.
Low tier
Phil
guy
is not destined to be an online personality. He doesn't have the talent. He doesn't put in the effort.
Maybe
he has
one
no
of the best
skills,
promos
and yet
ever.
every single day he's struggling against fate itself by not giving up. He's a Let's Player who's bad at games. Took 3 years after it was already the norm for him to start doing direct capture, and has never hired an editor in his life. He doesn't behave responsibly in the face of negative consequences or his inability
That's
to
why
manage his
people say
professional
never hired
life
an editor. He
whatsoever.
quit doing
He
videos.
defaulted on over
The detractors
$100,000
owned his
worth of
algorithm.
debt
I
that
don't
he took
blame
out
him.
on credit
I'd
cards
be
so that he could
defeated
pay his
deep down,
taxes,
too.
even though he knew his taxes were just going to continue to accrue, and he truly has no hope of paying
Because
them,
he
but
can't beat
simply
himself.
does
He
not
can't just
stop.
play along
DSP is
where
like
everybody
Albert
would get
Camus's
money.
The Myth of
He
Sisyphus.
finds a
He
way
doesn't have what it takes
for
to
him
perform
to
his
not
task,
make as
but he's
much
going
money
to
as
continue
everyone
trying
else.
regardless. The struggle itself toward being a content creator is enough to fill his heart for the time being. One must imagine that Phil is happy, or at least he thinks he's where he's supposed to be.
All right, so that's the end of that. What's funny about that video, I actually like the June documentary way better.
We should start the side scrollers interview tonight since it's 4 hours long.
I'll just do it on another show, and I'll split it up. I don't want to do it for tonight because you could just call a whole show the side scrollers thing. There will be a lot to debunk in that. There's the detractors still cover that meeting to this day. They have anniversaries to where the anniversary of that interview, they all play it. It's the same thing that they do when for his jacking off. They all get together and sell. The detractors have found ways to make thousands of dollars, have fun too, off Phil. Some of them have done crazy shit, as we heard in that video. They're not all like that. You know what I mean? They're not all just going for a sing. But I look at it like this. This guy's never had anything happen to his house. He's fine. He's paying all that money to live in that gated community. People aren't breaking in those things. You get in a lot of trouble fucking around in one of those communities. But yeah, I'm going to check out the memeology thing from earlier. So, oh yeah, it's 10 minutes. Let's see where he's at real quick currently on money. Let's see if he had a bounce back. Drum roll. Look, Raw Phil, 1,200. That means he didn't. I'm going to go on a limb and say he's not at the goal. 1,200 people watching Raw Phil, and that's just Raw Phil. I can name about 5 other people that are restreaming him now. Not really guys I watch, but so many people restream him. So I'm going to go on a limb and say no goal. He's at 40. Yep, no goal. 1,200, 10 minutes to midnight. Dude, you know from the attendance. Look at Phil's attendance. 226. 1,200 in Raw Phil to watch the begging. So Phil's got to be literally panicking. Earlier only made $28, and this made $40. This hasn't happened in a while.
He only made $28 today?
Like, even when he cries, he usually made 100.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, it was like 20, 30, something real. Dude, epic low. After I told him. Everyone's told you. So this guy knew one person was supporting for Blueprints. He knew that. Called it out today. Goes, I guess the couple guys that support this aren't here. Go figure, Phil. That's why you're ruining your fucking business, because you'll just go off 2 guys supporting and you're running everybody off to where we're all at Raw Phil's watching. We don't even turn your channel on. We'd rather be over here with the LARPers, people talking shit. Look, someone said he's tweaking. Oh, another one put, he's making up supers now? Dude, this is the shit you want to read. You go in Raw, in DSP's actual chat, it's not even moving. You can see it. No one's even there. There's people moving in the kick chat. But dude, his YouTube channel is dead. This is his doing.
Connection, my ass.
If he makes $100 on the Switch marathon, or like I'll even say 400. If he makes 400 or lower on the marathon, he will lose it. Promise. Remember me saying this. He doesn't get $400 plus on that marathon, you will hear the biggest crybaby shit and him asking, what happened? I got the Switch. Like, meanwhile, Phil, it has nothing to do with your gaming anymore. Bro, you're out of the algorithm. All the money you get are from super dentists. They might kind of care about the game, but overall, they don't give a fuck.
No reactions. Guys, I can't play.
Jade's in a fucking wheelchair, for Christ's sakes.
I can't play.
Look, it showed the hit, took it back, and gave her a roll.
Now, watching him play fighting games is funny because when he gets beat, he blames everything but himself.
What am I supposed to do? It's fucking awful. It's completely unplayable.
And he's under $50? Oh, God.
Game, the lag is fucking
you
crap.
will see the ultimate
Literally,
game
I'm pressing
complaining.
buttons, I'm doing nothing.
They're having a party in Raw Phil's chat right now.
Eating every input I do, so I can't hit the opponent.
That's what I said. It's like it's almost like a get together when he doesn't hit the goal. People just fucking fly in, and they used to go in his chat. His views would go up, and he'd be like, "I know why they're here. I haven't hit the goal." No, they don't even go in your shit no more, Phil.
She's standing next to me. Let me throw. Nothing. Okay, let me do.
You could have been getting all the revenue from the trolls, and you decided to be a square,
5-6 moves in a row.
a bowling.
Does they donate to Raw Phil show? They donate to it?
Yeah, you could donate. It's a normal channel. Like, Raw Phil doesn't actually talk. You could tell he's like a nice dude. He'll play like a fighting game when Phil isn't live, but other than that, he just streams Phil. But here's where the detractors come in. They used to take from Phil's stream and give him the view. Now the detractors don't even want to give Phil the view. So they're all coming to Raw Phil. Because the old lore used to be, oh, Phil's got 600 watching him, 300 are detractors. Yeah, there's still detractors over there, but now everyone comes to Raw Phil. Every detractor I know puts him on through here. Because you get to see the funny comments, his comments, because you can't go in his shit. You'll be blocked, or there's no fun. If you're not talking about the game, he'll yell at you. Like, he has the nerve to talk to people that are talking about basketball the other night. He goes, why are people talking about basketball? Because they're human, Phil.
Let's get some support.
You want them to talk about
red
blueprints?
fucking connection again, and I have it set to 4 bars, and it gives me a red connection again. This is so fucking bad, it's a joke.
Here comes a
But
bag.
guys, let's get support. We're only at 40
Yeah, I
bucks.
called it.
Let's get to 50 right now.
Here comes a
On the
bag, and he
Fury
did
Mac.
it.
Let's get to 50 bucks of support.
Let's give 50 bucks to support. He's so beaten that he said 50. He didn't even say the goal. Wow. Let's get to 50.
I can't move. This is insanity.
Please, nobody bail him out. There's 4 minutes left, Dents. Let the stream end. No Hail Marys. And you will get to watch your favorite streamer melt. Tonight will be the beginning of the meltdown. Maybe he keeps it for the daily wrap, but he's definitely not going to end at 12:15 today. Looks like we're going to see a giant overtime tonight.
Live daily wrap, maybe? He's going at least an hour or two.
No, he stopped with the live daily wrap. That was where I was like, I was starting to hate the guy. I was like, live daily wrap now, Phil? Fuck you.
Fuck you.
I'm dizzy. How the fuck am I even dizzy?
Fuck you, Phil. Fuck you, Jade. If he's at $40, he's doing at least an hour OT.
What?
Guarantee it.
What? Yo, do all these
But
people
at the same
purposely
time,
play
all
with
the
red
people in Raw
connections? I
Phil,
think
they were all watchers
this
of
guy's
Phil.
running away and favoring the red connection to get
That's
a win.
why I don't like when the
What the fuck
detractors
is
say,
wrong
no
with
one's watching you, Phil. Yeah, they are, bro. They're just not on his channel. I get it. They always say he's streaming to 200 people. Yeah, 246. But, dude, there's thousands of people still watching him. Especially on a night tonight. When he hasn't hit the goal, they all get together. This is like a party tonight.
Hadouken. I like Guile. Guile's a baller.
If he were to hit the goal right now, I guarantee it would go from 1,200 to like 7 in an instant.
No, I'll go to like 400.
It's like watching the basketball game. As soon as he hits the goal, you lost. The game's over. Because then you just get the fake praises, the we did it. That's why when he says we felt it, the trolls, he means that.
Where's my attack?
In Raw Phil's chat, someone says, I'm going to call it fake tip at the end. Well, fake tips don't benefit him right now because he's already made the 100 milestone. So why would he even have to fake right now? Unless he just likes to keep the detractors from making lots of videos. Because sometimes he'll go, come on, guys. If I don't hit the goal, they're gonna clone on me.
Break in the lag.
Yeah, 1,200 in Raw Phil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. $40 after a $26 morning? Phil's about to lose it. And in Phil's mind, he's not ending for a while. So he thinks he's got about another 30 minutes.
What? It didn't even show the hit. It literally didn't show the hit.
So look, he can't ever just lose.
Whatever you say, button mashing lagger.
He's playing with guys that are really good. He calls them, he says they're just mashing buttons, which is not true.
What?
And remember when Phil the other night said, I love to interact with you guys. You don't interact worth a shit. Why should we even pay you anything?
What? I was in the middle of a move. Good night. What an awful match. What an awful match. Wow. Yo, I straight up believe this dude has that connection on purpose. Seriously. I do. Because you noticed that he was doing moves, he was running away with Ryu in the lag, then doing spam move. He does it on
No
purpose.
one
to try to
noticed
get
that,
hits and
Phil.
wins. Oh my god, man.
He goes, did you notice? No.
You know what's sad?
How would we notice
This
that?
is what's sad. This game originally was on Xbox, the original, okay? Early 2000. It was called CVS2 EO, okay? It lagged, but not rollback. It actually had delay-based netcode, and the delay-based netcode played in slow-mo constantly.
And there
This,
used to
I'm
be
not
funny
kidding you,
people in
even
his
though
kick
it's
chat that
rollback
he got
netcode,
rid of.
is exactly the same kind of lag, just it skips instead of freezes and slows down. It's just as
He
bad
called
as
them the
early
little
2000s.
boy or
We're
whatever
20
the
years later,
good old boys
this
club.
plays just as bad as the one over 20 years ago. They should be
Fucking
fucking
snoring.
ashamed of themselves to sell it. They should. They should be absolutely ashamed.
Look,
that they
there's
put this product
Jade in
out
his
and
chat.
it runs like
Can
this.
Vega,
It's unacceptable.
Cami,
It's
Morga
over
for
20
me?
years later, you're using different netcode and it
Jade,
lags
who's a
as bad.
super dent.
Zero
Very
effort.
nice, though.
Zero effort put into this
Hey
collection.
Phil, could we
So
see
sad.
you speed test your
So
internet
sad
so we
that this
can
game
all
deserves way
collectively
more respect. It
know
really
for sure
does.
who
This
it
game
is?
amazing, and you just
George
For
Moore,
instance,
thin eyes.
the Shin Black is a LARPer, for sure.
What a lapper? What's that lapper?
George.
So a LARPer is, okay, I'll give you an example because you actually know what they are. It would
Is
be
he gonna
like if
respond
me
to
and you
George?
were in Bolin's chat and we always would like hype him up. Even though we know we're clowning on him, like, yeah, get him, King, or tell him, King, or you kind of like, You kind of gas someone up. You're kind of like acting like you're a big fan of theirs. Meanwhile, you're always clowning on them, or that's what a LARPer is. It's like how sometimes you'll be in someone's like what you did. You LARPed when you sent that. My mom gave me money. That's what LARPers do. They pretend to be big DSP fans. They're smart enough to know what's going on, but they're like dented enough to go, we want to hit the goal. But they'll make, smart ass comments while doing it.
Gotcha.
Wow. Guys, come on, let's get some support.
Here we go.
We got no subs today at all.
No subs.
One. All day, I think we have one sub.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on over there? How many of you are over there right now watching? No subs whatsoever.
Well, dude, you just hit 100 goals. That means you just made thousands, bro.
Super chat. We have like 3 super chats all night. This is
3 super chats all night. It's about to only get worse.
Slow stream earlier today. Are you telling me I'm gonna have the slowest day I've had in like 3 years now?
We're hoping. We are hoping. He said the slowest day in 3 years. It is too, because it's been a while since. Usually he hits the 100, and he pisses him off.
I'm going back to Morgan for a minute.
And he doesn't add anything new to his gameplay.
We'll do.
Like, at least add something new. Try to talk. Try to, interact with the fans. You don't. You treat them like,
really good art too.
Like they're retards.
Hey, get Alvin in Marshall's boom room.
He's snoring big time.
Oh. I thought that was Jay Walks.
Nah, as I told you 3 times, it's Alvin.
I would never fall asleep. I never fall asleep. I never would, and I never will. I'll bounce before I fall asleep. That's embarrassing.
Well, if I fall asleep, that means I'm already in my couch or whatever.
No, it's your stream. You do what you gotta do. You've been on for 8-10 hours. That's a big difference. The guys fall asleep with their girlfriend when they're 14 years old. Hey, let's fall asleep together, honey. Okay, punch a hoe.
Oh, somebody in his chat, the name Street Fighter. This is ridiculous. Is he begging now? I came here to watch some CVS2, but this dude is something else, LOL. That's a LARPer.
Where's my tab?
That is a LARPer. Like, you don't know Phil's going to beg when he's at $40 at midnight.
What a name. What a name.
There's 1,300 in Raw Phil's, and that's not the other detractors, too. One channel.
Let's go see
just to see him not hit this goal.
Let me go see if Chill Murray. Let me go see if Chill Murray is live. Chill Murray. Chill Murray is not live.
Yo, from full screen in lag. Wow.
I haven't seen Chill Murray in a while.
Full fucking screen.
Detractor Dave stopped restreaming.
Jade fucking loves Street Fighter. Hey, I love this. A LARPer in his kick chat put, moral support is what really matters when you think about it. Because he's saying support, and they said moral support.
Yeah.
Someone drop some fucking subs right now. LARPer.
Can't move. I can't. It won't work.
Oh, even Phil's number went up. He's got 251. A lot better than 140 for Blueprints. Killed your business, Phil. Hate to say it. Even though it made you a lot of money, hate to say it. If Baldur's Gate killed the business, Blueprints fucking ripped the soul out of your business. Say I'm wrong about that.
So stupid. You fucking online.
Kept it around for a month because it hit the goal.
Of course he would tell you you're wrong. Bill can never be wrong.
He knew it was one or two guys heavily supporting it, and he was literally waiting on that. Thank you, Smith, for the $2.
Loaded up too long.
What happened? What happened? I landed, started attacking, and all of a sudden her combo starts hitting. Complete fucking laggy nonsense. Complete laggy nonsense. Wow.
Lag.
Phil, why not read the chat and talk to the chat? It's interactive. I thought you liked to talk to us. We give you thousands of dollars. We don't even get a hello, anything.
Can't move.
Let's get some subs for this laggy nonsense, says Super
What's going
Bonchon.
on? Why can't I attack when she rolls? That was super.
I'm surprised we're not getting the torches.
What?
The torch emoji in the kick cam. He must have gotten rid of a lot of the funny people.
You fucking suck. Activate MASH, you fucking idiot.
Oh, someone put Lance works in mysterious ways. Lance Canaman, one of his biggest donors recently. So they start bringing up the donors. It becomes a goddamn circus. See, Phil, even your own chat talks about this. Is the only shit we care about is this part of the stream and the beginning part.
What? I can't block. Nothing. No reaction.
Meanwhile, Raw Phil's getting back-to-back $20 donations.
Can't do anything, see? He literally, I'm dominating him. All of a sudden, it drops 2 of my inputs. That's it. It's over. It won't play.
Phil, guess what? Jade's the only one who cares, and he's slow.
That I do will happen. It's all fucking wrong. Fuck this game. This game is just a fucking terrible, terrible, terrible version of this fucking. By the way, a diamond player. Oh, you're such a good player. Diamond player. Yes, you are. You fucking
Russell,
run away
Phil.
and lag like crazy, and you're a diamond
You're
player.
chuffed, La.
Fuck this guy.
He's
Fucking
mad,
fuck
Russell.
guy. Enough of this. Yeah, you're shining bright like a diamond. Like a diamond that was shoved up fucking someone's ass.
He always
Right,
tries
like a
to say
diamond.
something involving ass to try to be funny.
His tone of voice is better than it was. That's all I care about.
Wasn't funny.
No, but it's funnier than what he usually is. It's a newbie like me. It's funny.
Massive lag, can't react. Look, everything is
Massive
just
lag,
lagging.
can't react.
Everything's a lag.
So I've noticed when he plays Street Fighter, once he starts complaining like this, he won't stop unless money comes in. He's in his
all
mood
lagging.
now.
I can't do anything
This
about
is
it.
like a girl on her period. Watch, he's gonna blame it on the lag, even though we're not. I don't even see any lag.
Well, you know what you can do? She rolls. You're
Look, there's
supposed to be
nothing I
able to
can
react.
do.
When you press something, the game just gives her the throw because of the lag.
Meanwhile,
It
there's
just- it's
sweats
what the
on there,
underground was doing to
Phil.
a cigar.
There's people that play that game all day.
Doesn't
You're not
work in
gonna
the
beat
real
a lot
game.
of people that play this game. Only certain people play this.
What? That's not what I did. I didn't do fucking sweet. I didn't do that either.
And he's getting beat by Cammy. He hates it when he gets beat by Cammy. Unless he
What's
is.
lag?
So
the
laggy.
computer's
You're
for?
such a fucking bullshit
Lag means, you tell him what it means, Barkley. It means like,
It means your connection's
the
poor.
connection's a little slow.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
when you're
okay,
watching
okay, yeah.
something on, you know.
But it's not lagging, not J-Walks. He's just saying that he's a liar.
Okay.
I mean, you can see the picture. Does it look like it's lagging to you?
No, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what Bill is broadcasting exactly what he's seeing. There's no difference.
Yes. And he's playing the games that he thinks made him relevant. Even though everybody in the Street Fighter community hated his fucking
I
guts.
can't alpha counter. What the fuck?
call himself number one in America.
Fuck you, scrubby bitch.
He
It
hasn't
wouldn't do it. I had to
won
go like
yet
crazy
since
on my
we turned
joystick
him
to get
on.
a reversal.
Well, at least when he's playing these games, at least he'll get some funny shit from him complaining. If this was Blueprints, he's not even saying anything.
Literally not a legit hit there. Not a single legit hit. Every time I was either doing
Like,
something.
what? How would you know this game just came out, Phil? How do you know what's a legit hit?
Fucking suck.
I love his game face. Put the joystick on the fucking thing so everyone can see it.
What? Are you kidding? No, that's insane what they just let him do.
So Raw Phil plays these fighting games, and he used to sneak into DSP's games and beat him up, and Phil would get all like crybaby about it.
Got him anyway, you fucking button-mashing bitch scrub. You button-mashing bitch scrub. Wow.
Button mashing bitch scrub.
50-bit bitch.
Diamond player. I am a diamond player. I am so good. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're an amazing fucking player. You run away in like your shitty-ass fucking lag connection. Get the fuck out of here.
Run a speed test on your fucking internet, Phil, you fucking coward.
Phil, instead of spending $1,600 on WWE champions, get your internet together.
Literally every single person is terrible, and they all play the same. Run away and
Every person, Phil?
Throw? What a fucking piece of shit. And then I'm hitting him, and then
He said, "What a piece of shit." That's funny.
Which doesn't work. You have to counter-activate in regard to the move. If the move's already meaty in you, you can't.
He really thinks people are listening to that.
Lagging and giving them benefit.
Phil, no one's listening to that.
Diamond player my ass. Like I said, a diamond shoved up someone's ass. That's about how good that guy is. And I just got a $2 anonymous tip.
How original.
Yeah, fuck this.
Go figure, anonymous tip. Anonymous.
How much did you say? $3?
I've sent him a tip before. If you don't write your name in, it does come anonymous.
And then Based Alpha Real gifted a sub to Super Bonchan. Thank you,
Uh-oh.
Based Alpha Real. We're at 47 to support.
Super
Guys, come on.
Bonchan, legend.
We only got like 20-30 minutes left tops. The end of the stream.
Look,
Let's
20,
get
30
some
minutes.
support for my
So,
content.
dude,
All right?
he
Enough
just
is
flat
enough.
out said,
You know, I understand people are like, oh,
the days of ending early are over.
People are here.
We're
they're watching,
overtime.
They're enjoying the rage and how bad the fucking game is. Support this goddamn stream right now.
Whoa! You two hogs laughed. I gotta show. Hold on. I'm gonna come back to this. I gotta show you the memeology video from earlier. He's about to be on for another. Yeah, he said fuck cat. I'm going in. Hold on, let me find that memeology video.
I'm going in.
From earlier. Oh, here it is. Is this it?
I'm going in.
Oh yeah, DSP. Otherworldly beg for just receiving $7 the entire gameplay. Lowest support stream of the year. Shout out to Memeology.
Shit reclaimed, you know.
Hold on, I like the beginning.
I want
like
you to
this.
understand something. This literally is a situation where I'm in dire financial straits, and if this stands where I'm going to be making half as less money on YouTube as I ever did before, starting now, I'm going to lose my house. I'm going to have all my.
This is when he was
reclaimed,
broke,
you know,
Jaywalks.
credit card
This was like a
bills are
couple
gonna
years
go full.
ago.
I'm probably going to have to
When he was
declare
back.
bankruptcy. I'm going to lose
I'm gonna have to
everything.
file for bankruptcy. He was spending all his game on a mobile game and just didn't want to admit it.
So yes, guys, if you are watching and enjoying, if you could support the stream in some way, that would be great. Super chats and super stickers and memberships on the YouTube side, subs on the Kick side, or tips, which you can do on either by typing !tip into the chat. To support the stream would be outstanding. Goal being
Would be
150 on the stream,
outstanding.
and we are not even close with 2 hours left, but we got 2 hours left. See what happens, all right?
Look,
Hey,
2
thank
hours
you,
left. He
guys.
was panicking. I thought he was at least gonna get more. That was
And
very
please,
odd.
guys, so now
Please,
we won't have
guys.
any further interruptions. 90+ minutes of solid gameplay until the end of the stream.
Yeah, because he
Please
left
support
the stream to go walk his
right Now we're
wife.
at like $20.
We're supposed to give you money.
So again, one of my worst supported streams ever, but we still have time.
God.
Please support Claire Obscure. Okay? All right.
No one likes this game. I've told you that.
The money.
It's boring watching
Show
you play
me
that
the
game.
money. So guys, I mean, honest question. Are we ever
Honest
gonna get
question.
any support on this stream? Like we've had, I always thought, okay, it's a slow stream, but at least someone would support by the end.
Let me stop there real quick. He said, guys, honest question. Are we going to get any support on this stream? That was his honest question.
I'm not kidding you.
That's crazy. He
There has
panics
been
2 hours before it's still
one
over. It's
person who
crazy.
contributed the
Yeah, he's
entirety of the
panicking, meaning
gameplay of the
he's
stream
been
for 3
hitting.
hours.
He just hit 100 goals, thousands. He can't just go, okay, I didn't hit it tonight. Look, he's panicking.
and it was Darth Fig, $5.
Guys.
Are we for real? Like, what the hell is going on? Right
Look.
now, while we're on Kick, let's get some subs. Let's get some tips, some super chats, memberships on YouTube. What is going on? What is going on? No, really, what the fuck is going on?
Whoop.
I don't get it. If I play this game for 50 hours,
That's a
you guys
low-tier
liked
God
it a
sound
lot,
effect.
Told me to keep playing it. What the fuck? Let's give some support right now.
You're
Look at
learning
him.
about LPG, I see.
I mean it. Come on.
I can't. Now he tried
Dig
laughing
did
to
a
make it seem like he was
€2
joking.
super chat and says, chillax, bro. Well, gee, thanks, Dig Bix.
Yeah, chillax.
At least someone did contribute. We're now up to
Wow, see
a
how
whopping
ungrateful this guy is?
$25 of
This is
support
why I root
for a
against
stream
him.
I've been on since 11:30 this morning.
Yeah, fuck you, asshole. You just
Great.
made thousands.
Just as I said in my last video here on DSP Gaming, the situation is dire, and I just want you to understand you can no longer take it for granted.
This
that
is
I'm
an
gonna
old
be
clip
around
that we
unless
hear
you
now.
step up and do something to support.
All right, guys. Well, last 10 minutes of the stream. I guess this is going to go down in history as my worst stream in several years because it really
Yes!
is. Like I said, the only time that I was getting this low support was when I was playing like a Dragon Infinite Wealth last year.
Wow, crazy you knew that,
it.
Phil. Talk about a
I've been better.
memory.
Even the
He knew
the
exactly
slow
what game
Blueprint
didn't make
streams
the
did
money.
better than this. But you remember earlier in the week, last week, we also had a dead
That
stream that
surprises
like
you?
$30. Now I'm doing 20. So
So he just
getting
said it.
worse and worse.
Listen, hold on. Wait a minute, Phil. You just said it right there. Last week, we had a slow stream with $30. Then why wasn't it chalked? It should be obvious that this game was supported by a couple guys, and they're not here, Phil, which means if they don't show, no one's really showing, and it's a boring playthrough. So you should have cut this shit the other day. The fucking shit was on the wall. You know what I mean? Your whales come out for certain shit. I don't understand why, but they're done with Blueprints and Claire Obscure. That I know.
I don't know what else to say. The common practice here is the game.
I don't know what
It
else
is
to
the
say.
game that I'm playing. I guess people just don't care about this game anymore. It's too long. People have no attention span and can't stick around.
He
for
can't
lengthy
just like
RPGs.
talk to his
I don't
fans
know
that
what
are
else to
there
say.
and enjoy
No,
that.
It's not that it's not entertaining. The story's good. The graphics are great. Everything's good.
He has to panic and make people feel like shit that don't know any
Well,
better.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys know what I'm gonna say, right? You know
Yeah,
how
I
disappointed
know.
I am with how the stream went. I literally received $7 of support the entirety of the stream. Seriously, I made it was like 16 to 20 bucks on the podcast, and then $7 for a 3-hour gameplay stream.
And you're gonna really play this game again?
Yeah,
And
it's
you
disappointing.
shit on
But again,
Baldur's
it's the
Gate?
game. When I play certain games, people love it. Last night we had a
Not
Truck
true.
stream that exceeded the goal. When I do Minecraft, we
Yeah,
can't
very
exceed the
true,
goal.
but it's
We've been
not the
doing well with
funnest
everything.
game.
It's just
Well,
these
Jay
slower
Walks
games
does
aren't
like
doing
Truck
well.
Sim.
It sucks.
I like it too.
Yeah, some people I guess like Truck Sim.
Lipsian says you could probably finish
Truck
the game
Sim's
next
great.
stream if you do story.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think so.
I can look at that
People
game.
are saying once I beat Act 2, there's a whole hour of story still to go through before you even get to Act 3. Then when you get to Act 3, there's 2 dungeons. So there's no way I'm beating this.
See,
game.
I don't
It's probably
understand
2 or
why
3
some
more
of them get
streams,
wage quit, but he won't
you
wage
know?
quit this game.
And that's just so
Is it
fucking
because there's
frustrating and
those 2
disappointing.
guys out there
A
that
50-hour
do give
game
the
that
big
everyone's,
money
best
sometimes?
RPG in a decade. You know, I agree.
I know
Wow, it's
people
amazing.
message him.
The gameplay elements, the graphics, the music. I agree.
They said, Phil, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt and
Yeah,
nothing's
you
getting
still,
better.
or you have another
Yeah,
goal.
facts like that.
Okay,
The
I'll
goals
play
don't
it.
end.
Oh, no, no, we're
And
not
that
gonna
was a
show
clip
up.
from years ago.
We're gonna sit here and complain in the chat that the game sucks. Oh.
Yes.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, disappointment. What can I say? Hopefully, please come back tonight and let's get some support for Street
This
Fighter.
was
I'm gonna be
earlier.
playing CVS 2 tonight. It's my only fighting game stream of the week because
Not
later
Still at
only.
on
forty-seven.
Switch 2
He's still
and
at
Game Fest and
47,
other
by the
things.
way.
So, please support tonight's Street Fighter stream. Tomorrow we're gonna do a stream
Please.
of Night Rain and a stream of Minecraft. Hopefully those will get support.
Not a hi
It
to
sucks
one
that
of
the
his
2 games that are the
fans
longest
or
playthroughs
trying to be
that invested the
interactive
most
like
time
he
in are the ones that
claims.
no one's caring
Just a
about.
money
So,
hungry fucker.
all right, everyone. Hopefully I will see you tonight for Street Fighter. Peace out.
Oh, you'll see us. There are actually 1,400 of us in Raw Fills right now. He's at $47.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Because I just said that like 30 seconds ago.
No, I know, but I was saying that to somebody else. I heard you say it.
Oh,
What am I
cool.
supposed to
Just
do?
making
I
sure.
have no
I didn't know my
anti-air,
shit
and when
was
I go to
fucking-
I was just
hit him, it takes
re-saying it.
back my move.
No, yeah, no.
There's not much I can
just
do
want to
about
make sure
it.
my shit wasn't fucked up.
What's up, Game Boy?
You know me and my fucking hokey setup.
Look, he says what's up to Game Boy because Game Boy put at DSP Gaming, hey Phil, how's it hanging? That's the only things he'll talk to.
Right.
And he says, I can't interact during fighting games. Well, do it in between rounds,
Ass
Phil.
raging store.
Because you can't expect people to give you money and you're not even concentrated. You're like zoned out. Like, I've sometimes talked more in front of no crowd than he talks at sometimes.
The trades are stupid because it doesn't show them ever timing their trade. It
The
just
game
shows
really
you're
bothers
dead.
him that much that he
You know,
loses. He
there's
can't
never
just
any
lose.
animation. Oh, look, he's timing the trade. He's doing it right. It's just, oh, you're just dead because the rollback is so bad. So it doesn't even show the animation of them hitting you. It's pathetic. Well, lucky that match.
That
I'm not
made
gonna
zero
lie.
sense.
It was a close match, but he definitely got lucky quite a few times with some of those hits.
That's not true.
Where he's hitting me where I'm not doing anything. The Guile thing was ridiculous. Like, every time I pushed the button with Guile, nothing happened. Like, what is going on? Fucking stupid.
Phil, we got bigger fish to fry. We're at 47. Fuck Guile.
You just defend or keep turtling, then you bait with flash kick or close fears. He loses to turtles. So basically, make him come to you.
Raw Phil's chat flying, just moving. Everyone talking. His YouTube chat stopped moving. He's not even addressing it.
You can't keep up with Raw Phil. It's too fast.
Yeah.
Maybe one person, one conversation maybe.
That was super, and it had him.
And he's got a bunch of members. I think that 3,042, I think that's how many members Raw Phil has. 3,042 members.
No sweet. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Now he hits a...
Shout out to Raw Phil.
Man. That should have been a double KO, but it gave him the
What a,
early
what a
hit.
brilliant
That sucked ass.
hustle.
Awesome.
Good job.
Look, he's looking at his chat. What'd you say?
Tomorrow, July 4th, June 4th, I mean, June 4th, tomorrow.
Come
you know?
on, now how am I supposed to play?
Yeah, it's already June 4th.
Ridiculous.
I mean, okay, yeah. Fuck.
I'll tell you why I don't think he would do a fake tip, because I think if he really didn't get no money today, he's gonna want people to feel bad for him.
Don't do a fake tip, 'cause they'll find out if it's fake or not, won't they? If they can find a $1,600 detractor.
Only reason why they found out the $1,600 one was real, because the guy started commenting in the YouTube chat.
I just hit,
Okay, right.
all the moves I've just input. It just drops them all. I can't play with Guile. It's fucked up.
And literally anybody that donates anything noteworthy never wants to be acknowledged. Like, imagine giving someone $1,600 and just going, "Don't worry about it."
Why am I getting hit?
Man, also as a Billy Sellers type of guy, I'd be embarrassed though. You know?
I can't do anything. It won't block.
I would be embarrassed.
It's so bad. It just stops blocking. She's just mashing buttons. Everything's hitting me. It won't block.
I'd be embarrassed to ask for money. I told that to Kenny once. I go, Kenny, I get kind of embarrassed asking for money.
At that point, he knew you weren't for him.
I never asked, actually, one time. But when he would say, "Why do you want to go do your own show?" I go, "Well, I don't want to ask for money every time." That's all I said.
Yeah. Now, what's the other guy's name? I forget his name already. The fucking dude that lost his straw. Coltrane. He wasn't like that. At the very beginning, he was chill. He didn't know. In the end, he was like, well, the last time I saw him, he was like, Guys, $5. You got to donate or what?
Yeah, now Coltrane says the greatest nation in the world is donation.
That's what I'm fucking talking about right
Oh, really?
there.
Yes, he got catchphrase now.
That's actually a good line.
That is kind of cool. It's kinda
But
cool.
that's a great line. But what's funny is how far that guy's come saying something like that. Okay? It's like what Jay Wong said. He wasn't like that. But I'll give him that one.
It is a pretty cheeky line. I thought I was like, that's good.
So thank you, based off.
You have to
Come on, guys.
You could tell Bolin didn't think it up.
AI, come on now. Give me something. Give me a good line that rhymes with donation or something. You know what I mean? Whatever. What was the line he said? What?
Is that really it for fighting
He
games?
must
I mean,
said
you
the
guys have been great
chat
supporting fighting games
GPT.
up to now. What is
Make
going on this week? I want to know
a
what's
statement about nation. I don't know. Donation.
I seriously want to know what the fuck is going on, Dad. Now I've got so many streams this week that no one's supporting. It's really
No
starting
way.
to piss me off. Like, what happened?
Yes, nobody's supporting
I get
you,
it.
Bill.
Clear
I
obscure.
know, he's
I don't get
losing
it
it.
tonight. $50. So this is again overall, yeah. If we don't get some support right now, this
Choke
will be
on
the
it.
worst day that I've done in like 2 years. Seriously.
Yes.
All fucking
Yes.
day. And no one will
I'm
support.
learning
I
this
don't
is better
care.
of you.
Based off of real
Look,
things,
all
we're in
fucking
Melbourne.
day and no one wants to support on Kick. Because you're begging. You just got 1,600.
I'm suffering through the crazy
Dude,
Let it breathe.
Raw
Let it
Phil's
breathe.
chat. Raw Phil's chat is having a fucking
Is
seizure.
loving it. They
They're
are in
having a-
heaven right now.
they're
I'm in
having
heaven
a-
right now.
they're
I'm
having a
loving it.
seizure.
We don't get to see this often.
I don't remember if we played this guy before.
Remember when Phil
Oh,
goes,
I guess we did.
guys,
He said no.
I want to start spending more time with my wife, so I'm going to be ending at like 9:15 my time. That shit's been thrown out the window, especially when he doesn't hit the goals. Someone put 1,600 on WWE. I don't think he spent the whole amount on there.
Oh, no.
But
Jane,
they
I don't
claim
know. I
he's
can't
been
really
back
pick
on
these
there.
kind of teams because I don't know what's going on with the game. It lags so bad. I mean, that's a really good team, though, but I don't know. I got to see who I'm
Look
gonna
at
face
Jade
last.
at DSP Gaming. Hey, you can Vega Morega Camry, please.
I want to do one more sip, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to work. I found so few people.
What the fuck?
We're all laggy as hell tonight. It sucks.
Oh, look, King Crimson. I love his comment right here.
No, to be frank
It
with you,
might
King
be
Crimson, I
because
don't think
people
that
are
this is for a
saving
marathon.
for the Switch
No,
2
that's not
marathon, and I guess people
so at all.
want
I
to
just
see
think
you
sadly,
rage.
What's happened is, let's be honest,
Yeah.
Blueprints and
that's
Clear
true,
Obscure have been
probably.
around for 1 to 2 months each. People are
Listen
tired
to
of
him.
them
Okay,
for
let's
too
hear his
long.
theory.
I like them. I think that they're outstanding games, but people don't have attention span for long games anymore. Okay.
No,
So,
not true.
You know,
Not
the chill
fucking
streams are doing
true.
well, right? Minecraft has done exceptionally well. Every single time I play.
Not true. He says people don't have long attention spans for long games. No, Phil. Watching you play Blueprints was like literally me going in my dark basement and sitting with my face to the wall. Literally, that's how bad it was. And you said we don't have attention spans. Dude, no one's watching that. And Claire Obscure, you don't do no commentary. So it's just like watching Claire Obscure. People don't come to DSP to watch Claire Obscure, bro. Sorry, Phil. It's just not how it is anymore.
Truck Simulator, it's done well. But people are wanting new
Truck
games.
Simulator's done well
We're
until it
gonna
doesn't.
Get fresh stuff. This has been fresh, but now it's been 2 weeks. It's
Fresh?
already. The good comp is gone. It's just laggy fucking button mashers. So
He's blaming it on the game.
people
Not even
are
himself.
wanting New games is all it is. Hopefully, when new games start coming out, people will support again. But I can't make.
Phil,
new
there's a
games.
million games out right now.
I can't release new
Quit
games.
saying there's no
You know what I mean?
games.
I'm doing a marathon on Thursday. I hope people will be there to support it. I don't think anyone's saying, "Oh, I'm just going to hold off till Thursday." I don't think so.
You see that? He answered that question. I don't think
Final
people
said
are
not.
doing that. They're not? You're expecting $1,000 that day. What do you mean they're maybe not holding the money? He expects 1,000 when he does a marathon.
Last one
I
of the night.
shit you not. And only one of them didn't get 1,000 last year. That's why I said I've been waiting for this collapse forever. I just want to watch it one time. But it's got to go 7 days. Like if we could get, if he went the next 7 days
Oh, look at that.
of
Big chunk.
$50
That's kinda
nights,
interesting.
this
I'll go with the same
dude.
team I just had. And an R2
Because I want to see if maybe one day he's forced to go to low
And we're
cap.
Red Connection for the final
Take
set
the
of the
blood
night.
money from Keenan.
If he bombed the Switch release or
all night. Like,
his
it's literally
Switch
just all
didn't
night.
come
It's
until
not
like
it's
9
not
o'clock at
back
night,
all
that would
night.
be best case scenario for me.
Hey,
It's supposed to
I will say this: the detractors are going to make thousands if it's a failure. The detractors will eat until the end of summer if that Switch thing is a failure. They will eat off that shit.
4 to 5 bar connections. I specifically set it for those. This is what it gives me.
Still talking about the connection.
Fingers crossed.
If the connection really was as bad as he says, you wouldn't play the game. Let's be real, Phil. You know it's not that bad because you keep playing it.
Would you log off and log back on or something?
Wait, would you ask Jaywalks?
Wouldn't you log off and log back on or something? You know what I mean? Like check the connection. You know, fucking reboot it or something.
Sure.
Yeah, I know I would.
I think it's fine, and that's just him. He says that all the time. What's funny was he used to blame it on his joystick. Once he got the $500 joystick, he started blaming it on sweats. And then when he got the new PC and he didn't have as much lag, now he's back to blaming it on lag. So he's just a circle of... He can't not... He's never not complained. Even when he's at $300, he still complains when he plays Street Fighter. Jade says that DSP Gaming, look out, Red. Cy the Booger says, at DSP Gaming, what did you have for dinner tonight, King? Gizzly Gobbler says, bro, the tension is real. Anon is coming to the rescue. Says, kick support is real. Dunsfelter says, almost 20,000 points. Yeah, if you watch him on Kick, you get points. YouTube should do that.
They do. That's what that crown thing is in the chat.
Oh.
So bad.
You get XP for being active in the chat.
The rep, whoever he is tonight, he's gonna win.
Yeah, that's basically what Phil has in his chat. He has like 100 Servaps. They don't necessarily hate him, but they don't necessarily like him. I thought he was going to end by now. He's really going like... Somebody in Raw Phil's chat put, Piggy is mad as fuck. Suffa Phil says Dre. Fake tip and leave says Detractor Red.
Yes,
He's not going to fake tip tonight. He's going to want people to feel bad for him tomorrow.
Suffa? I love that. Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic? What?
He should be playing this game with his fans. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
Detractors would ruin it.
Yeah.
Because he's afraid that some of his own fans turn into detractors. That's
As
why he's
usual.
afraid of that.
As
Yeah,
usual.
he's afraid of them going rogue in the Discord, like coming on there and just start screaming the N-words. And he's afraid of some of them being retards, and he doesn't want to be known as the fucking tard wrangler.
As usual, the detractors win.
Because he'd always go, it's not two people supporting. When Iron Chef was around, no, Phil, literally Iron Chef was literally fucking
Didn't come out so you could
paychecking.
have it. It had run out. All right.
I would have did whatever Iron Chef wanted if somebody was giving me that kind of money.
Oh my lord.
Someone put this is meaningful.
Ultra lag.
Raw Phil's chat just got higher. It's at currently 1,433.
That match was awful.
Yep.
It was so laggy. I want
And it'll only
one more
go up
match.
usually the later Phil goes because people know it's
That was terrible.
it's sick time.
Exactly. It's been like pulling teeth tonight. 100%.
Pulling teeth?
100% like pulling teeth. 'Cause it's been
So
so
after
laggy.
Rob to say that probably.
Pulling teeth to your donors, Phil? Holy shit, Kick has 128 people in it. That's actually a good number for Kick. So he's actually starting to do better in Kick.
See? I think it's too laggy again. It's another guy who lags.
Another guy who left. Okay. All
Go
right.
figure, Phil. Your numbers are up when the fucking goal isn't it. Only if you knew. If I was Phil, I'd
know, I
say
want one more
tomorrow
match and I wanna
I'm
win,
clearing
damn
the
it.
ban list. Come on home.
Come on. Let's get one final push of support for the very end of the night, the last match.
would.
Right now.
Phil's
Let's
not
get
as
to
smart as
100
you.
by the end of the night. Listen, it's still
Let's get to 100 by the
If
end
we
of the
get to
night.
100 by the end of the night. At least that would be something, okay? This guy's not gonna match. Oh, he
At
did.
least that would be
Well,
something.
it's the only guy I can play, so we'll play one more.
God, the balls to beg online. I just would not have the balls for that.
Nice lag-tastic match.
MM says, can we get a live Jade update? Yeah, he's
Select
he's in Phil's
character.
being a tard.
Good God. It's so bad. Roll back netcode. This is a good idea. Rollback is good. It's good netcode. Look at this. Look how good this game plays.
Live and let die. Fight.
Wrigley98 says, wake up, everyone. Let's get hyped for the final stretch. George4 put, come on, Anon. Meaning hopefully Anonymous donates. Demonic Trash Can puts, happy Pride Month, my Queen Phillip. I refuse to donate because you got a rather large donation in the week. Meaning a $1,600 one.
Yep.
Yeah, he shouldn't be complaining like this.
It's so bad.
1,600, he'll never acknowledge that money again. That money's gone.
It's laggy. So he got 2 auto combos essentially on me.
Big Papa Phil puts liars. Demonic Trash Can gets name of the night. Detractor Fox with nominee.
What? It completely skipped the animation of her flipping, and she was already in the air when I did the Dragon Punch. So I did
Skip
move to
the
knock her back.
animation.
She's already
I
in the air,
like
hitting
how
from the other
smart he
side.
is.
What the fuck?
Live and let die.
Fight.
Someone in his chat says, connection seems fine. And then Grayson put, oof. Barkley's favorite sound effect.
Thunder kaboom.
No, the oof. The kid going oof.
Bruh.
One of the, if you are on his Kick chat, one of the memes you could have is his jerk-off face. He at least allows that. BC said Barkley needs to give some support.
I'm good.
Button pusher.
We're getting closer to 1,500 on Raw Phil.
Button pusher.
So that means there's at least another 1,500 somewhere else. So he's got 3,000 people watching him easy. Who knows if there's more.
Got my input there.
He can't do a fake tip. Fake tip would not benefit him tonight. Because then people think everything's fine tomorrow. He needs to carry this trauma into tomorrow so you feel bad for him.
Just press the button. Was not trying to anti-air.
Everyone
All
thought the
choosing
$1,600
mashing the
tip
button
was fake, and it
happened
wasn't.
to get the up kick roundhouse. You know that was not intended.
Go
But I like how that guy who donated $1,600 doesn't even come in his chat though consistently. It's a fan that nobody
kidding
knows.
me.
But damn, gave that much?
I'm not doing anything.
You think it's set up though? It's a legit person.
That's like some team maker shit.
I'm not doing it, dude. I'm just standing still. Look at this. Just give your hit after hit.
Someone put Trump was right. Oh, I missed a comment. It said so. Something about Trump was right.
I win. Ain't I a stinker? All right, that's enough for tonight. I seriously had enough. It's too laggy. All right,
Let's see if he has the balls to end it.
That's enough of that. It's too laggy, yeah.
And you're at
Hope you guys
57.
enjoyed tonight's, gameplay. I'm sorry that it was so bad. This collection, I knew it. We're now 2.5 weeks in. What did I say when the collection came out? I said, I
Liar!
have a bad feeling about this. No crossplay, same menus. Which
He's
means
talking
same
about
bad
money
net
right now.
code, and it means give it 2 weeks. No one will play the collection. And here we are.
No,
2.5
you're not
weeks,
saying that.
No one's playing it. The lag is absolutely out of freaking control. It's just dumb how bad it is.
You said a couple things, bro. You said this game was doing good.
I'll be playing, other games, but I may go back to this next week, late next week. So for those who've been enjoying the collection, I may come back to it. We'll see. Depends on what happens over the next week. All right, guys,
So long,
thank you so much.
Capcom. Thanks for coming. Official wage quit. And he didn't even quit Blueprints.
All right,
Something's
guys. Well,
weird
that's
is
it.
going
This
on.
is sad. This is upsetting because I don't know what's going on. This is now.
He said, "I don't know what's going on."
Streams.
It's everything's
that have done
normal.
terribly. 3, not 1 and 2. It's 3. Now,
Was it 3?
people are like, oh well, you got a marathon on Thursday. I do. I absolutely do. I do hope that people are going to come by to the marathon and support it. There's no. I don't really
You do
think
hope?
that if people are everyone's holding back for that marathon. I don't think so at all. To be honest, I don't.
Dude,
I
quit
just think people
talking
all
about
want new
people's
games, but I need
money.
Games to come out. We do have.
He goes, "I don't think people are withholding."
Kart Thursday.
How dare
You
you?
have Mind's Eye next week. There is a rebound.
That's something
Street
for us
Fighter
to
6,
say
but
as a
quite
joke.
frankly, I don't think I want to
Not for
play
him
it.
to
Yeah.
I just don't like Street Fighter 6 anymore.
And the LARPers do say the withholding thing as a joke, and he
somewhat
brings it up
into
for real.
Season 2 at the very beginning there with Bison, but as soon as Terry Bogard came out,
King Michael says at Copium, "I enjoyed the stream."
Because when Bogard came out, that's when everyone became an insane tryhard. You had to be playing nonstop to fucking do anything in the game, and it wasn't enjoyable anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
It just
Sorry.
wasn't. So I don't know. Like,
And it's only 9:45.
Are you gonna play Street Fighter 6?
Technically
I don't
his
know.
time.
'Cause here's the
If
thing,
I were
I'm
him,
doing
I'd say,
tomorrow.
"Fuck it, let's go."
Tomorrow we're doing more Night Rain, so we can see the final 3 bosses I didn't see yet. Well, not the final 3, but the 3 that we didn't get to yet. And we're doing Minecraft because we earned it by
That's gonna
doing the
be
Minecraft
very
stream
hard.
that was well supported earlier in the week. We're doing another Minecraft stream. So I can't play Street Fighter 6 then. I'm not playing Street Fighter 6 on Switch release day, which is another thing I said. What dumb timing that they're doing it the release timing of the Switch too. That's just moronic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't play
exactly.
Street Fighter 6 even after patch notes. They nerfed.
If you
Perfect
play
Parry
Street Fighter
and
6
Drive
on
Rush,
Switch,
but
they
it's still
feel
the
you're
same
the
game.
idiot
How
of
did
all
they
idiots.
nerf Drive Rush exactly?
Well, if he doesn't have his Switch, he's got to play something, right?
Well, fucking don't play that on that day.
I wonder.
Go Call of Duty, Phil.
Yeah,
You know what it brings in.
Tomorrow there will be 2 different games. I hope you'll come back and hang out with me and support. But yeah, this is 3 straight. We're not 3 straight streams, but 3 streams of,
Yeah, it wasn't
really
3
out of
straight.
Nowhere. I have not had a week with 3 straight days like this. In a long ass time. So it actually, I hope it's not a pattern, but it sucks.
I hope it's not a pattern. I swear to God, he has said that a
I
million
knew this would
times.
happen with Summer Game Fest because what's going to happen
Every
is Summer
time
Game
one
Fest,
goal
they're gonna
doesn't get
announce a
hit,
bunch of shit.
I hope it's not a pattern.
They're going to announce a bunch of shit. There probably will be new things coming out.
That's like, becoming unemployed for him.
Meanwhile,
we have to get to that.
the game earlier, everyone has been telling him, "Get the fuck out of there,"
Hopefully there are
because it was only 2 guys supporting it. No one likes watching you play.
All right, guys. All right. I'm out of here. Have a good night. See you tomorrow for the
Oh, he's
podcast.
calling
We're
it.
gonna look at PC Wheels and also for more Night Rain on the day stream, and then on the late stream,
Uh-huh,
Minecraft.
uh-huh.
Okay. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Yep.
See you tomorrow.
Bye now.
It's over. Wow. Tomorrow's going to be a great day. Because he's going to spend the first hour of tomorrow's show talking about the money he didn't make today. I got to go get something to drink. Look, you can hear Raw Phil playing the trumpets.
Yeah, I hear that,
Celebration. Yeah, they're going nuts in Raw Phil's chat. That's what we call a winning stream. Someone put gigantic payout incoming. Oh yeah, that's the end. We go get something to drink.
Yeah.
The next thing he'll do, if he keeps not getting loot, is eventually he'll lower that 150 to 100. That will be the first panic move. Or he'll start adding the money from the first stream to the second stream. Even though that'd be retarded, he might do something like that.
You should hear the fucking coyotes. Holy shit.
Well, that's a good start to tomorrow. I'm loving that. I love the thumbnail duty as of, it says DSP unrecorded beg segment, and it's cat dancing. Phil is feeling miserable because of low support.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money.
Really, really do.
I really need that
Really
money.
need that money.
Really need that
We all need money, though.
Shout out to Duty Streams, who I am a mod on his channel. So is everybody, but I am a mod over there.
Really need that money.
That money.
Really need that money. Really that money. That money.
That money.
I wouldn't be surprised if his wife fucks people when she
How am I
goes to
feeling?
work.
I'm all right. I'm doing all right. I'll be honest. Earlier today, we had
would
to
be
play
a lot,
Clear Obscure
a lot
for 3
thinner
straight
if she was
hours.
doing
It
that.
was
You burn a
all
lot of
story.
calories.
Literally, all I did was I went
Just
right.
lay
Look,
there.
he goes, I'll be honest.
right to
The
the next
biggest
dungeon,
liar in the
getting through
world
it,
saying,
and
I'll be honest.
The worst supported stream I've had in a year and a half. No exaggeration. The last time I had that little amount of support.
See?
when I was
Talking
playing
about
Light
it.
Dragon
One
to 0.
time. One goal.
I didn't even make $30 today. So it's a pattern now with both Clear Obscure and Blueprints that these long
It's a
games just don't work
pattern.
anymore.
You just said
They're
it,
too
Phil.
long and people don't have an attention span to watch and show up and support those games. So it sucks.
If
'cause now
you're
I'm
too
this far into
stupid to
them,
see that Blueprints isn't one of the
and
worst
I wanna
games
see the
ever,
ends,
then
well, I
you're
don't know what to do.
fucked.
We already said on the podcast,
You are
hey, I'm gonna
screwed.
give Blueprints one more shot, and if it ends up dead again,
Look,
I'm done
give
with that.
Blueprints one more
Clear Obscure,
shot.
I mean, we're
He's
near the
hoping
end,
those
probably 2 or
guys
3
come
more
back
streams will
because
beat
he's
it.
made
That's the premise of
300
any content.
on
If I
Blueprints
only
a
do
bunch of
dungeons.
times.
So
And it was because of 2
it
guys.
is what it is. I like the game, but I can't make people come and watch and support it.
I like the game, but I
people
can't make
support
people
stuff. It's
come
not like
watch
they're not.
garbage.
Last night, Truck Simulator did amazing. The Night Rain streams have done great. The Minecraft stuff is doing good. It's just these 2 particular games. Just
Phil, all your streams have been doing good. Occasionally you have a bad one.
Anime fan, how are you? Sheesh.
Someone put Happy
$4
Diarrhea
support
Month.
Guys, please tonight. Number one,
His
if you like
chat.
old school fighting games, and number two, if you just like my
Jade
content
put
in
sup,
general,
my
please
ooses.
support tonight's stream.
Nice.
We have had a dead stream yesterday
I
with
like
New Prince,
Jade.
then a great stream of Truck Sim.
So he literally just got done saying this, and now he's saying it again. 14 seconds later.
Let's try to make up for it tonight. I already said this. I'm going to allow people who contribute $20 or more to choose a character for me to use for a set. So let's say.
Well, there's your starting, Phil. I already told people I'm going to let people donate 20 to fucking whatever, pick whatever. Phil, make that like a $5 thing to where people are just spamming donations, naming shit. $20, bro? Do you really think you got that many fucking dented idiots that are going to participate? That's fucking ridiculous when he said $20 to name my Minecraft animals. Idiot.
Someone does a $20 tip right now and says, Maki. All right, I will put Maki on my team and I will try to use her for the first,
Thanks for letting us know how it works.
And I'm going to do that probably all night, so. Mozzie did a $2 super chat. He says maybe him at men's mental health awareness. But why men's? This is so confusing. Why men's mental health awareness?
I can't even do super chats on his channel. I always want to put dumb shit, but I'm blocked.
I don't understand any of this nonsense. All this awareness and.
And this idiot once read my name on PayPal. He thought it said Jose. So he's like, Seer Jose? I'm like, oh my God, he doesn't even know it says Joseph Pesci.
I know.
He read it once in the kid chat, right? But if you sent it to him on PayPal, he thought it said Jose. And he fucked up the whole thing I sent to him.
No, see, Dog Wafer, I can't do that. He says, I'm paying you to not mention lag or other excuses. Literally, if I explain to you,
I was trying to plug my channel is what I was trying to do.
He's making an excuse. No, I'm explaining the game mechanics to you, but you're too dumb to understand. So that's why I don't take those kind of challenges, because no one ever pays up on them because they're assholes, you know? Because ignorance is bliss, you know what I mean?
Is it really, Phil? There's just the snort wipe. Small snort. Look, he doesn't even know how to talk to his chat. Phil, how come you don't talk to anyone? Like how I'll be like, yo, what up, Schmidt? How come there's none of that? And you've gotten six figures from people.
Out there. Everyone who out there pre-ordered their Switch 2, and they're eagerly awaiting the information about the shipment. I'm one of those. I pre-ordered.
Well,
Switch
Phil,
2,
let me. You expect
still
people to give you money and order a Switch?
haven't
That's a
gotten
lot of money
any
for
shipping
one person to
confirmation or
have.
information yet. So it's like, I wish I could track it. You know, I wish I could keep an eye on it, but no, I can't. You know, who's in that boat? No, I never played in a Mario Kart tournament. I was never good enough. Jade, yes, Jade. I brought back the Ghost for a second month. You had said, can we do the Ghost again for June? And I thought about it.
Can we do the Ghost again? Welcome to Phil's crew.
But now next month, the Ghost will take a break and we'll get other signs into the rotation. Big Papa Phil says, I got the bundle. I have my pre-order locked in 5 minutes after pre-orders open for Walmart. Now, when you say you got it, you have it already? Because I did hear that. I heard that people who actually got in launch night for the pre-order actually already received their Switch 2s, which is good.
And you know what's crazy is he's so excited for this marathon. The Switch only has one game.
Well, it's two, right? Mario Kart and Donkey Kong.
I don't think Donkey Kong's going to be out that day. He doesn't have it. So he's going to have to do card all day, which could work, but he won't play with any of his fans. The detractors will ruin it. It's Nintendo, Phil.
And I'm like,
Nintendo's set up so people can't do ignorant
I
shit.
know someone had told me they got it, like a couple people actually, and said they already got theirs early.
That was a LARP,
Yes, I
Phil.
still have the nasal drip, although it's not really nasal drip.
I still got the nasal drip. Never left.
My nose is itching.
An algae pill, maybe? That might help.
I thought he snorted Adderall when I first started watching him.
Yeah, I know you told me that, yeah.
Because he would be able to snort Adderall and kind of
Out
keep
your
it.
account on Monday, but no update on the order itself. Wait a minute. You
He's not
pre-ordered it
hyper
and they
enough,
didn't
bro.
take your money right away? They took mine. Remember when I had the 2
It's not
pre-orders?
Kofi
They took
either,
mine,
you know?
but then they refunded it.
People that say it, well, just
All right, so
they don't
guys,
know.
tonight, who's going to be the first person
Here
to
we go.
contribute 20 bucks or more and select a character for me to use in my
Who's
going to
be the first
Who wants
person
pick the
to
character that I'm
select
gonna
my
start with?
character?
Let's get it going. That'll be 4
Touch
subs.
the hole. Touch the
That'll
hole's
be
gonna do
20
it.
bucks super chat, $20 tip, or 7 gifted memberships on YouTube. Any of those would qualify so that you could pick the
Oh,
first
thanks for
character
letting
of
us
the night.
know, Phil. Any of those would qualify. Thank you.
Usagi Jojo, how are you tonight? Good to see you.
Calls his
Oh,
rewards
there's a new
so
Mario
we can
game, was
unlock
Mario
the
Wonder,
reward.
which is a 2D Mario game, was fall of 2023. Mario Odyssey, a full 3D Mario game, was 2017, the launch year of the Switch. Okay.
He
Are
doesn't
we
even
ready
know how to read
start?
his chat.
Well, no one has picked the first character. So we're just going to get started. Remember, for a $20 contribution, you can
You
pick
told us 4
a
times.
character, and I will use
4
them for a whole
times.
set. All right. As
Half
one of my
hour.
team. So let's see who's going to take advantage of that tonight. Excuse me. But in the meantime, please support the stream. All right. Earlier today, like I
Whoa!
said.
Straight
Player
into
was
it from a
miserable. We
bag
did
to a
terrible
bag?
Support-wise. I need to make up for that tonight. We got to hit the goal tonight. At the bare minimum, we have to hit
Or
one
is this
goal
just the
tonight.
clips,
If we
all
hit
the
2
clips
goals
together,
tonight, that would be
maybe?
exceptionally great and would make up for earlier. But 1 goal tonight.
Tony
I need to hit
Harrison
that
says this
to
is
make
an
up for how
outrage
bad
in my
Player Obscure
chat.
did. Okay? All
I
right.
think that's the end of that video.
You ready? Let's turn all the lights off so there's no interference.
What did he say? Swearing. Did we watch this one, Barkley? The has him cursing at his dance?
I started it, but I didn't finish it.
Get that ass big.
Shout out to Duty Streams. Yeah, Barkley's favorite part coming up. I remember when I first saw this and I had no idea what half this shit was. Like, what is this? Like the Hershey Hame guy, I didn't know what that was.
That's Chris Chan.
Yeah.
The Hershey Hame.
Beautiful music.
Beautiful music. That's the commentary we get, Phil.
You don't like
And you wonder why we're not making any money?
Oh my god, I forgot. I just gave her this hair.
Wow. This is like a
Amazing.
game you play like by
finger in the
yourself,
light socket
or if
here,
you're like
dude.
a giant RPG
Amazing.
streamer.
The finger in the light
Like
socket
Ninja's
here,
playing
dude.
this.
Hyper
And he'll have
fixated
the
with
same
$2
amount of
super
people
chat
no
says,
matter
I seem
what.
negative today. Am I okay? No, I'm incredibly upset at the world and everything in general around me.
Well, you sure- you
He says, you talked about short attention spans on the podcast. Do you think that translates doing a podcast to jumping straight to gameplay? The thing is, there's a lot of people who just
Has
show up
Ninja
just for
been
the
playing
podcast.
this?
See,
You know
what
what
he
I mean?
doesn't realize
Like, they're-
is, and this would be to help DSP, there's value, even though he was reading a donation, there's value when he reads comments and he answers to it. Because he usually has something stupid to say where you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, but he doesn't do that enough. And he goes, I like playing this game because I get to interact with you. Phil, you interact with your chat the same for every game. Newsflash. So all that bullshit, you can't do it when you're playing Call of Duty, but you could do it when you play Stardew. Those are all lies. They get the same, whatever that's called, the same fucking talking back and forth every stream through you. You don't give anybody anything special. And it's because half of the people, I think, you think are like slow individuals and you just don't want to talk to them.
Just for that. And then they leave. A lot of people, I bet, are not sticking around right now for Claire Obscure. They don't care about this game. But they
A lot of
wanted to get
people
my
aren't
take
staying
on a
around
few
right now.
things this
Fuck
morning,
you.
So they wanted to be there. You see? So,
It's not fun watching
I
you
don't know,
play
it's
this
kind of
game.
interesting to see the dichotomy there. Some people stick around for everything. Some people don't. I've actually noticed some of the days that I've actually played just gameplay actually did worse, both views and support wise, than the days.
Yeah, no shit, Phil. What did I say? If you don't do the podcast, you're screwed. What kind of silly ass dent told you to skip the podcast, get caught up on gameplay? That just means more of the shitty game.
Obnoxious people in the chat. I'm trying to pay attention to the cutscenes, and you got people trying to be jerks to you. Just ignore them, please.
You hear that? I'm trying to pay attention to cutscenes. We got jerks in chat. Address the jerks in chat, Phil. There's entertainment there. I'm not going to address the jerks in chat. Just please ignore them. Like, your chat really gives a fuck. They know you are known for having the troll lair, the LARPer dungeon, all that shit, Detractorville. Just ignore them. No, maybe you should cut a promo on them to make some kind of interesting shit instead of just saying, oh, I'm going to cry.
I don't support anything these idiots are saying in the kick chat right
I
now.
don't think he knows how to make anything
They're trying to
interesting.
do it because they're trying to ruin the cutscene, so I
Hey,
can't
Al.
pay attention.
Yeah, my bad. I totally fell asleep.
Oh, you're
Get out
good.
of here.
What about you, though?
I thought it was good. I had fun watching that documentary. Did you guys like the doc for the parts you saw?
Well, hell yeah, bro.
Well,
Feel the music through my
I'm definitely gonna rewatch the part that I fucking
This
fell
is the
asleep at,
least you
but
can put.
it was
I have to
fucking
do it
good.
because sadly, if I
Yeah,
don't do
Tuesday
that,
nights. I'll
bunch
try to
of
make
bot
this the night
accounts
when
will
we
come in
do
here.
this.
As you can see,
Maybe
people
one
are
day it'll get.
misbehaving in the
I'll,
chat,
if
being
once I
jerks.
learn how to tag the
I would get
videos
like
with the
40
DSP
times
shit,
more than
we
that if
might
I
start
didn't
getting
have it, so
DSP
it is
people
what
in
it
here.
is.
Oh yeah, no. Like you said, it's like it's gonna be a slow build, like how it
Yeah.
was for the Louisa werewolf.
maybe when this is over,
Yeah, well,
we can
yeah.
fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
Tony Harrison says I had a dog called
Thank
Barkley.
you said you were going to make progress in the story today. There's a reason the stream is stuck at $18. This shit sucks. Listen, this is a game we've invested over 50 hours in. We're nearing the end. We're going to see it
So
through,
he said he has
alright?
50
If
hours in
someone
the
likes
game.
it and wants to
The
support it, please do.
detractors
But
broke
in the
down.
meantime,
When he says he has 4
gotta focus
hours
on
in
the
a
story
game,
today.
it's usually like 2. Because he counts.
Playing?
He
How far are
counts
you
when
in
he's
game so
not
far?
playing.
'Cause we're at the very
Sometimes
back
he's
here,
like
but not
literally
spoilers for your audience.
not playing.
You ready? Yeah.
And
If I was
Dark
Phil-
Fig just did a $5 super chat. That is our first piece of support for the actual gameplay portion of this stream. So
This
thank you
says
for that. He
158
says,
watching him.
"This is bonkers. We need
Record
more
low
support. I love the
numbers
game,
watching
though.
him
If
play
you
these
love
games,
my
and he's
playthrough
not
of Clear
taking the hint
Obscure,
that he's got to stop
over
playing.
50 hours into it at this point, yeah, it would be great if you could support the stream today in some way. Let's get Darth Fig up there. He actually
It
is now
would
the
be
top super
great.
chatter by a penny.
Somebody put his chat turned off
up to
or
23
something.
bucks to
That's a
support.
LARPer
50
making fun of how
gold
slow his chat's
with 2
moving.
hours of gameplay left on the stream. All right, let's split the part. Be back with more Clear Obscure.
It's a refan says we are doing our part. Reference
Yes,
to
guys,
Panda
if you are
Lee.
watching and enjoying, if you could support the stream in some way, that would be great. Super chats and super stickers and memberships on the YouTube side, subs on the Kick side, or tips, which you could do on either by typing exclamation point tip into the
worse than
chat.
bowling sometimes.
Support the stream would be
No, he is. That's what I said.
Goal being
When I
150 on
first
this
started
stream.
watching
We
him,
are
it's
nice
crazy.
and
There's
close with 2
similarities.
hours left.
The
Hope you got
difference
2
is
hours left.
the money goes to him.
Happens, all right. Okay, thank you guys.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
And here's what Bolin does. DSP will stay on for the full 6 hours. Bolin will quit if he don't get the money.
Holy crap.
Absolutely.
That was fast. Should we just have
But they
everybody
got a
spit?
lot
How
of
much is it?
similarities.
Do a
It's
quick,
crazy.
Like if we take it off of him.
It's
My
a
wife just
beggar's
arrived
thing.
home, and so I think what I'll do, we just saved,
Yeah.
right?
Beggar's paradise.
Let's just turn the game off so we can play.
Like
some
when he says, "Oh,
while I'm
if you
gone for
if you
like
give me
10
20
minutes, and then we'll
gift
come back.
memberships, I'll give you the VIP badge." That's like Bolin and his fucking. I'll give you the picture of John Cena or.
Because then hopefully
Yep.
we'll go into,
I'll give you a phone call.
okay? All right, so guys,
Yeah,
we'll do
the
these
phone
clips.
call's
Got like 10
ridiculous.
minutes.
What
See
a
you then.
bullshit phone call that must be.
Yeah. Disgusting.
How's everyone doing? You are ready for more?
His
Clear
sponsorship
Obscure?
is DoorDash.
And we know Schmidt doesn't get it that phone call, but his boss does.
And please, guys, so now we will not have any further interruptions. 90+ minutes of solid gameplay.
So look, he just got back from walking his wife into a bag.
Right now we're at like $20. So again, one of my worst supported streams ever.
Yeah, that's what he calls it. He goes, guys, I gotta walk my wife.
All right.
He didn't even say take my wife for a walk. He said walk my
I'm
wife.
back from a break, everybody, and rather than go on this way,
I'm back from a break.
There was a little side.
And we're supposed to just
Let's go
open the wallets. He's back.
You know what I also find disrespectful with him is that like his show's supposed to start at 2:15. He doesn't go on until like 2:40.
Right.
Time. It's like that's crazy.
And Alvin, I'll tell you another thing. So this is also another thing, and this is actually more sad. I almost at times feel bad for the guy. But when I first started watching DSP, the detractors would say, Phil waits for 200 people to be in his chat, and then he starts to stream. Now, he's been starting at times, and it's been under 200, and then it goes over 200 during the podcast or whatever. But, dude, I've never seen it that low. That means everybody new that's coming in is through Detractorverse. Even probably his own fans consume parts of Phil through detractors.
Yeah. I know his supporter Jalen goes to Raw Phil and comments a lot. And then he goes back to DSP's.
Jalen the Chimp.
Okay.
Yeah, Jalen the Chimp. But he should know that. But the only thing I think that's stupid that some Phil fans will do, some Phil fans will just randomly just get mad at him and just go, and then they'll fully turn on him like, bro, you knew what he was. You knew what he was. You gave him a bunch of money just because you'll see Duty he'll like recruit some of Phil's donors all the time and he'll bring it up or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a cutthroat thing, but the detractors own the algorithm. DSP couldn't save himself even if he really tried, unless he said, hey, I'm going to unblock everyone. Come back home. You guys can't put racist shit or make fun of my fat wife. Actually, you know what? If I was him, just fucking make fun of my fat wife. Fuck it. Let's run it. Let's get that revenue. Because, dude, if they're in his chat, he would get the revenue. Like Raw Phil probably gets paid good money just from revenue. Like, even though people donate and buy memberships, he probably gets a nice amount from always having... He had 1,400 in there. Phil doesn't even get 1,000 views anymore.
Yeah.
And that's same how it's always been. Like when I first started watching him, I did watch him on his channel because I used to like to hear the music, a couple of his songs. But after they got outplayed, I went to Raw Phil, and I was blocked over there. I'm supposed to stay over there and fucking sit with Jade and Apollo and Copium. Now the kick chat's different. The kick chat you can actually have some fun on. I'm not blocked there.
Are we ever gonna get any support on this stream? Like we've had, I always thought, okay, it's a slow stream. Well, at least someone would support by.
Did you hear him, Jay Walks? Are we ever gonna get support on the stream?
There has been one person who contributed the entire.
One person.
Of the stream.
There you go. You said it yourself.
And it was Darth Fig, $5. Are we for real? Like, what the hell is going on?
We are for real.
We're on Kick. Let's get some subs. Let's get.
We have watched you make thousands.
Super chats, memberships on YouTube. What is going on?
What is going on?
What is going on? No, really. What the fuck is going on?
Hey, somebody in his chat put, guys, what the fuck?
Played this game for 50 hours. You guys have liked it a lot.
I love aggressive begging, says Lord Lunch Meat.
That's crazy. Pay me. I play the game.
Let's give some support right now. God
yeah, let's get some support right now.
I mean it.
Look, he's laughing and he means it. You mean that. Quit laughing like it's a joke. You mean that.
Well, look what
I would not. I wish this guy would threaten me.
Like,
I don't know if I could punch him. I'd laugh too much.
Look at the game he's playing. He's in a black tunnel. It's like, Phil, he's serious?
All right, guys. Well, last 10 minutes of the stream. I guess this is going to go down in history as my worst stream in several years. Because it really is. Like I said, the only time that I was getting this low support was when I was playing, like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
Great memory, by the way. Because it really was his worst game.
Even the slow blueprint streams did better than this, but you remember
the slow blueprint streams. Fuck you for playing that game.
Now I'm doing 20, so it's getting worse and worse.
Listen, he would get more viewers cleaning his closet than playing Blueprints. True story. Because he's cleaned his closet before, and a bunch of people showed up
care
for it.
about this game anymore. It's too long. People have no attention span and can't stick around.
Must
for
be
like
a
a
boring ass closet.
I don't know what else to say.
Well, no, there's always a bunch of bullshit in there. That's why the detractors like to count up all the shit he
The
bought.
graphics are great. Everything's good.
That makes sense.
Look, he's blocking someone. That's a block. Asshole.
Station, Monoko Station.
And he wonders,
All right,
where is everybody?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you guys know what I'm gonna say, right? You know
Yeah,
how
we know.
disappointed I am with how the stream went. I literally received $7 of support.
Oh, we
the
saw
entirety
this
of the
part.
stream. Seriously. I made it was like 16 to 20 bucks on the podcast, and then $7 for a 3-hour gameplay stream.
What do you want him to do, Phil?
Yeah, it's disappointing because again, it's the game. When I play,
It is
certain games, people
disappointing.
love it. Last night we had a truck sim stream that exceeded the goal. When I do Minecraft, we hit and exceed the goal. We've been doing well with everything. It's just these slower games just aren't doing well. It
Not every
sucks.
night's gonna be so great. That's like bowling that time. You guys 85 spins in a row. You want to go for 90.
People are saying
Yeah.
once I beat Act 2, there's a whole
You're
hour
like
of
10
story still.
bowling. We can't make $1,000 a night. You know.
Then when you get to Act
Whatever
3,
you
there's
said.
2 dungeons. So there's no way I'm beating this in one stream. It's probably 2 or 3 more streams. You know? And that's just so fucking frustrating and disappointing. A 50-hour game that everyone's, best RPG in a decade. You know, I agree. Wow, it's amazing. The gameplay elements, the graphics, the music.
And guess
I
what,
agree.
Phil? It's not fun
Okay, I'll
watching
play
you
it.
play
No,
that game,
no,
unfortunately.
we're not gonna show
That
up.
specific game
We're gonna
isn't
sit here
fun
and
to
complain
watch you
and chat
play.
the game.
There's games I play that people aren't going to want to watch play. That's just reality.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, disappointment. What can I say?
Okay.
Hopefully, please come back tonight, and let's get.
Please
some
come
support
back
for Street
tonight,
Fighter
man.
on
Only if he
PS2
knew he was
tonight.
going to
It's
make
my
nothing.
Only fighting game stream of the week because later in the week.
Only fighting game stream of the week, guys. Show up so he can complain about lag all night.
Please.
And then Wage quit the game.
Tonight's Street Fighter stream. Tomorrow we're gonna do a stream of Night Rain. And
Damn,
a
that's
stream of
he
Minecraft.
literally
Hopefully
said
those
please
will
like
get
5
support.
times. That's
It
kind of
sucks that the
sick.
2 games that are the longest playthroughs that invested the most time in are the
It's
ones
not
that no
my
one's
fault.
caring about. So, all right, everyone. Hopefully, I will see you tonight for Street Fighter. Peace out.
Tonight when the pocketbooks will be locked together.
We would have done better.
That's one of the bro. So not
That's the guy I
I'm
like
gonna
right there.
start giving away some shit.
This
in
is the
Discord.
new detractor I like who detracts Locale Live.
Whoa. Oh my god.
His name is Lebrowski.
Oh my god, Mel with the 50!
He's obviously he's a
Free
Keemstar
Palestine.
detractor.
You're saying no thanks, bro? No, you are gonna go.
Keemstar has a lot of detractors too. Most of his are like on Twitter.
In this stream, and you're gonna join the goddamn Discord and potentially win. You're gonna do what I say, mother.
But this guy's
Hey
on to
guys,
something with
Dabrowski
Keemstar.
here, coming in
Keemstar's been
again
begging
with
for
another
money a
video.
little bit
Another
himself.
day, another Keemstar L. I honestly thought I would stop covering the LCU by now, but so many of you are asking me to
That's a
stick
lie,
to it, so I
Lebrowski.
might as well keep doing it, since anyway, I reckon the show is not going
People
to
don't
last
just
that much
stop
longer.
covering
I have
this shit
already
when they're
said
getting
that
thousands
since
of
Wings
views.
left, the show
That's
has
a
been
lie,
absolute
Lebrowski.
trash. Yes,
Yeah,
even
that's
more
a
than
lie.
it really was with that fatty still on it. And the new
Yeah, since
addition to
Wings
their
has
crew
left,
has
it's
not
over.
really helped. This Peter Pettigrew looking ass guy is really the peak of content, and so Keemstar has been moving heaven
I like
and earth to try
Rastov.
and
I know
find
they
some
hate him.
content for his
I
show.
like
I mean, the guy is so out of ideas that he had Boogie put in a freaking hole in his wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
This
gonna
did not do
recreate
well. I gotta say I was embarrassed for
Boogie
Keem
298,
here. I thought he was gonna have Boogie run through the wall like Kool-Aid Man,
his
and they
new
didn't do
life.
it. They did this weirdo shit.
Like the mighty butterfly.
And Keem played that
Ladies
awful
and
music.
gentlemen,
They deserve to be tore up
Boogie,
for
stick
this.
your head through. You got a hard hat. You can do it. Hopefully, he's being born.
Boogie does the Shining impersonation, like, okay.
Long gone are the glorious days when they were tortured in the lol cows, like when Wings had to drive around for
Yeah,
hours
Wings
to
was
find a
the dude. He
haunted
was the
house
show.
and failed miserably.
Even though he doesn't, not that interesting, he was
Dog,
great
I
for the
went
show.
I went to this place they had advertised as like this horror thing in the field, and it doesn't exist right now. So like now I'm driving.
It doesn't exist. So what? You're on your way home?
my mind.
I love when Wings tried to fight Keemstar. I was loving that. Because Keem goes, why'd you touch me? And he goes, because I can,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
those were the
And
good
just
times.
fucking went after him.
Nowadays, all this show has come to is discussing stupid
That was
Discord
awesome
drama
when
with
Wings says,
women well
"Because
over
I
the age
can."
of 40 yelling at each other all day.
Yeah, I'm full screening myself.
So he
Here's
fired
the
Glammy
content
again. Look,
for
she
you,
loses it.
And I figured it out.
Keem fucked this girl up.
How dare you tell me I'm not a real host?
Who's this bitch?
So this is a girl that Keem has literally fired like 5 times, and Keem's like getting a kick out of it.
And I've taken it.
She got married at Fat Camp. Like they're friends with her, but Keem gets a kick out of firing this girl, and she's just losing it.
As criticism. Just for you to go on Rewind and tell me I'm not a real host, that I have 30 days.
That was
once
fucked
to get
up.
Heartbroken again. Fuck you.
Pathetic. Anyway, so Keemstar once again decided to ask ChatGPT for ideas, and he came up with one of the most ridiculous and
ChatGPT
stupid
for
shows.
ideas.
And we're here to dissect this crap because, well, I guess you and me have nothing better to do, huh? So not even 1 minute
I'm
into
hoping
the show,
that they
and
stop
Keemstar
making
was already
money,
doing what
so he
does
starts
best,
destroying
eBay.
everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show starts right now.
This was embarrassing too what he does here.
It's the same old thing. Boogie is lying while Kim's trying to talk to wings.
Shut up, Tina. Shut the f up, Tina. I'm not drunk.
You know, keep running this game.
Tina trying to call off Keem.
Around you like it's one in your brain. Hey, low cal.
Yo, guys,
right here.
I'm already like 22 seconds in. I have no new members to shout out. Nobody using their little freebie thing.
That's
What
some
are you guys
DSP
doing?
shit right there.
Don't make me do this fuck. I'll do the intro over and over and over again. Where are the little green things popping up in the chat? Y'all slacking?
Yeah, Tony.
Hit that little freebie thing. Remind me that you've been a member for X amount of months so I can give you some love, goddammit. What's going on here? There it is. Mamba's the bomb for 4 months cash cow from the top.
This f***ing guy, huh? I honestly cannot stop laughing every time I get some of the dens that love Keemstar commenting on my videos saying that he's infinitely richer than I am, which is true, but imagine being rich and still eBaying like this, bruh. And then he gets pissed off when he gets called out for eBaying.
Oh god, I'm doing this one again.
Shut up, Lebrowski. eBagging is crazy. Shut the f up. We got the #1 goddamn show. We don't have
Look,
to
he
do
called
that,
out
but
his
we
own
do it 'cause
detractor
it's
right
fun.
there.
Anyway,
They
like
don't
I
usually
said,
do
because
that.
they are insanely dry out of ideas, they just keep pushing this fake drama between Boogie and Lamestar, this time lying once again that he was going to get fired.
Somebody that
But
didn't.
at the end of the day, I'm telling you something. If Jordy was here, we may have set records this month. If Jordy was here, we would have done better. Period.
No shit,
That's
dude.
honest.
Quit saying that, Boogie.
Actually, there's like a whole
Wings
year
was
of
all the
statistics
funny
that show
shit.
that that's
Wings
not
did.
true.
We were constantly growing. We continued
Actually,
Jordan, we
as you've
grow.
pointed out before multiple times,
He
the
hates
channel
it.
is
Rastov
in
hates hearing
decline,
that.
the views are less and the subs
No,
are
we
dropping,
haven't gained a
but the money is way up.
And Keem doesn't want to admit the only reason why he brought Rastov over is because Rastov has a bunch of paid pigs that donate.
Right? Because
We're
you've
not
literally complained
growing
about us
because we're
not growing.
We're making more money. The back end is better. The
chatted
front end is bad.
Yeah, it is.
It's actually crazy because they have been losing subscribers non-stop. Well, it's not crazy when you take into consideration that lately the shows have been absolutely shit. Anyway, at least now even Boogie admits that Rastov is the exact copy of Peter Pettigrew.
What's up, Kangaroo?
You've literally sat there and complained, all the views are down, all the subscribers are down, all blah, 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 this is
you're
down.
not
But-
a recognizable
so
face.
where's the
We have
growth
a
coming from?
recognizable
Where's the
face.
growth coming from?
The growth is
Where's
coming
the
from the
natural
money
growth?
because I'm doing more stunts. I'm working harder to please the existing audience we have. I'm activating the
And
existing
again,
audience.
you wouldn't be able to do that
If
without
the
me.
money
And
starts
you
to go
literally
down in
wouldn't be
this
able to do
show,
that
I
without
can't
me.
wait for what
You
Keemstar will
literally
do.
wouldn't be able to do that without me.
You think DSP will crash
Your
out?
dog today stepping on him.
He does in fact look very much like Peter Pettigrew. Lamestar would definitely make more money by being that guy's double, and he wouldn't even need to humiliate himself either. Anyway, you may have noticed that
Rastov should have never been put
McDonald's
on the
sign
main
Boogie's
show.
big
That's
ass hole in the
Keemstar's
wall.
fault.
Well, apparently now
Keemstar
the
did it
fatty is
because of
making
money.
Desi bring
He
him
won't
food
admit
through
that.
there.
Boogie,
Yeah. What's up?
Something has changed in your room.
Oh, you. Is it the sign?
And when Wings left, that means
Hold on
Boogie and
one
Keem
sec.
got a bigger cut. So they were cool when Wings had the lead.
Such a retard.
Can I get a 6-piece McNugget Happy Meal, please?
Like, look, he didn't even have to do the Kool-Aid Man through the wall. What a waste that was.
Chocolate milk, yep. Sweet and sour sauce on the side. All right.
Zip Zap Yip Yap super chatted $19.99.
Zip Zap
It's my
Yip
birthday
Yap.
today.
What the fuck?
Keem,
People
Boogie,
do that
and
because
Rap
if you
Dog
do
are the best.
$20 super
Thank
chats
you,
or
Zip
more,
Zap.
they get
Happy
read out.
birthday, bro.
Keemstar, it's called TTS. Keemstar makes it 20 or more.
Driving, never was good at driving.
Burger Time just got about $500 worth of damage on it.
And one thing Keem doesn't want to admit is there's no drama, that there's no chance for the show to be interesting. It's not even their own fault.
What a fat bastard Boogie is. Bro is my #1 motivation
why
to not
he
eat
always
fast food
keeps,
every day. And by the way, I still
Becky
find it
around.
insane that Desi is with him. That woman must
It's
have
not
huge
Keem's
mental
fault if
issues,
there's no
because imagine
drama.
being with this
These shows
huge
are always
piece of
gonna be
lard and also
subpar.
having to occasionally humiliate
No, yeah,
yourself for
definitely.
views and money.
It's like when we watch Tina and Becky.
I'm trying to find, what is the thing that keeps the stats?
What happened
Isn't that
today,
called
is it?
Playbook?
Playboard.
Like, what the fuck is Keemstar wearing?
here.
What the fuck is that? Like,
Hey,
looks
Daisy.
like some Indian shit.
Good girl. Down.
Boogie with his fucking 21-year-old girlfriend.
Good girl, right?
Barking like a dog.
Wow.
Oh, that's what a 4 million
Should we
subs
just
on
do
YouTube
whatever
will get you.
Mary wants and see how it plays out? This is what I'm talking about.
Even though
And then
Boogie
these
didn't have
fucking
Locale
retards
Live,
are
it wouldn't be
oh
good
my
at all.
God, you're being so mean to your supporters. No, I'm not.
So he needs
that miscommunication, whatever.
Desi.
Or be
Desi,
relevant.
what the f?
Her ass was just
You're
showing.
naked on camera. What the f? I can see.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
Naked on camera, these
your
idiots.
underwear, dude.
Crazy. Anyway, but Desi is not the only one getting humiliated,
guess
because since
Desi's
Rastov
really
is
nice,
probably
they
the
say.
most boring and untalented person of the history of, like, I don't know, ever, the only way Keemstar can squeeze some content out of that guy is by constantly trying to humiliate him.
I think you've done well, and I'm proud of you.
No.
And to reward you, I'm going to let you have your facial hair back. I'm going to let you tattoo a mustache.
I'm gonna let you have your facial hair back.
Chin hair.
Keemstar dyed this guy's hair, cut his beard,
consent to that.
made him put
I
makeup on.
consent.
I didn't even think the makeup on was even funny. He thought it was funny.
I'm saying clean shaven. That.
What do you mean?
I'm not
You don't want a tattooed mustache?
No, I don't think.
Rastov
Are
was
you
just a normal
serious?
guy that was a donor and a nice
never
guy,
be taken
and then
away
he
from
ended
you.
up in this
Good.
situation,
It would look
and people want to get on his case.
we both have
It's
facial
not his
tats.
fault.
We both have facial tats.
It will be permanent.
Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck doing
I can
that.
hate you sometimes, bro. I'm not doing that. There's no way. I'm not doing that. I'm not kidding.
Look at Keem. He like almost makes you do it. It's kind of weird.
I said I would get a tattoo.
They're making him
On
get a
your face.
tattoo already.
On your face.
No,
Of the
no,
facial
not on
hair
my
back.
face. What the f is wrong with you guys?
Not on his face,
That's what you
Keem.
agreed to.
Are you
Chad.
gonna employ
W's
him
and
forever?
J's. You
That
remember
is
him
not what I
agreeing.
agreed to.
You agreed that you'd put it on your face.
No, I did not.
Boogie had to get liar
getting
on his
fucking
face,
facial hair
and you
all
don't even
over
see
my
the
face.
tattoo
Are you
anymore
lying?
Going to
because he
be,
lied about
and
cancer.
No.
And the funniest thing is
You
that
got a tattoo
Keemstar
of
is such a
his face?
greedy kobold that
Yeah,
he
so
would take
Boogie, you
any
can't
chance
see it
he
because
gets
his
to
beard,
continue with his
and some
e-begging
people say it
ways.
wore off or whatever.
This is what I'll do.
It's a weird
Okay, I'll
story
make it a
behind
goal.
that
What is
tattoo,
chatted?
but he had
$20.
liar tatted on
Ladies
his
and
face
gentlemen, we just made
because he got
a
that was
new
the
goal, and it says
punishment
Rastov
Keemstar
gets tattoo
gave him for
facial
faking
hair.
cancer.
But you only have 45
But they made
minutes to do
thousands
it.
of dollars off it. Meaning the only reason why this show took off
So,
is because
I mean,
Boogie
it would
faked
take- it
cancer.
would-
That shit doesn't
Drama.
come off.
It was
It would be,
all
like,
off drama.
impossible to get 50
And Boogie's had to live with
PTSD.
that.
Don't contest the gangster in the chat. Dude, no, that shit. I'm still gonna have that shit on my
But
face
he did
on
fake
Monday.
cancer though.
He's a GP of them.
Sensitive skin,
He like
bro.
giggle pickles.
You know,
He
I have
faked cancer.
sensitive skin.
I know, but Okay, not a tattoo, but show off your facial hair.
But Keem gets a little bit too.
I read the go. I saw it said
Give me
fucking
too
choppy.
much,
That's
man.
why I'm saying that shit's gonna be on there for days.
Guys, I need you to
Wanting
let me
the
know
guy
in the
to dye
comments.
his
Would you
hair
submit
and
yourself
put
to
makeup
daily
on the one day?
humiliation just to get a fat paycheck at the end of the month? I must be one of the greediest motherfuckers out there, but even I have my limits. And having Keemstar barking orders at me is definitely outside of those limits. Anyway, after that, Keemstar would finally confirm something that I have been thinking for a long time.
Way too much.
Okay, Glammy is the most time-consuming, taxing person behind the scenes.
Yes,
all
but
right?
you're the one that
She'll
put
get
her
you
on
a
Tech
call,
Talk knowing she
won't
would
be able
fail,
to
Keem.
focus. She'll say, I want to do this and I want to do that and da-da-da-da, and nothing gets accomplished. No shit, Glammy works on a fucking docket all day. You want to know why? Because Glammy can't focus to get work done. You know how long a docket should take?
That girl
30
that was
minutes.
crying, that's who he's
But for
talking about.
Glammy, it takes all day. Does that mean Glammy's doing more work? No, it means Glammy's not capable of doing this job. That's what she's saying when she says,
It's
I
the
do
truth,
this,
though.
all
She
day, I
shouldn't
work
be a
all day, I
host.
do everything for the
Keem
show.
was
All
doing her a
CD
favor,
Ron
letting
can
her
show up
stay on.
in 10 minutes before the show and perform
True.
and be fine.
So I put this show together. Me.
That
CD
girl,
Let me ask you a
Glammy
question.
Lammy, she was a host since day one,
think
and
Boogie,
Keem like
Rastoff,
fires her once a month from
Keemstar,
shows, and she
Becky
breaks
Tina,
down like that.
Work on shows all day before we go live? No.
Is she legit fired? Or
We
is
have a
that like-
rough-eyed
No,
outline
this
of
is
the
what- let
theme
me
that we
explain
want to
it,
go
Alvin.
on. Or
So look, they have all those other shows. Keem went crazy and he did like Locale Aussie. There's a Locale Test. I don't even understand the point of test, but that was the guy who he fired today. But okay, let me explain this. She was an original host on Milkers. You know, just like one of those shows, like another show like Queens or whatever. Keem fired her. Now, what happened was when he fired her the first time, she had one of those breakdowns that you saw, similar to that, where she's crying, saying a bunch of dumb shit, and then Keem would give her another job somewhere else. And then literally, he has fired her like 4 or 5 times to where I think Keem was getting a kick out of it. So he puts her on her show that she had no chance of making it. This show alone has no chance of making it. It's called Tech Talk, and you put a girl on there that had no fucking connection with tech. And Keem was getting a kick out of firing her, like other people thought it was funny. So he fired her again, and that's what happened.
whatever, what we want
But
to talk about.
he'll still have her doing something
And,
again.
We just do a show. We just do a
She-
show.
she
Who
got
could have
married
ever
at
guessed?
their
With how
fat
perfectly
camp, so
structured
they're
your shows
close
are,
with that
Keemstar,
girl.
I cannot believe that you do not plan shit for them. I'm honestly
Also-
shocked. Anyway, apparently the only
So,
thing that is actually well structured on
that
local
whole
live
fat
nowadays
cap
is the
thing was I don't know how
Here's
they
how
say
I,
it, but
I
like-
would describe
like a
Fat
scam?
Cap. It made a shitload of money, which it shows you how loyal their fans are. They got a real loyal fan base. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That do Discords. People like make videos. Like imagine having 1,000 Franks around. That's
okay.
That's how loyal their fans are and smart to where they could set shit up or whatever. So he made a bunch of money at Fat Camp. But here was the problem at Fat Camp. And Keem explained something kind of went wrong with the cameras or something. But they couldn't do no events. Like there was no water balloon fight, no slip and slide, no events. Like you're at Fat Camp. Don't you want to see like maybe them going through like a obstacle course, something that's interesting. They were sitting down at times and just talking, and they were getting thousands of dollars. Like they said, they fucking made record money at Fat Camp. The one night when Becky came back, when everyone thought she was fired, they made like 20 grand that night in donations.
Holy shit! Damn.
Yeah, and then Keemstar put the TTS on all money instead of $20. You could hear 20 and up to where people were donating all night. They did a 24-hour stream, and they just had people that were just giving money all night to say dumb shit.
God damn.
It was genius. But, dude, they're running low. I'm telling you, they had to figure some shit out soon because there's no way this kind of money could keep up. Hold on, let me let Daisy in real quick.
One thing about the locals, they know how to print money. Do you know if DSP hit his goal today or
No, apparently
for
he
the
didn't
night
know.
stream?
Oh, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say. I watched the video before. It's got me fucking brainwashed. I don't know. I don't want to say.
But the one
There's
day,
just so much shit going on.
the one day I was watching a show and they didn't do like too good on it or whatever, and I noticed the way Keemstar would act when a show wasn't making a certain amount of money or getting a certain amount of views, and this dude literally is like, he's a dickhead, and it's funny to watch him crash out and start kind of. It's like another version of DSP, but not as frowned upon.
Okay.
eBaying, because once again, Keemstar, being the money-loving goblin that he is, would start asking people to join their paid Discord server.
There is so much missing content that never hits the streams that happen in this fucking Discord. And bro, this thing is always popping. Go to main chat.
I wish I could join their Discord.
I'm on main chat right now. Like, look at this thing. It's flying. Look at how many, several people are talking. All day, every day. All right? Say hi. See, look, giveaway, we out here. You know what I mean? Like, this shit is gonna...
He read the "we out here"
moves,
comment. Fuck
bro.
you, Keem.
It moves. So listen, guys. All right, I'm gonna give you a tour of the Discord and why you should join and be active here. All right? You got main chat, which just spams all day, and this is cash cow or higher, right? If you're a pay pig, you can get into
There's a
pay
free
pig chat,
Palestine.
where it's low key. It's more like a VIP fucking thing. Crown, bro. There's only like 20 of those in existence, so they really get some cool shit. And look at all this one-on-one.
See where it
attention
says
that
members
Crowns get
waiting on their
with,
thing?
Host. If you see a red name,
Pay
that's
pig
host. You see
waiting.
Rostov steak in
That's
there.
where you would
Same
go
thing
if you
in
were
pay
trying to
pig.
get on
Like,
the
if you're a
show.
pay pig, you're
Yeah, so I
always
had an
getting
objective,
one-on-one attention with all the hosts in the universe.
And by the way, let's remember that in order to get to their Discord server, you need to pay extra, because even if you get a gifted membership,
Well, it's
that's
worth
not
it
good
though.
to join the
To
server.
be
You
fair,
need to have a higher tier,
Lebroski,
and I mean, look at this.
it is worth it to pay for their Discord, because look at that idiot Rastov that's on their show. That guy came from their Discord. That's not no famous YouTuber. Keemstar let some random fan become a fucking, paid star.
Yeah, remember
So-
we were on last time. There was a young kid came on and started talking to Becky.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It was brothers of some TV show on one of those channels. No, I don't know what it's called. Like 18 and under or something, or fucking my wife has got 18 kids. Remember, he's a brother or something. He's a young kid.
16 and pregnant?
Yeah, 16 and pregnant, something like that.
Yeah.
He got
And his
pulled
sister
on.
was famous, yeah.
Yeah, his sister, he got pulled on. You know.
Bro, the highest tier
They
is
know-
like
they know who it was.
$500 a month.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. So there's their tier list. Band World, which doesn't get you on the Discord, I don't think, $5. Cash Cow gets you on their Discord. So it'd be $10 a month to be on their Discord, which I think is worth it. Pay Pig, which they get $100 a month badge, and Crown $500 a month. They do have fucking dents that pay that $500. Some of these guys are like, I guess they're ballers or whatever, I guess, some of the Crowns. But that Rastov guy, who everyone says is boring, what made him intriguing to Keem was when that guy was doing his own show, people were buying crowns on the guy's show. It was like they almost felt bad for Rastov, so they were giving him mad money. So what did Keem do when they were switching everything around? That dude was getting a reputation of making money through fan donations. Boom, put him on our show.
Fucked him up and they fired him.
Yeah. And Keem will get rid of him. It's funny, the guy has his hair
month,
off.
which is fucking insane. And believe it or not, there are
Mustache
people that are
shaved.
paying that amount of money every month to stay on that parasocial relationship they have with Keemstar and his cronies. And I mean, already paying $10, which is the lowest tier you can get to be able to join this server, is way too much. You know the things you can buy for $10? A full 6-pack of beer, some smokes, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Hell, you can even buy a few grams of
Yeah, but what
shrooms
if you
know
get
where
on
to
one of
look.
the shows,
Definitely more worth it
Lebroski?
than
Then you're
having Boogie DMing
paid.
you.
And talk to other people. But just
Look at
like
Rastov, that guy in the corner.
happens in
That
this
guy
fucking
was
Discord.
a random fan, a pay
I
pig.
know a bunch of you watch the show and you're like, bro.
They let him
nah,
on.
dude,
Boom,
I'm
here
not
he is.
joining
He's
a
been on
fucking
shows
Discord.
for months now.
Bro,
And Keem
this
likes
Discord has so much fucking value. So look, if you're on Band World, just pay that extra $5, get up to Cash Cow, can link your YouTube channel to your Discord profile.
All right, boys.
Go
I'm
through
gonna
the
catch
checks
y'all
and
later.
balances. Sometimes it
Later,
can
bye,
take
bye.
as
You
long
too.
as 15
Have a
minutes
nice
to
day,
verify that you
Later.
in fact
Later.
are a cash cow or higher on one of the shows in the universe. But then you
Yeah,
get
you
access
can
to
link the
this
YouTube
entire
channel.
Discord.
I don't give
You
a
get
shit about that,
access
but
to
you do.
fucking Boogie,
That's worth it
Rastar,
for you.
Keemstar,
Yeah.
everybody, all the fucking hosts, and you can call into shows. So join the fucking Discord.
He's right
And
about
later,
that, though.
We're gonna do a giveaway in that fucking Discord.
Keemstar over here living up to the name of evil cult leader. I mean, bro is even already dressing like one. And it's funny because you can see how brainwashed the people that follow him are, because not only they would keep giving money to a rich guy, but also defending the idea of paying money to talk to them.
Bigfoot Alt super chatted $20. I can't tell you how awesome the Discord is, and honestly Keem will just stop by like he did this morning in Nerds VC.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Yeah, dude, to any of you that are like live in the Discord and you're in there all the time, yo, tell these people through TTS what it's like, bro. It's like, dude, I can't, like, I know it may seem like I'm doing like a hustle, like trying to get people up the cash cow to get them in there. But the reason why we don't let Band World people in there is because people get a lot of free memberships, and then we have bad people in there. We have trolls in there, right? So it's not like a money gate for the sake of money. It's just to make the Discord better with real people and real fans of these shows, right?
You know for a fact that's exactly what that is. That's a big-ass money gate, because Coom is just a greedy leprechaun that loves money above everything else. I mean, not that I can blame him, money is in fact great, but come on bruh, at least have some decency. And also, it's really funny seeing him talk about the echo chamber he built himself based off the money he leeches from the mentally ill people that watch him.
Our Discord is an immense value. If you're not in there,
that's guys like Billy Sullivan paying all the money to fucking do this
I
shit.
had a epic fucking crash out that started in a Discord chat, ended up on Rewind.
And not many people
but you
do
guys
that
see the
Discord thing
first
like he
30
does.
minutes of it
You don't get there to hang
exclusive
out.
on the
There's not a lot of
Discord.
streamers who do that.
I have seen Glammy just
Like I said, that dude in the
this
corner,
get into
people
chat,
instead of
bawling
shitting on him
eyes
should
out,
be like,
crap
look, there's a
smear
guy
out.
who's just some normal
Plus, it's
guy
just like a good
got on the
community
show.
Yeah guys, that's right. Do you want to have access to Boogie's exclusive Discord crash outs? All you gotta do is pay $10 a month and you will get full access to the Tipo
And
Master
Boogie
melting
crashing
down
out is
every
funny
now and then.
sometimes.
That's actually a pretty sweet deal, isn't it? And it's also funny that he says that they have such a good and safe community. I mean, do I really need to remind you about this, Boogie?
My like news got leaked. So there was a case of revenge porn, and my ex or one of the moderators for Local
That's the
Live
girl that Keem
had
banned
decided
from the
to
community,
leak my
and then
news
actually
in
he
all
likes her
the,
and he didn't
like,
want that out there.
surrounding Discord, Local like
Ooh.
favorite Discord.
She's wearing that blonde wig. She's taking a shot at Keem's girl.
about me because you put it out there. This is the shit.
They're
trolling you.
That happened a while back, the Zay Zuda thing, but that was a great crash out.
Put it out there. I'm fucking sick of it.
That kid up top,
wait,
Eric,
this is different.
he reminds
Okay,
me of
so
Jake
the way I-
because he's
from
got
what I'm
autism
hearing
and they
is
gave
that
him a
the
bunch of
same
money
person
to
calls
do
you
some
out
shit
over and
he
over
didn't
again,
do
right?
anything
It's more
for
than a
Keem and
It
shit.
is beyond that. Like if it was a work,
Okay.
He robbed
if they were
Keemstar.
just calling me OnlyFans bitch, OnlyFans.
What are they
About
saying?
that. They're bringing up shit from my leaks. They're bringing up shit from when I was like 19. Okay, it's
Three of
just
those people are now fired that are on that
Why
screen now.
aren't you- That's fine.
Three of
Okay,
those
so
six.
Why aren't you
the
taking
girl,
that
the
to
kid with
a
the glasses,
moderator
and the
be like,
black dude in the corner are all fired. She's still
every
with
single
nerds.
time. Like you don't do anything, Keem.
Yep, that sounds like it's definitely worth the $10, huh? Anyway, after basically
He
hours
said
and
that's
hours
worth
of
the
them
$10.
talking about some crash
I'll
out
take
that
that.
Glammy had, that
She's
honestly I'm not
paid.
even going to bother
That bitch
covering
is
because
crying.
like who
She's
gives a
paid.
And after Keemstar constantly trying to convince people to join their Discord server so that they can get doxxed, they finally decided to end the show in the most ridiculous, pathetic, stupid, lame, and retarded way you could ever imagine.
well, dude, that fucking asteroid shit, like, bro, I can't believe only the New
Yeah,
York
this was a
Post
bad
covered
way to
it.
end the show, Keem. He is right.
Dude, if I get nuked,
But
I'm gonna
Keem
be
doesn't
so
give
mad
a
about
fuck,
it.
dude. He's a rich dude. He's a millionaire.
Yeah, when I look up asteroid, this is what I get. You guys see this, right?
Yeah, they don't want to talk about it.
They're only talking about China's mission, and then here's the New York Post. They're the only one that
Keemstar
covered
believes
this
in
3 years ago.
UFOs,
Free city
asteroids.
killing asteroids
He's like
could
one of
strike
those
the
guys.
Earth within weeks.
Okay, before I keep going, can we just take a
He
moment
likes-
to
he
appreciate
likes
how terribly bad Keemstar just
superstitious
wrote
shit.
asteroid? Like, bro straight
So,
up butchered the
Mike
spelling on that one.
Macintosh
Anyway, going
definitely
back to the
fall in
retarded
line with
ending
this
of that
show.
show.
Look, here again, only the New York Post.
God.
Venus is concealing these asteroids because they're going around. You guys talk about it. I'll be right back. I need a little bit, like I might need like a 10-minute, 15-minute break. I'll be back though.
Okay. Well, I want to bring
You back on Discord.
Hold on. I got a Keemstar call. I'll bring you back in. Okay? Hold on. Entertain the audience. Let me talk to him.
Boogie said entertain the audience. He's being funny when he said that.
Let me put you on speaker.
Why is he not put him on speakerphone?
Let me put you on speaker.
But here's where Rastov fucked up. He tells you to entertain, Rastov. I know you're not an entertaining guy. Why don't you just look at the chat and start answering questions from the chat? There's 4,000 people in there.
Is swinging by and picking me up in about an hour.
Hey, should I be? I put that on speaker. Should I?
What the?
Keem was just talking. They just fucked up a script. You just got caught.
I fucking hope. First, there was this goddamn fucking tunnel thing that he was talking about, and the like whole Illuminati thing under California. Now there's these planes. Chat, what the fuck's going on? You guys live in most of you live in America. What the fuck's going on in your country? Can you tell me, please?
Can you tell me, please?
Do we need to be worried? Do I need to be worried?
Look at him looking. He's really concerned about that.
You mean script, Mateo, bro? Like, we didn't sit there and be like, all right, fucking 2 hours. Wait, it's been 3 hours. Jesus Christ. No, it's been 2 hours. 2.5 hours. Keemstar's going to walk away and blah, blah, blah. Dude, I'm not overreacting. They literally talked about meteors hitting the fucking Earth yesterday, and then these plane thingies.
Bro was literally leaking the script while trying to deny the script ever existed. In case you didn't get what was going on, well, I have bad news for you. That means that you watched too many Lebrowski videos. But basically, the brilliant script was Keemstar and Boogie pretended that the asteroids were going to hit Earth at that time, and Keemstar knew all about this because, I don't know, he now thinks that he's a descendant from Nostradamus, I guess. Shambolic, I know.
Oh, it's page 4 of the script? Hold on, let me get my script.
So when you hear script, it's people making fun
I
of them.
misplaced my script. That's what. You know what? You fucking right.
Because they try to say a lot of shit's planned, and a lot of it was. Like, they knew Becky was coming to Fat Camp.
I'm not working on acting. I don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't tell me dick ever.
Hey guys, real quick, just I gotta help Des with some stuff real quick. I might be 5 or 10 minutes, okay? 5 or 10 minutes.
What the Hold on. No, you know what? F this.
I like how they did this on a show.
I give you about a solid 9.
You see how he brought that guy in?
I don't
You
see
could
why
just be a
people-
random
I don't see
guy
why
and get
people
in
Are they
there.
packing? Are they fucking packing back there, bro?
I bet you they bring me
like they
back.
are. What?
Dizzy!
Absolutely. Desi!
Boogie, are you packing?
Real quick, how close to a major city do you live? Out of curiosity.
Like 30 minutes? Why?
I live about an hour from one.
Okay, doesn't really matter.
You know Boogie's faking it.
I looked at.
Bro, this is the most pathetic episode of Lame Cow Live I have ever watched. By the way, did you all notice how the whole fucking house was shaking to Boogie's fat ass stomping his way out? That motherfucker has to be the fattest man in Arkansas.
Tell me what the fuck's going on. Are you there?
Not very good.
Look at him.
Boogie,
He's
Boogie,
getting his
Boogie.
gun box. Oh, his cash box. Look at this.
Honey.
What the?
I got like $3 grand.
What the?
Yeah. I got like $3 like you would say that.
Stop saying I know what the fuck is going down. I actually don't know what the hell's going on right now. They're fucking arguing in the bedroom. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Master Champagne always says nice things.
As always, guys, thanks for watching. I love you very much. I'll speak with you again soon. Hi ho.
Wait.
Hi ho.
When you run out of content, what are you gonna do?
Bravo, just bravo. This is absolute kino, guys. I am now considering becoming a crown and giving these guys $500 a month. This is better than watching the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy, I tell you.
Oh, that guy's a crown they brought in? 500 a month member.
What the whole
big explosion is, but
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
The senator's calling. The senator's calling. Rastov, I gotta go.
What's it? Do I end the stream?
That's so fake.
Hung up on me.
The senator's
is
calling.
Really, dude? I mean, I knew the fans
Keem,
of that show
sometimes
are
you
like room
overdo it,
temperature
bro.
IQ, but damn, bro, this is definitely pushing the limits. And by the
Yeah.
way, the only thing Rastov has of Peter Pettigrew are the looks, because bro can't act for shit.
Hey, man, whatever you do, whatever you do, do not end the stream, okay? We want to see if it hits there first. All right? So just keep
What do you
the
mean?
stream going, no matter what you do.
What do you mean
We've
hits
always
there
said if
first?
we're going out entertaining. Don't stop entertaining, okay?
We're going out
You got this.
entertaining. Boogie, this isn't even entertaining. Boogie's
Oh,
lost
Boogie
sometimes.
knows too. Wow. That's insane.
Dude.
Rastov,
What?
just keep the stream going.
Why?
There's gonna be a time where it's just gonna shut off on its own. Just keep the
What do you
show going.
mean? What do you mean? Dude. You got.
What's going on, bro?
Rastov, just keep the show going.
Bro, you got. Tell me something. He literally had a prepare for disaster handbook.
Damn, dude, just when I thought that the scripts couldn't be more shit, they come and pull this shit off. Honestly, they just keep pushing the limits on how cringe they can be. Anyway, after around half an hour of this pathetic display, they would put an end to the charade.
What the fuck?
Keith Palmer super chatted $20. Another W episode of Lockout Chairs.
Wow.
All right, boys, I'm gonna take off.
All right, brother.
Oh my
I'm actually gonna have my
god.
stream
Oh my
too.
god. Oh my god.
All right, guys, take care. Be safe.
We'll see you tomorrow, cool cracker.
I